Yo, people can't stop going to work. If people stop going to work, it's over for us. We'd end up killing ourselves. Like if all the truck drivers were like, "Fuck it, I'm not going to work," and all the train drivers and all the people at the nursing home and the hospitals and shit, like people would die. So
It'd
everyone's got
collapse.
to keep going to work no matter what happens.
Yeah, everything would collapse. Everyone stop doing whatever.
Yeah, if as long as everyone keeps going to work and doing their, I mean, ultimately, what I said about them crashing society. I mean, ultimately, we do have all the power because we're the ones that make things move. So,
Mm-hmm.
we're the movers and the people that get things done on Earth. So
Yep.
ultimately, the power is with us. They have this like false sense of power, I think, because like no matter what, if the guys that if everyone just keeps doing their job, we'll be fine. And they couldn't fuck with us, but they can they 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 influence us and they have ways to make us do things, and they are controlling the whole money system, which is tough because everything moves on money. That may be how we get to a moneyless society, is them trying to fuck with us, and we fight back and just don't go for it, and everyone just keeps going to work. You know what I mean? Say flat Earth came out, everyone knew about it and heard about it and was down with it, and it was a fact. And then they tried to fuck with the money system and collapse it, and to try to collapse society. And
Yep.
we just said fuck it and just kept going to work. We'd be good, and then we would have a moneyless society. I think that's how we could get over it, get over the whole money thing.
Yeah. Well, it's coming soon, moneyless. Well, as far as hard currency, that's coming. But yeah, the whole moneyless society that you talk of, yeah, I don't know if that'll ever come. It'd be nice to think that I could take my basket full of carrots over to you, Jeremy, and get myself a jet ski. I'll be happy with that.
Well, the problem with the moneyless society is how many lobsters do I get? Right? I love lobster. I love going out to eat. I love doing like extravagant things. So does a lot of other people. So how do we know where to draw the line?
Wow. Yeah.
How many fucking jet skis does Bandsaw get?
I want coffee martinis too. So how many of
That's what I
those
mean.
can I
How many of those? You can't have, you can't have all the coffee martinis. We got to,
We've got to
there's not an
share them.
unlimited supply.
See, that
That's
in
what
itself is can cause chaos, can't it?
yeah, you have too many coffee martinis. I've seen you on too many coffee martinis. That's all out fucking chaos.
Where's
Like we do when
where's
it comes down. What's up? What are you gonna say?
I was going to say, where's Bob? I feel like talking about straight lines, Jeremy. So I feel
Dude,
like
he fucking lost me on that straight line thing. I don't know if you were here or not, but he was telling me that a geodesic was shorter, a curve was shorter than a straight line or something. I don't know. It was weird. I couldn't even follow him.
it was so funny. In text chat, he kept on posting the definition for straight line, and I had another definition for straight line that said no curves or bends, and so every time he'd post it, I would just post it straight away after him.
Yeah, and that doesn't help either. When I'm trying to talk to him, he's like, "I have the definition for a straight." I'm like, "Dude, fine. We'll go with your bullshit curved line." I don't like. This must have been after you were doing that or something because he was bugging about the definition of it. I'm like, "Bro, relax. What have you been over at Bev's or something?"
I got some amusement out of it, Jeremy.
The fuck.
I was on to him. Trying to indoctrinate me. Bang, take this one.
Take that.
Yeah, exactly. And then he called me out, saying my 6th grade level understanding of straight lines.
You
That was gold.
barbaric heathen.
Yeah, that's right,
How
man.
dare you not understand a straight line curves? What is wrong with you,
Well,
Bandsaw? What are you, a child?
Well, I'll tell you what, a fortnight ago, a straight line was a straight line.
Uh,
It seems to have changed since after the 4 score. It seems to have
did you ever
changed.
think? Did you ever grow up and think that we'd be arguing about goofy shit, straight
No,
lines? I
no,
mean,
not straight lines ever. Not a chance in hell. Or what a triangle is. Never. I never thought you could have argued those things at all.
yeah.
Or things like horizontal or
The
level.
thing,
These sort of
the,
things.
the thing with spherical non-Euclidean geometry is it's fucking bullshit. We live in a 3D world. We're not doing 2D geometry that takes place in a 2D world. We don't live in a 2D world.
No.
We don't live in a 6D world. What the fuck was Kosho's? Kosho was in here saying in the 5th dimension you can get a circle with a diameter longer than the circumference. Like none of this shit is reality. The 3D is what we live in. You can't change that.
Not at all.
Any
diameter,
geometry you're doing.
what,
Go ahead.
a diameter longer than the circumference. How the fuck does that work? What
I think
the?
that's the fifth. That's like the 5th or 6th dimension. I think
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
might be the 7th dimension. I'm not sure. The point is, it's fucking ridiculous. Any geometry you have that's not 3D geometry is not related to reality at all.
Have you ever heard the term, let's go straight that way, straight over the hill? Let's say we needed to get to the church or the stone circle or the beautiful meadow, and it was straight on, but it was over a hill. We'd have to follow a straight path over the hill, and it would be curved on the 3rd dimension, right?
Yeah, I think these terms like curved and straight, like you could only define them within math, but like reality, we don't operate that way. Like we don't, who the fuck knows if it's curved or straight or whatever the fuck we don't.
Well, we know it's curved, it's over a hill. If we can agree
Right.
it's the hill. And we also
It's
agree
curved.
it's a straight heading forward.
Right. It's all from your perspective.
So the line that we walk would be straight. We agree it's straight across the hill, but we also agree it's curved on the 3rd dimension, over the hill.
Right, curved up and down. But if you look at it upside down, it's down and up. Or from the side, it's to the left and back to the right. You know what I mean? It's all
Yeah. Sorry,
right.
Jerry.
It's not as no. It's okay. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say it ain't a straight line. It can be a straight direction.
Yeah.
Right. Right. It can be a straight direction,
Well,
but
we
it's
might
not a
say,
straight line.
as a colloquial language, we might say,
Well,
let's
it's
follow that
not
line
linear.
over the hill. Let's follow this straight heading line over the hill where the hedge is. Right? And it would then be straight along the hedge, but it's also curved over the hill.
Straight linear line.
Straight
in-
along the hedge, curved over the hill.
3 axis.
So you can have a straight direction, I presume.
Straight to the bus
On a-
stop
on
along the
a,
road, but curved over the hill.
On a globe, you can have a straight direction, but it ain't a straight line. And people are trying to drum into people that it is a straight line. It's not a straight line. A straight line is the shortest possible distance between 2 points. That's what a straight
on
line
two.
is.
It's straight on 2 axis. We can agree. It's kind of a straight line because it's straight on 2 of the axes.
Yeah, straight line is linear. Bandy's correct.
But we can agree a curved line
definition.
on a globe that is also straight. It's straight on 2 axes. It's only curved on 1.
Yeah, but you have to define it like that though. You can't just say it's straight. You have to
Well, like
say it's straight on 2
in
axes.
my term,
Clear.
when we say let's follow the hedge straight over the hill, we might not mention that it's curved. We'll just know that because it's a hill. So we'll just say
but
it's
you're
straight,
also
straight
carrying it.
across the
You're on
hill.
the surface of the earth, and it has terrain, topography. So
Yeah.
that's just
So we
already
don't-
in. Just
We
said.
don't have to mention that it's curved as well. We just say this is a straight line across Earth.
Yeah, but you're not being true to the definition.
Well,
Colloquially, yes.
we are. We've expanded the language so that lines can be straight and curved at the same time, depending how we explain it.
Well, just agree that it's lazy.
No, it's not
You've
lazy.
expanded
It
it in a
takes
lazy manner.
extra effort to explain and think about.
No, you've got to be specific.
It's lazy to say, I'm happy with this straight line, and you're not allowed to talk about lines that are straight on 2 axes but curved on another axis because you're being
Okay, then we better not mention.
Oh, you're
different
allowed,
reference.
you're allowed, but they're curved.
Curved on
Dawn-
1 axis, but mostly straight because it's straight on 2 axes.
Mostly straight means is not straight, meaning it's curved.
Mostly.
Yeah, straight though. We can consider it straight across Earth.
Have you ever seen a hill drawn like with circles, like the elevation of the hill, but they draw it with circles, like they just get smaller, right, for the elevation? You could just draw a straight line through that, right, on a piece of paper,
straight across Earth, and it's curved in reality.
Yeah, that's the problem that Bob has when he says, "Oh, you know, if you fly these distances and you put them on a flat map, you won't be able." Yeah, because you're taking 3D and you're going to 2D. Of course, it's not going to work. Just curve the lines and say that you went in the curved path. How do you know in reality that you went a perfectly straight friggin' line? You don't know. It's just a model.
Yeah.
What, Jerry? What was he? Because I missed because I was doing something else, but I heard something that he said he was able to work out via driving between a couple of points.
Yeah,
that
he
the Earth was a sphere or something.
Yeah, he flew and he drove all over the place, and he said, "Look, these distances matched." And it's like, of course it is, but big deal. You could make those distances fit any 3D shape if you define the coordinates such to fit that shape. So what? But the problem is thinking that flat Earth is 2D.
Yes.
And but it's not. It's what we're on. So why would you say that reality is only 2D in a flat Earth world?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Anyone using 2D geometry is just not. That doesn't equate to reality. Reality is 3D. If you're using 4D or 2D, you're just fucking playing. You're just playing mathematical games or some geometric games or something. It's not. Doesn't equate to reality.
I would say that's what flat Earth is. It's the denial of 3D and the projection of a 2D world.
What?
Guys, don't fall in it. We use 3D Euclidean geometry. Okay, the Globers want to use 4D pseudo-Ramonian pseudo space and fucking spherical geometry. The Globers are the ones that want to use everything but 3D geometry. You got it backwards or something, Don. I don't know.
Yeah. It's called non-Euclidean.
No, flat Earth is denying the third dimension of Earth. I'm just assuming it's flat because they want to.
No, they haven't denied.
Did you hear what I just said? Hold on. Did you hear what I just said, Don? The Globers are the ones that use the 2D and the 4D geometry. We are the ones that are using the 3D Euclidean geometry.
I'm not talking about Globers. I'm talking about what I think about flat Earth.
Flat Earthers are the ones using the 3D Euclidean. I don't know. Guys, don't fall.
The third dimension
Don't fall
of
for
Earth.
this bullshit, guys.
Yeah,
every day.
Jeremy. He's getting you. He's getting you, Jeremy.
Well, in After Effects, you basically start with a plane, a horizontal plane with an X, Y, and Z axis.
Are you comparing Earth to CGI?
An After Effects preset. Yeah, and the globe is a 3D object which you could find in most 3D modeling programs, and it's a preset. They just wrap the world map around the sphere.
So cause After Effects, Earth's flat.
Yeah, it's special effects. People believe in special effects.
Well, but hang on. People believe in special effects. And After Effects is a flat world, so Earth is flat?
Well, it's how I got to the point with curves. Like it's not his, but the spherical coordinate system works, but that doesn't mean and it works visually as a projection, like a celestial sphere with the Earth inside that. You can plot all the coordinates. That works visually, but that doesn't mean it's reality.
No, but if it works, predicts stuff, fits reality well, it's a good indication it might be similar to reality, right?
Yeah, but you could plot the same coordinates on a Cartesian grid system like Jeremy's saying, and we've been saying for years.
What, flat Earth?
All triangulation, datum points, plumb, horizontal, all Earth is flat and local. Patchwork all that together like Google Maps, you're on a plane.
What? Hang on. Google Maps isn't a plane; it's a sphere.
But when you look at it, as you start to go to above ground, so you're on the ground and you go up, right, and you're looking down, there's a point where it'll turn into a globe. Before that, you see
What?
all the flat.
On Google Earth, yeah.
Yeah, it's
on
referencing
Google
its
Earth.
elevation. It's referencing its elevation from a flat
So hang on,
baseline.
because Google Earth shows a flat Earth before you zoom out, Earth's flat.
It's referencing
Yeah,
its
Is that the
referencing its
reasoning?
elevation
Jesus
from a flat.
Christ.
It's referencing its elevation from a flat baseline.
go on.
Yeah.
I've seen photos of that. My dad paid a guy to get in a plane once and take aerial footage of a certain area of land, and then my dad went and found this thing he was looking for in the bush, and he had maps and he found it, right? But he had to patch it together. He had all these photos and he had to cut them so it fit, but he had it on a flat table.
Let me get you this one. Your dad used aerial photography to find something on the ground, and that means Earth's flat.
Mm-hmm. Well, look how he had to patch it together on a flat horizontal table, which is really similar to Google Maps.
Well, wouldn't that have been easier than making a big globe like McToon did and trying to stick the paper around a globe? Isn't it just easier?
He failed on that.
Doesn't it being easier to do it on a flat, isn't that a good explanation of why people do it on a flat? Is it easier?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I'll shut up after this. Like,
No,
I think latitude and longitude. As far I don't know this for a fact, but there are different maps, and the Earth wasn't always seen as a globe. I would love to get my hands on what they thought the world was 2,000 or whatever years ago. See some of those maps.
Yeah.
And did they have latitude?
There's some on Google. You can Google it. Yes, people didn't used to think it was a globe.
Right.
Well,
You can't
the reason
they were just idiots.
the reason on Google
I didn't
Earth,
really say you're idiots today. I haven't said that today.
on Google Earth, they have like a topographical view where you can see the elevation, and the water is just flat and level, and that's the reason why they don't incorporate that into their globe, because you'd be able to see, the model on a topographical view and compare to see what you can actually see in the distance. That's what they're hiding, and that's why they're not. They have the technology to do it, but they can't do it because everyone will be able to, compare.
What do you mean? They have topographical maps.
Yeah, they do. They have, like on Google Earth, they have the legend that has the topographical view, but it shows the ocean flat and level. And if they tried to show it curved with all the hills and the mountains,
Wait. Do they show the topographic lines for how deep they think the ocean is, or is it just a blue space?
That's the one.
What you've done is you've conflated elevation for curvature again. Classic flat Earth mistake. They're not the same thing. They're two different things.
Right, there you go. I did say the wrong word, I admit that. But like at the end of the day, what they show is the ocean being flat, straight, and level,
Well,
and
the
horizontal.
top of it is flat in elevation.
Yeah. So why can't they model that around the ball? And then the reason why they don't is because you'd be able to compare what you can see in the distance
No,
to
that's
their model.
nonsense, Basil. That's nonsense reasoning. Sorry.
The top's
It's not
flat, and they're
nonsense.
also referencing it from a flat. They're also referencing the elevation from a flat baseline.
Level. Sea level.
No, you can see it's when they reference it, it's flat on your screen on Google. If you go to Google Earth, you can see it referencing a flat baseline,
Well, they mean
not
sea
curving,
level, right?
flat.
Sea level on a globe is what they mean by the baseline. For
That's what
elevation.
they mean, but the reason why they're not showing it is because you'll be able to compare.
Well, they can't show
what
it
you
on
can
a
see.
topographical map, Basil, without making it a globe. How would they show curvature of everything on
I
top?
don't think you
You
get
just
what
want
I'm
another
saying.
set of wiggly lines that somehow suggest a sphere all over the flat map. What are you talking about?
The orthographical, topographical view of the ocean being level and flat. And if they did show, like on there's a website or an app called Peak Finder where you can see the elevations and you can test to see if something is not, if you can see it or it should be behind the curve. Well, the reason why they don't show that is because you'd be able to spot stuff that you shouldn't be able to spot, and they don't want you to be able to compare that.
Yes, on some orthographic views and topographic views, they don't include the curvature because that would make the image a total mess. If you want to see the curvature, you look at a globe view. Sphere.
Well, even if they did it in a cartoon view, it doesn't matter if they use CGI or cartoon or whatever, but at least if they showed what you should be able to see and what you shouldn't be able to see, and then in reality you can go and compare that, like on Peak Finder.
You want me to
And
try
if
and
you
look
can
for an
see something
orthographic?
that's not supposed eh?
I can look for an orthographic view of Earth with you that includes ocean curve. I could look for it.
No,
No.
you have to look at
Oh
Google
my
Earth.
fucking
Well,
god.
he suggests he wants it, and it's hidden. So I'm
You
saying it
can't
might be out
still
there. I bet
think
you haven't even looked yourself. That's what I'm saying.
you don't believe in rotund oceans. I know you
Of
don't.
course I do. Why wouldn't an ocean curve? If gravity's a real thing and we live on a planet, why wouldn't it? Of course it would. Water makes many shapes under forces. You push it and it curves. So having a big, huge center of mass, magnet in the Earth, is going to make it curve easily. It's not hard to believe. It's perfectly natural if you understand where you live.
It's not made of jelly.
It's water. It makes any shape when you put a force on it. Any part of it can curve in any infinite amount of directions. It's the great thing about water. Flows.
Yet we
You
have
just
swells
maintain it.
and waves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have swells and waves and dips and troughs.
Yes, you do. You seem to
Yeah,
deny that water can do this.
Mm-hmm.
it's magic.
It's flat and level. You can't believe it curves. Oh yeah, I do believe in waves. You say.
Fuck.
But it doesn't maintain
Water
the
doesn't
wave.
curve. Oh yeah, it does curve. No, but with gravity, Mo, a wave has shown it can make a curve on its surface. So with gravity pulling, that maintains a curve on the surface.
Maintain is the thing.
Gravity maintains a sphere.
How
of
does
right
gravity
nature
maintain the
by
curve?
pulling it into the center in all directions, from all directions.
Mm-hmm.
You know this.
Have you ever tried to pull a sheet from a center point towards yourself and make a curve out of the sheet? Have you ever tried that?
No.
I have. Yeah.
What, trying to make it into a globe, or were you just
Yeah.
playing with sheets for something?
Pulling it from the center.
You were doing a globe experiment with your sheet.
Yeah.
What? Explain this to me. This is bloody amazing.
So you've got a sheet on a washing line, like a square. Grab it in the center, get a good grip, and then pull it towards yourself.
And this is
you won't.
This flat floppy sheet hanging is supposed to be Earth.
Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Why?
Because
That's
a floppy
water
hanging
and
sheet
gravity
is
is
not
pulling it.
anything like Earth, ever.
Why?
It never will be, ever.
It's the surface of something.
It's
Yeah,
the
but you're also
surface of
you're
itself.
pulling it. I mean, that is, I totally agree with Don. That is a totally false analogy, Mel.
It's
And I
fucking
can hear from the
ridiculous.
laughter in your voice, you know it is too.
No,
You
I'm
were trolling
laughing,
yourself. You
but
were
it's
trolling
not.
yourself. You're giggling while you did it.
I'm not. Just because I'm laughing doesn't mean I'm trolling, and you haven't debunked
It
it.
means you know it's ridiculous, as you say.
No, it's not ridiculous.
It's
It's
fucking
practical
ridiculous.
to me. It's
Fucking
like
ridiculous. Because it's not the center, is it? It's the surface of
it's the
fabric.
center
That's
of.
not pulling rock from the center of itself, is it? How would you do that as an experiment? Pulling rock from the center of itself. And
Well,
water.
what's pulling at the center?
How would you get inside some rock and water and pull it all towards you? You can't.
What's
Yeah?
pulling at the center?
You can't even do it. So pulling a sheet from one side while it's under the forces of gravity itself isn't anything like what you need to do.
Yeah.
You have to do
You
this
need
in
to
your
pull
mind. It's not an
pieces of the
experiment. You
sheet
do.
towards the same point.
You can't test what gravity would do by pulling something to the center as a real experiment. You have to do it in your mind, being like an adult.
I mean, I'm not. There could be something under the ground pulling. What is a hot magnet?
You know when you drop your keys?
Big hot magnet.
That's the evidence of it. They go straight
Well,
down to the ground every single time. So that's
What
evidence
the
something
fuck?
is pulling from under the ground.
What the fuck is it?
It's a natural force, I think. It's not actually Satan, is it? Using a magnet. It's probably part of nature, right?
But maybe that's
I
why
don't know.
Satan's got
Strange.
curved horns.
No one seems to know what
Satan
it
is
is.
an allegory for it, but it isn't literally Satan with a magnet that pulls your keys. It's some sort of natural force.
It you know, the analogy I use is you're trying to whisper in a rock concert to someone 5 rows behind you while the band's playing at full pelt, and then you're saying, well, obviously you're not whispering because, you know, the guy can't, sound doesn't exist because the guy behind you can't hear you whisper.
But imagine if you're at another planet looking at Earth, right? And you're like looking at the Earth and you're like, and then your mate walks up and you're like, oh, what's that? And it's like, oh, it's Earth. So what keeps all the water on? It's like, oh, there's this thing in the center that like pulls everything to the, you know, the center of the ball. And,
Yeah.
you know, you can make fun of it, right?
Only if you're in a position where you don't understand it and you don't know what to believe in anymore. That's the only place you can make fun of it from.
Like the end of the road.
Yeah.
Once you've thrown the globe
it's the
in
same with
peanuts
the
over.
leaving Christianity. That's the only position where you can really truly make fun of Christianity after you've left it.
Yeah.
After you're having an emotional reaction as an atheist. I don't mean to get triggered. It's just you and me both know pulling a sheet from the center is nothing. It's not a gravity experiment. It doesn't help you.
No. I'm just so hard, you know, for finding a practical demonstration, mate, after all these years.
Yeah.
I get, you know, swinging balls in old man sheds and
Yeah, they've all been telling you it wrong. What you need to do is think about it and think, because you don't know anything about the flat earth, you can't answer any question at all. But people like you, people you trust, can answer all the questions about the globe. That's probably the one that makes sense because most people know about it more, right? This is normal way to think about
That
two
doesn't
ideas.
make it true, though, Dawn.
No, it doesn't make it true.
Consensus
It tells
isn't true.
you it probably is at the end of the day. Probably.
I mean, again, truth is one of
looking
those
for more.
slippery words, isn't it, Slippers?
It's not about suddenly believing the Cavendish. It's about thinking it through and realizing there is no other option rather than not knowing anything. That's the only
Like,
other option.
I don't see it. I don't see it like I don't. It's more. Sorry, it's just like rediscovering something I've taken for granted my whole life. That's really what it's like. Because to me, it's like a basin. It really
To
is.
rediscover. I don't want to stop you doing. Like, we can go back to your line of thinking. You
Well,
think it's funny that someone would suggest something's in the center pulling, but that's because they
Yeah.
already know it's a globe and understand it's a globe. So something being in the center isn't surprising. Yeah, they know that people under the globe, on the side of the globe, all the way around this sphere they believe in, all report keys falling when they drop them. So that means they've all got a force pulling them into the same point, a center on a globe. So you don't have to suddenly believe.
but are they
keys
actually
falling in it's a globe? What you have to do is think. Other people report being on another side of a place and under a place. All the evidence adds up together.
No one reports being under anywhere.
It's probable all the
People are just told they are.
It's probable we need to come up with an idea of why naturally things are falling towards Earth in the middle.
And
We're
when
told
we
this to land down under.
That could easily make water curve easily.
And the thing I find really interesting about that whole point is, when you look at things like, you take a plumb in different locations, they're not parallel to each other. So the direction those keys are falling is slightly different. To what
so slightly you can't measure it.
No, you can measure it. That's the whole point.
Well, optically.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with an optical measurement?
Oh, nothing at all. There's no contention over those at all. At all. Joss?
Yeah.
None.
We use them all the time, don't we?
Ever seen someone stand sideways?
Yeah.
The gravitron.
But all the clever people, Mel, that haven't been awoken in the Great Awakening and didn't watch Out Debate, they all have an understanding
died in 2012.
that people can stand sideways compared to each other round a big globe. So you don't have to see it, you just have to understand and believe.
If you didn't have
And
blue
believe.
tack,
Exactly.
And believe, yes.
If you had a toy soldier and a globe, if you didn't have blue tack, the toy soldier would fall off.
Yeah, but if you added microgravity, hypothetically, in the middle, the soldier would stick to it. Same as reality. Same as you.
Again, that's the you're sitting in a concert with a band at full blast, and you're now trying to whisper at the guy behind you.
Yeah.
They're not going to hear it.
Your big, huge natural phenomenon with an example that doesn't include any of the things that your natural phenomenon does.
Well, you know how batteries
soldier instead of a real human, a globe without gravity instead of nature.
Right, exactly.
What you're doing is coming up with stupid examples.
Well, you know how they didn't always include the batteries? Like, they should sell the globe with added gravity, and you could build up.
This is a meme at this point, Mal, not an investigation.
Yeah, so you can stick your little army men into
You're
it.
memeing that gravity needs batteries, like a toy. That's a meme. That isn't an investigation.
That's the only time I've seen the globe, mate. A plastic toy.
You're not supposed to see it because you're on it. Huh? If you're a tick, you don't see the dog, do you? You just feel the skin and the hairs that you crawl around on.
You see the...
No, you don't.
Not when you're on the dog. Not if you're the size of a tick. You just see a mass of hair around you and some skin below you.
Right, but when the tick comes off the dog or before the tick gets on the dog, you saw the dog.
When we go up into space and we take pictures of the Earth, you're right. That's exactly the right analogy.
What's this we bullshit?
Humanity.
You're a tick. You're a tick now, are you?
It's like infinite vision tick you've made up.
I like the way he tried to get an emotional response by calling me a tick dorm. That was funny.
There's lots of examples in nature of our big nature. You can go to micro and macro and explain it.
I think the problem I've always found with the argument for the flat Earth is there is no consistency to it whatsoever, apart from it's flat and it's stationary and we know, but they're all different ideas of how it works.
That's okay. So we're in the same boat. You guys have got pseudoscience that you try and push as legitimate, and we don't have enough of a story for you guys to accept. Fine, same boat.
Well, no, you don't have one story. You have hundreds of different stories. That's the problem. And most of them conflict with each other.
Do you and Dawn know how? Do you and Dawn know how the sky works?
What do you mean, how the sky works? Can you be more specific? That's a very broad question.
They can claim it. What good is a claim if it's not true?
I know bits and bobs about how the sky works. Yeah. Not everything.
I know how to fly a kite, for instance. Does that mean I know something about how the sky works? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how it works, Mal?
Reverse engineered to make it seem a certain way. It makes sense. Yeah.
You know how the sky works, Mal?
It seems to work a little bit like a watch.
What, you think there's a big motor in the middle, or?
It wouldn't surprise me at this stage if there's a big cog. It would not surprise me.
Now, what? It's funny to have things in the middle of something, is it, Dawn?
Would it be like a machine motor or some sort of natural phenomenon?
Machine.
Do you think the sky works by a machine clock behind it? Real?
Well, it's either being projected or that stuff's really there and something is turning.
Real? You think there's a machine behind it making it turn?
What else could make
more
it
absurd
turn?
than what you think?
Really weird. That's really weird, Mal.
The forces.
Slappers, do you adopt that position?
What, the machine?
Yeah. The position Merle has just stated. Do you accept that? Is that your position?
Oh, why would you ask that?
Make sure you can admit that you and Merle have vastly different ideas about what reality is.
No, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Well, we all agree that the sky turns because of natural forces like gravity, right?
Like what?
Or what, quantum foam, or string theory,
one of them
or bendy space-time. Which one is it, Dawn?
Like
Your
wind
idea
and
of
heat
reality,
and pressure?
is different to everyone's idea of reality too.
Me and Gus believe the sky works
The reason we perceive the sky moving is because of the rotation of the Earth. That's nothing to do with bendy space-time, really, or quantum foam, or string theory.
Well, it's got everything to do with
it. Because Earth wouldn't be a ball without it, Russ.
It's all encompassing. It's part of the model.
Not really.
Space foam and bendy. Yeah, 100% it's part of it.
No, there's theories that seeks to explain the observation.
Yeah, it's just like the idea of an apple falling on my head, thus equals gravity. Right?
Yeah, that's the label we gave for dropity.
Right, so it's exactly the same thing. It's just an idea. That's all it is.
No, it's a label to the observation boundary. That's all it is. When it comes to Newton, it was a label for the observation.
Russ. All you have is an observation, and you have nothing to back that observation up to say what it is. Right?
Yeah, we do.
You can keep on dropping things. But now all of a sudden you say that this dropping actually is a force that is attracting something to it, right, which is completely preposterous when you've got absolutely no scientific evidence to back it up whatsoever, apart from dropping things. That's it.
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that we have a better understanding of how that process works. From the point of view, we may not understand exactly what causes it. I don't have any problem saying that. But, I can go, we manipulated and we used fire for hundreds of thousands of years without having a square root fuck all idea of actually how it works. Now we've kind of got a much better idea.
When have you manipulated gravity, Russ? When have you manipulated gravity?
Sure. A kite is a good example.
No, that's not manipulating.
I'm using the wind force to manipulate that kite to get it to go up.
No.
And to defy gravity. Yeah.
No. All you're using is pressure, right, to get that kite up in the air. It's got, you haven't manipulated gravity at all, right? You're just using the pressure that's
someone brought up
available.
the cyclotron. That's an interesting manipulation of gravity. We're doing an opposing force using a similar principle in certain respects to then create an effect of weightlessness. You've got the vomit comet. that's again using other forces to manipulate the effect of gravity. I don't say we manipulate it directly because we can't change the mass of the planet. And if it's connected to the mass, then the only way to manipulate gravity would be to manipulate the mass of the planet. Are you able to manipulate the mass of fucking anything? No.
All the Vomit Comet does is manipulate the acceleration of something.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, it equalizes the acceleration.
You haven't manipulated gravity at all in any of those examples.
And I gave the problem of why you can manipulate forces that oppose it, but unless you can change the mass of the planet, if the theory is correct, and that's what's causing, the bendy space time or whatever you want to fucking call it. That's the only way under that sort of situation to do it. So we can have effects that can counteract that force. But you're right, we can't directly manipulate gravity in itself without manipulating the entire mass of the planet.
So wind is stronger than gravity then?
Apparently.
With the kite.
Yeah, gravity's a weak force, isn't it?
So it's so weak that I can stand upside down on a ball without falling off. That's how weak it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Again, what force is attracting you away from the planet? Can you tell me that?
I mean, attracting me away from them. Why would there be anything attracting away? I haven't observed anything getting attracted away from anything.
Well, you said, it's so weak that I can stand on the bottom of a ball and I don't fall off it. So therefore, if you're proposing that, you're saying there must be some other force that is going to counteract that stickity to the ball.
I don't propose
to
that
pull
at
you
all.
away.
That's what you propose.
Then why bring it up?
I don't propose it. That's what
But
you
it's not an
propose.
issue then, standing upside down.
Right.
There is no upside down. That's our point. Down is towards the centre of the earth, and up is away from it. That's how we define up and down.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, there is.
Down is towards the ground, up is towards the sky.
Did I hear right?
Does anyone disagree with
Don,
that?
can you guys hear me?
Go, Dave.
Sorry, Dave.
Don, did I hear? Were you saying something about the magnet in the middle is what causes gravity? Is that what you said? Or
I believe there's a magnet nature that makes the attraction of mass so strong in the middle.
That's not what causes the magnetic the attraction though. The whatever that magnet is.
I believe the magnetized spinning molten metal makes gravity in a certain way. That's what I believe.
No, it makes the magnetic field. They say.
I believe
nothing to do with gravity.
I believe it helps make the
gravity is caused by the mass attracting mass thing that they propose. It has nothing to do with magnetism.
I believe the magnet qualities on the inside of our planet help.
He doesn't agree with the standard model in your perspective, you see.
I don't care. Yeah, you might want to look into that if you care to work out the details of the bullshit.
I did look into it, and that's why I came to my own conclusions.
Oh, okay. So you might as well just do that because it's all fake anyway. You might as well just make it up like they did.
I get
Makes
it.
sense. Yeah, that's cool.
Like flat Earth.
Gravity wells.
That whole thing about the molten iron core and its rotating, causing the magnetic field could be something we could repeat and test, right? Couldn't you just take some molten metal and see if you can create a magnetic field with it? Is that something you do already? Is that
maybe, but not on the scales really needed to understand Earth, I don't think.
Well, yeah, but if it's true that the molten iron could cause a magnetic field, then I mean they must have chosen it because that's something that can be done, and then they're like, oh, we'll just make it seem like it works like this.
I reckon you could get really nerdy and spin some metal and make some type of field.
What?
Anybody know? Anybody know if that's been tested?
You can't.
To be fair, mate, it's how most motors work.
Is that right?
Molten metal has never been rotated to cause any sort of magnetic field. It's never.
In what way?
How do you know
that? Trez, in what way would you compare that to the motor?
Because I've looked into it.
You have magnets, you have copper windings, and from that you can generate a magnetic field and an electrical current.
It's never been done with molten metal.
Are you sure? I don't know.
I've looked into it.
Well, molten metal
it loses its magnetic properties once it's molten, right? Isn't that already
So-
like
Well,
accepted and
Well,
known?
I don't know about being molten, but I do know that when metal gets to a certain temperature, it
Yeah, the
definitely
Curie
loses it.
temperature.
Yeah, because
Oh,
because that's
that's
how blacksmiths test for tempered metal. Like
yeah.
they put a magnet
But
up against it, and when it loses
Mhm.
its magnetism, it's been tempered properly. So.
Yeah. But that's a problem. Now what you're talking about is a ferric magnet. You're not talking about there are different types of magnets. And I think you need to look more broadly into that because you're just talking about a ferrous magnet. Yeah, and that's something with inherent magnetic properties, not magnetic properties caused by things like rotation. It's not just as simple as saying it has to be a magnet in itself. We're talking about a material, we're talking about motion, we're talking about pressure, we're talking about heat. All of those things need
Talking
to be
about
factored in.
mathematics, of course.
No, we're talking about reality, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
Reality
yeah,
that we have no
replicate
way of proving. it's totally reality,
Replicate
but
it.
this is totally theoretical and goes against all your senses and everything that you observe. But it's totally true.
Dawn thinks he's found something, and he's found absolutely nothing at all.
What is
Just
that bit?
believe
What
it
is
like an
that thing,
adult.
Lancer?
That was funny when you said, just believe it like an adult should.
What is it, Lancer? What is that
Just
device?
believe the fairy tales, just like adults
That's
do.
what she said.
Why is it made of metal and a sphere and claimed to have magnetic properties?
Okay, I
Because they need an excuse for the
love
magnetic field.
I do love just, addressing ignorance in people. So there you go, boys.
No.
There is an actual experiment looking to recreate some of the properties of a molten core producing a magnetic field.
But it's not.
That's sodium.
It's
so
not.
what?
We've already seen this one, Dross. It's not the same. So reproduce the same, and then you might be onto something. Not something similar, not something sort of, but something the same.
Oh, show me a picture of the flat earth then.
Just go outside and take a
Your
picture.
mum's not your
Every
mum.
picture you ever take is
Your
of the
mum's
flat
not
earth.
your mum.
Yeah, I know you can't.
Go outside, take a picture. If the
Yeah,
camera moves, then maybe
there's-
you're spinning. Or if it shakes, maybe there's movement. Or
I'm looking outside my house and it ain't
if you got
flat.
curvature pictures, go ahead and show us. Otherwise, every
I
picture
see.
you
Now
take is of the flat
you're
earth.
reversing the burden of truth. I asked for a picture of a flat earth and you can't provide
Every
one.
picture you take is of the flat earth.
That's a claim.
By default.
That's a
What
belief.
nonsense.
That's your pseudoscience.
That's the truth. That's the
No,
truth.
it's just
Josh.
reality.
Pseudoscience.
It's the reality we all experience and agree on.
No, it's not. Nobody agrees on it. It's a tiny, minute portion of the world.
Locally,
we
agree it's locally flat and stationary. So we are always taking pictures of a flat, local, stationary Earth.
It's not flat where I am. I live in a really hilly part of the world.
Oh, you got Earth curvature where you are?
No, I've got hills. Same flat.
Oh yeah, that's why flat's a misnomer to begin with.
So how would you determine something that's got topology, which pretty much everything has, even the sea has a topology, versus something that is actually flat in itself? I'm not saying it's got to be perfectly
It doesn't even matter if
smooth.
I don't.
But I'm saying, how do you tell the difference?
Sea level.
Sea level varies. That's why we have mean sea level as an arbitrary value.
No.
Next.
No.
Really? Well, and I used to live on the East Coast, near where Dawn comes from, actually. And when it's high tide in Lowestoft, it's low tide in Grimsby. There's a difference in that sea level.
Yeah, but you know that.
Yeah, I do know that.
Right, that shows its level.
No, it doesn't. It shows exactly the opposite. There is a height difference between one part of the sea and another part of the sea, between two towns less than 140 miles apart.
Yeah, but due to tides.
But
or wind, or whatever the case may be.
Then it's not level, is it?
Yeah, but that you're accounting for the differences, so it is level.
No, we take a mean value, which is an average of the height of the sea.
Well, that's just silly if you were trying to look for actual.
Yeah, I agree. It is silly if you're trying to use that as a standard for a flat Earth.
No, you're trying to say that it's curved.
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that it ain't fucking level.
It is.
Yes, it is. We can use water to do all sorts of stuff.
What do most people sleep in? A bed, right? That's a horizontal plane.
Jesus Christ, Mark.
Flat Earth proved. Right
I'll
there.
take your logic.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Pack it up, boys. Up bed.
Bed's a flat
I agree.
Oh my God.
I agree. We've been destroyed by the bed analogy. How fucking amazing!
Let you in on a secret, Merle. I've actually got bricks under one end. So
after this we shall use the mean.
Well, you've got a big
mean
ass
bed
magnet
level.
in yours, so you don't fall out, right?
No, he could have blood pressure issues, which is why he wants his feet slightly raised from his head.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I heard it was good for your circulation and your
Yeah, it
chai and your zing and your zang and all that sort of stuff. So we started it about 2 weeks ago. Haven't noticed any difference yet, I must say, but might be a bit early.
Well, we're all upside down and right side up every single day.
Well, no, down's always towards the surface of the earth, up's towards the sky.
Compared to where we start,
does anybody disagree with that? Seriously, does anybody disagree with that? Down is towards the surface of the earth and up is towards the sky.
For that model, yeah, I agree with that.
No, for any model, whether it's a flat earth or a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. No, down is not towards the center in the same way on the flat earth because it couldn't.
No, down is just, let's just take it from our local position, from where I am physically standing, down is towards the surface of the earth, up is towards the sky above.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's a perfect reverse engineering trick.
Perpendicular.
So to reverse you actually have to
you're not upside down.
Yeah, you can't reverse engineer something that doesn't actually exist. You do know that. That's the whole point of reverse engineering. I take something that I have apart to work out how it works, and then I can recreate that thing.
Hey, okay, guys, let's pretend we have a scale.
It's a bad use of words, and I mean that in a friendly way, new perspective. I would avoid that analogy.
Let's pretend we have a scale,
to the horizontal, to a tangent, to a triangle. That's where down is.
What if we say we have a scale right in front of us, and we're going to put things in the flatter scale and put things in the globe model scale, right? And that flat, I wouldn't even call it flat Earth. I would just call it stationary plane, just like we observed, right? Yeah, the claim of flat is never really the intention. It just got pigeonholed that way. We call it flat Earth. We all know it's not flat, so making it strong doesn't help. But let's just put this.
That's flat.
Let's just put one in. Like, say on one side we got water's level, and then on the other side we're going to start with Cavendish, right? So how does it weigh, in everyone's mind at this point? Water's level, well, it's something we can all observe. It's something we can all prove to ourselves. It's something makes sense, because we use it for measuring things or balancing things and
level with what?
All those kinds of things.
Level with what?
It's a water level, we use it. That's Cavendish. You're hinging a lot on Cavendish on your side. Cavendish is the only thing you got for the mass attracting mass. Cavendish is the only thing you got for mass attracting mass. And it's not even a real experiment, which your side has to admit. So where are you with this mass attracting mass? It never really played out.
Where are you with water's
you
level?
can't show mass attracting mass in anything in nature.
You can't show water's level with anything.
Yeah, you can.
Oh. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh.
Stationary basin, mate. Stationary basin.
Every single pool is horizontal to every other.
So you've proved the pool's water's level with the pool, but you haven't proved all water's level with the earth, have you?
Yeah, just imagine a bar.
All you did was hypothetically think about one pool. You didn't check any water.
I looked at all the pools. All the pools.
Just imagine a big bathtub, Dawn, with mountains coming out.
I'm sorry, but this is worse than the Cavendish if all you're doing is thinking about pools.
Cavendish is terrible.
All the seas are connected. If all the seas are connected, Dawn, it's a big pond, a big fucking ocean basin. The seven seas.
I know you think that, but you haven't proved it's all level, as in horizontally flat. No one has.
I can logically and practically bring you to that point. I could. I could use math, geometry, logic.
No. He'll just go,
He'll
no.
just kick and scream and say no. Yeah.
Let's do it now.
That's what he goes. That's not my belief. I have my belief. My belief is my belief, and you're not going to change my belief. That's what Dawn will say.
Yeah.
And it totally does not compute when you show me this, Merle. But go ahead.
No, I'm fine with you trying though to see how bad you are at it.
No, you're fine at trolling. I'll give you that. That's.
Mal,
you know what? It would really be better.
Effectively bring me to a flat Earth. So let's try it.
No, Don, we all know it's something you could figure out for yourself. So there'd be no point in trying to convince you. You can figure it out.
I don't want to let you, Mal.
And Merle has tried. I guarantee you, Merle has tried. I'm going to say a minimum of 149 times. A minimum.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, my point is that I can falter your belief, but you can't falter mine. That's how it seems to be.
Well, if you're just calling it a belief anyway, then you really don't believe it.
No,
you know what? This is the only thing I'll say. You could have his model, right, the globe, and water, right, and have my model underneath the globe, and have the globe spinning, and we could pour the water, and the water would fall off the globe and into my basin, and it would all make sense, and it would fill up, and it would be a horizontal plane with the topography of the mountains and the land, and it just extends in every direction, forwards, backwards, up, down, left,
your model would be on Earth, so under the forces of gravity. Of course, it would make flat Earth look true.
The good thing about the plane model,
it'd be a model that denies gravity.
We can demonstrate things on a small scale. You can't demonstrate one single thing on a small scale.
I'll demonstrate something for you.
No,
what do you want?
You can't.
What do you want?
No, you can't.
What do you want?
You need the Earth to prove the Earth.
You can't demonstrate anything on a small scale.
It's your own problem.
A little sphere in a vacuum with water on it.
Wouldn't you actually expect?
There you go.
That isn't anything, is it, Mal? That's one thing, Mansour. Sorry, one thing. That's not everything, is it? It's one thing we couldn't do.
Wouldn't you actually expect for a true model of the Earth that you wouldn't necessarily be able to?
Exactly.
Like I could easily make that into an argument against the flat Earth. Like if it can be demonstrated on a small scale, there's no reason why we would think that it actually works on the large scale.
Well, how would you make?
So how about you demonstrate? How about you demonstrate on the large scale?
How would you replicate that?
Time, guys. Dawn, please don't talk over people.
Sorry, I got excited. How can you replicate your flat Earth ideas? The sun going round and round in a spiral, up and down.
Glass of water. That's all we need. That's a small scale representation of what we're talking about. Level water.
Well,
let's go even smaller. Let's go raindrop. Does it work on a raindrop? No, it doesn't.
What?
Just know, guys. Though I've thought this for years. It's a conundrum for me. Like whatever we're standing on the surface of it. So although we've got all our observations to the sky from Earth, I just don't know how deep this thing we're standing on goes. It could go on forever.
It's at least 8 miles.
Cannot go on forever. Shallow Earth.
Minimum 8 miles.
Well, how could it not go on forever? That's the question. How could it not go on forever? What could possibly be at the bottom of the bottom?
Sphere, and then the other side.
At the bottom, there's a bottom.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. It has to be on something. It's not in space. We know we're not surrounded by space.
Would you think that your body goes on forever inside? Or would you think at the back?
We could be floating on water. We could be on turtles. We could be in space. We could be, I don't know, on a carpet.
They'd have to be big turtles.
On a carpet on the house of a giant.
Does it have a
turtles all the way down for sure.
Itself, or does it have an end?
That's for sure.
It would be so heavy. What could move the fucking Earth?
The sun.
How do we actually know?
The gravity of the sun moves it.
Yeah, and you notice none of that. There's not one smidgen of evidence for that happening. Except for the observation. The interpretation of the observation is the only evidence for that.
Something bigger.
Nothing else
something
you
even
can
bigger.
say makes that.
Seriously? Something bigger? Well, what is that bigger thing that moves the sun?
I can't remember. I think it's
Great attractor.
I think it's a black hole.
Okay, and what's that thing that moves that black hole?
A bigger black hole.
Really?
Yeah.
Black holes all the way up.
Yeah, that's about it.
What
And
else would it be?
quantum foam.
What else would it be?
I don't know. I haven't seen a black
You
hole.
don't know, do you? You have
Why
no idea
pretend
what
you
it would be.
know if you don't know?
That's your
haven't
position.
seen
You
a
have
black
no
hole.
idea.
And you haven't seen a black hole either.
I
Or
don't need
neither
to
has
see it.
anyone.
I don't need to see it.
There's no holes in anything, right? What's on the other side of that hole? If I poke my finger through that black hole, where am I going to be? If I poke my head into it, what am I going to see on the other side of that
You
black
don't even
hole?
believe in it, so I don't know why you're
It's a
asking.
hole. Like it's a hole.
That's what she said.
Since we're talking about holes, do donut holes exist?
Yeah, it's
Like you've never seen a donut hole.
No, never seen one. They don't exist.
Do you mean the donut hole thing that you eat that was from the middle of the donut, or do you mean the hole itself?
The hole.
According to Brenda, donut holes is space time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. But
Go on.
perhaps if they don't,
we've got to settle down,
exist.
boys. We're giving Jeremy a headache. He needs to eat his cereal in peace. So
Yeah, you guys are all antsy and pantsy. I know how it is. Just let's relax. We just want to keep the VC clean. Like, try to limit the over talking. Let people finish their sentences.
All right, let's get back to straight lines. It's far easier than talking about black holes.
Okay, so on our side, we're gonna
donut holes.
I debunked the line thing with the hill example earlier.
No, you haven't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, a line over a hill is straight and curved. We all agreed.
No, we didn't. None of us agreed.
We did. We all agreed.
No, we didn't.
We can
Maybe
describe
in your
it
own
as
mind,
straight,
you could
straight
believe
that way, straight along the hedge, or we can describe it as curved over the hill. It's the same line.
It's a curved line.
And straight.
No, it's a curved
It's
line.
actually more straight than curved because it's straight on two axes and only curved on one.
No,
yeah.
A curved line is always a curved line. A straight
Same
line
as when
is
you
a
throw a
straight line.
ball on a hypothetical merry-go-round.
It doesn't deviate. Right?
If you're calling a curved line a straight line, you're using spherical geometry, which happens in 2D space, and we live in 3D space. So you're not even in reality at this point because we live in 3D.
This is
just
just
we live in
3D
this is
space,
just walking over a hill along a hedge.
We do live in 3D.
So you didn't hear what I said at all. You didn't hear what I said at all.
I'm telling you, you got it wrong. I wasn't talking about geometry. I'm talking about walking over a hill along a hedge in a straight line that you know is curved because it's over a hill. Yeah, so it's curved and straight, same line along the hedge.
It's not straight.
I'm sorry, if the line's curving, then it's definitely not straight.
It is straight on two axes along the hedge.
Ain't
in a
straight.
3D world with three axes, right?
Yes, it is. It's both.
No, it's not. Can't be
You
both.
won't be able to change it. It's what everyone says in language.
Doesn't matter.
Let's
You're
follow
wrong.
this straight line along the hedge over the curved hill. That's the thing that happens.
Do we live in a world with a 3D world with three axes?
It's going straight and it's curving down.
Dawn, stop over talking. Jeremy's talking.
Here I'm coming.
3D world with three axes.
So my other example is the ball being thrown off the merry-go-round. It's straight. It's got straight path.
He ain't even fucking listening to his point. Guys, don't fall for this
me.
bullshit. Yeah, I know I am. Don't fall for this bullshit, guys.
Stop over talking him, Dawn.
He did it to me that time, Basil.
No, he was trying to make a point, and you know you've been.
Okay, what was his point? I'll let him make it again.
Doesn't make any difference. Like he destroyed it by.
What?
We're trying to hear his concept, and we can't get the concept if you're talking over.
I'll finish what I was saying then. Yeah. When you throw a ball off a merry-go-round, it's going straight and curved. The line is straight and curved.
All right.
Yeah, from two different perspectives. Correct. Yeah.
More than two.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's a straight line.
Oh, there you go. A line is straight and curved.
Yeah. So relativity doesn't prove your ball, bro. Relativity doesn't prove your ball. It's just an excuse.
We don't need it to.
I've debunked the whole line question, so we can move on.
You didn't debunk anything except in your own mind, but that's all right because that's your belief and that's your belief, and you can sleep tight tonight because it's your belief and you can sleep tight without waking up in the middle of the night with sweats and terrors and all that sort of stuff because the curved line is going to wake you up. So that's
Pencil,
cool.
when it will come into real action is next time you bring up lines and they're not being straight curved. I'll just say it again, and it will sink in further.
No,
Yeah,
thinking
just
at
keep
all.
saying it.
And slowly you'll
It's a-
realise lines can be
You're
straight and
spiraling.
curved, and that you're lying about it.
At all, right? Because a straight line is a straight line.
It's already
Shortest distance
happening.
between 2 points, right? That's what a straight line is, always will be, and never will change, right? Straight
Unless you're
line,
playing
no
games.
bends, no
It's already
curves.
happening.
Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry, buddy.
No, it's all right. I
So
overthought it.
so on
unless
one
you're
side they
playing
got bendy
games with-
space time, we got straight lines. Those definitely we're definitely outweighing their Cavendish and bendy space time at this point. But go ahead,
Definitely
Jeremy.
outweighing your level water. Never measured anything.
We got level water and straight lines.
I'm pretty sure those can actually go on the globe side of the scale as well. So
you're gonna claim
level
Euclidean
water is on the
geometry.
globe as well.
We're talking about Euclidean geometry, the straight lines. Okay?
Yeah, there's
You
no
don't have
problem
that.
on the globe with that.
They don't belong to the ballers. You can't have them.
Yeah, can't have them.
No, we can. Like, it was invented by a baller.
Level waters on
Yeah,
the
right.
globe, guys.
Maybe the ballers that were
It
ingenious enough
doesn't make any-
to reverse
doesn't make
engineer
any
everything.
difference who came up with Euclidean geometry, Mr. Euclid. Doesn't matter what he believed in, right? It was very clear what he meant by a straight line. Very clear. Very surprising, that.
Very clear in what way?
In what grade did you say?
Sorry, in what way?
Well, it's a straight line. No curves, no bends. That's what a straight line is.
I don't think that's what Euclid said, though.
I'm pretty much.
Euclid said it's a
history.
point.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Euclid said it's a line that lays even between 2 points. In other words, it would be the shortest distance between the 2 points.
Exactly.
And if your line curves, shortest distance.
Exactly right. Now you can dig a tunnel on your little sphere and have a straight line. 100% you can do that. Get a little boring machine, bore a little tunnel, lay a pipe, right? And then draw a straight line down the middle of that pipe. Yep, you do that. That'd be a straight line.
I don't think we actually even need straight lines on the globe. Like, we can prove the globe without a straight line.
The pipe,
no problem.
The pipes, by the way, they need the flow to be downward. Remember that? I think, Jeremy, you were off about that for a little while, right? The pipe with the water in it, if it's going towards the center, then all the water should be pulling equally in the pipe. It has to flow in one direction.
Well, a flat Earth argument, Laurie, is you can put the perspective grid on, say, most pictures, and it matches.
Okay.
Especially if the camera's level.
Wouldn't that actually work on a globe as well?
What's a perspective grid?
It's like a grid that goes out for the floor, and the sky comes down and the sides go in. It's like a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that would work on a globe. Like, yeah, technically speaking, the horizon would actually drop a little. The only thing is that actually does happen. So technically speaking, your argument is actually for our side. So it's on our side of the scale.
It drops on your model? Really? No.
On our model, I don't know about that. In reality, yes.
In reality, it drops?
In reality, sure.
Yep.
Really? Like, where's the horizon?
You can deny it, or you can accept it. That those are the options.
No.
You cannot change what it does in reality.
I put it to you that if you were to put a spirit level up to your eyes to make it horizontal, and you were to extend that line out, right, that's where the real horizon would be.
We actually have observations to show that wrong.
No.
Also, professional theodolites show that to be wrong.
Why? Because you're looking at the apparent. I'm talking about the real horizon, the one that you can't
Okay, so you're
see.
talking about. Sorry,
real
I'm
one.
over talking you.
Yeah, no, I'm talking
Is
about
there a real one?
Yeah.
Is there a real one?
Yeah.
So you're talking about something that you cannot see, and then you're making a hypothetical claim about where it should be when you can't even see it.
Well, prove me wrong. that it's not there.
Well, I'm gonna make a claim that the real horizon is always on the top of my head.
It's on the top of your. Well, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? It was on the top of your head. That's the way the eye works, Laurie. We know this from perspective.
I'm not sure we actually know this. You might want to say that we know this.
Well, no, I reckon we pretty much know it.
Observations beg to differ.
Hey, Laurie, how much have you looked into all the flat Earth information?
Pretty much. Like, I've been here for 5-6 years.
So you've watched like the 200 proofs and all of like the major like wakey and some of the like better flat Earth videos that do a good job of explaining how it's impossible in so many ways to be on a globe.
Sure, and actually the best argument against flat Earth is that the best flat Earth arguments are the worst arguments ever.
What? Wait, say it again. Explain that.
The best flat Earth arguments are the worst arguments ever.
The best flat Earth. What do you consider the best flat Earth arguments?
Well, you said you said yourself that 200 proofs is quite good, wakey. Or you didn't say quite good, but I'm assuming that you meant it when you asked.
Well, it's just basics.
Have I seen?
You know, it's just
hold
basics,
on, perspective. So I have an argument that fly because toasters exist. Flat Earth argument still the worst.
Yep.
What are the worst flat Earth
pigs
arguments
fly
that
because
we
toasters
think are the
exist?
best?
Really?
He's saying that.
You think pigs can fly? You think pigs can fly because toasters exist? Is a
Did I say
better
that?
argument.
I didn't, did I? You're being dishonest.
Worst. Not the worst argument ever. That with the toaster with the pigs would be the worst argument ever, right?
Wait,
which is
I want to
that?
understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that the worst flat Earth arguments we think are the best, but you think there's better flat Earth arguments? Then we're not.
He's
no.
saying,
Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm saying is
he's saying that every argument for flat Earth is an argument against flat Earth.
Like the fact that you can't feel it, or you can see too far, or everything seems level with water, or it's stationary locally.
And you can put parallel and horizontal. You can put
that we all share our senses.
I agree with Laurie.
You can put parallel.
What I'm saying is if you take the top of the cream of the crop, you dig the flat Earth shithole and you find the absolute best arguments that you can ever find among all of that. They still suck ass.
But you're saying the fact that you can't sense it and that it looks locally flat. That's a suck ass argument. That's just observation of reality. Why is that a suck ass argument? Why would that be a suck ass argument?
Because it works on a globe.
No, it doesn't.
On a globe to not.
No, it doesn't. There'd be so many ways you would know you're on a spinning ball.
Similarly flat.
We know we're not moving by now, Don. You're like really late to the party here.
Well, you're deluded compared to most people.
You're like one of the very few that don't realize it. So.
That's nonsense.
Why does it?
That's another lie.
But of the people that have been around for a while.
Dave, can I?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get him to stop.
I mean, it's simple to me. Like, it's strong too. Like, why does a grid system work on the Earth? It does work. It's parallel lines and horizontal lines, and you extend that over the land and the water, and it matches.
And that does not work on a globe.
I don't know what you mean.
Sorry.
Do you mean the perspective view again, or do you mean a top-down view?
Well, can you imagine this parallel? You're standing on the shore, looking out over the water, right? So just put parallel lines out from you to the horizon.
Hang on.
And then horizontal lines across like a grid. No, it's like a grid.
Because on the perspective view, it goes all the way to the vanishing point, right?
Right.
Any city grid, any bird's eye view from the city, Euclidean geometry, straight lines. All we ever see.
If I visualize a hypothetical grid that isn't to the vanishing point, but just totally parallel, that
You don't have to visualize it.
Fitting over the ocean means Earth's got to be flat, or I should think Earth's flat.
Well, why does it matter?
Because that's on a globe. You can put what you think is a parallel hypothetical visual grid over anything.
No, you
right?
can't.
Yeah.
I can put that over a piece of poo and say, look, it matches. There's squares.
Yeah, well, no. If it was a spherical Earth, we would see curved lines. We would see curved lines everywhere. Sorry, bro, you lose right there.
I can do it on a jungle mode. I can do it on anything, and the grid's just there. What do you mean it works or it matches? What do you mean?
Well, because think about it, Don. If you could see a boat that disappears beyond the curvature of the Earth, then when you go up high enough, you should see lots of curvature bending these lines. You can't imagine there's a bendy line out far enough in front of you, 3 miles out in front of you, enough to hide a boat. And then imagine that you're looking at like 100 miles of city grid without any curved lines. It doesn't work. It's done right there. It's over.
I don't quite know what you mean. Curved left to right or curved?
You're saying even like four miles out in front of you, you're saying there's enough curvature to hide a whole boat, right? So then if by that logic, you should be able to see lots of curvature if you're looking from a sky over a city and you're seeing like 100 miles of straight lines. You would have to see curved lines.
No, that's not how spheres work. Sorry.
That is actually that's a function globe right there. Sorry, bro.
It's not. You think going up means you can see curve, but you don't realize it's really big. And even when you go up, it just looks like flat ground.
Well, then you got to get rid of the idea that there's curvature.
No, that's a total misunderstanding of a sphere. And I think.
Do you think that curvature hides boats?
Hold on, let him finish.
This is a bad eyesight point.
Guys, please, guys. Other finish their sentences, no matter what nonsense bullshit you think the other person is saying.
We're just bantering.
We gotta let them finish their sentences, please.
Yeah, but we've got listeners too.
Well, can I just say one more thing, Dawn? Because when you triangulate, right, from a datum, again, if you've got the Cartesian grid, that triangle works perfectly as well. It's symmetrical.
This can work on a globe.
It works on both. That's just what's
really big, Mal. So it appears flat if you're just doing like armchair lines, basically. It's always you're gonna think it's flat if you're only doing armchair science because globes.
But that's real world. You could do it at sea as well with three ships.
You saying you
it's
think
real world
matches reality isn't real world. That's you.
Guys, what I just say.
Hey, Don. We'll start muting in a second.
Well,
go ahead.
I know it's strong for me. That's strong proof for me.
Could you show me it, Mal? Could you show me this view that you have with the grid over it, and tell me how that means the Earth's flat? Because if you can't show me, how is that real world?
Well, I can show you that.
You're not making any good points.
Can you do that for me? I can wait. It's fine.
Okay.
Like what sort of grid, what view are you looking at, and then what keys you in to know that means Earth's flat?
Okay, can we go back to what Jeremy was saying about 3D stuff?
Well, just one last thing there, because he flies drones. So next time you're in the drone, don't just fly.
No, this is about you showing me that it's not just your thought; it's a real world grid on a real world view that you've done, or you could do.
Right, but I'm just asking you to get a shot.
Come on.
Just go up quite high with your drone, and then film it right somewhere that's pretty flat, and then I'll get that image and put a grid over it.
Well, I use a fisheye camera, so I can get you
it's going to be a GoPro.
Will you be happy with a fisheye image?
No, it doesn't work.
Well, that's why shooting. So, no, you don't want that, do you? You need to find your own image if you want to show me a grid over it.
All right.
God, the last time I looked at your sort of images, Dawn, I thought I was going to crash. It was spectacular. Going through all the excavators and all that sort of stuff. It was cool stuff.
Bandsaw almost crashed and he wasn't even fucking driving anywhere.
Exactly.
Hey, Don, how do you correct for Coriolis with your drone?
I don't have to, but I do have to correct where I want to land. My drone will drift if I just hover. If I could lock it to the stars, I would drift away from it.
Do you ever see a moving Earth in any of your footage that you've gotten? Do you ever see the Earth moving independently or irrespective of the movement of the drone?
No.
You ever see movement of the Earth sideways when the drone is going forward? Well, there you go.
You can't
Globe
tell.
debunked.
You can't tell that you're going perfectly forward, detached from Earth, without looking at Earth, or without locking your drone to the stars, which no one really does or knows how to do probably.
We could prove. I'm telling you guys, we could prove this with a jet going north or south.
I could hover
tangential
forward.
Speeds.
I could hover forward. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's all right. Tangential speeds. That's all I'm saying. You wouldn't fly the drone far enough to be able to prove it necessarily, but a drone could do that. I imagine. Yeah.
You wouldn't take my word for it that it's going straight, would you? Anyway, why would anyone? How would you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. Any kind of footage, even no matter how good the drone footage or the plane footage or whatever it is, you put a rocket up in the air. Remember when Jez was talking about doing that, Merle? He was talking about spending a bunch of money on a rocket to go up in the air with a camera and all that, and that, trustable people on both sides. No matter how good you make it, you're still gonna. It's still just camera. It's still just footage that people can say was manipulated, especially these days.
Jezza is the most delusional Australian out.
No, not Jezzaconda.
Yeah.
Not Jezzaconda.
Nah.
Jez, our friend, different guy. Our friend from Grimsby.
Thank goodness it wasn't Conda. That guy is.
Yeah, Jezzaconda is delusional as fuck.
Oh yeah, he's out there.
It's weird when you're delusional and a drunk. That's kind of a bad combination.
That's when things started to get hot, Dave.
What do you mean? With Jez?
Yeah, with the rocket and then the jet fuel.
Yep. Of course I remember.
Something happened out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was
Jez is the guy that Poncho Pete slashed with a knife. But he's doing so well now. His law channel is great. Have you ever watched his law channel?
Yeah.
Bro? All his law advice? Oh yeah. I'll send it to you actually.
What were you saying, Bandsaw?
I was just going to say, Merle, who was the fellow, and I don't know if you saw it, but there was a fellow out there that got all this footage from rocket launches. And he put all the rocket launches together and synced it all up with all the telemetry and all that sort of stuff, and none of it matched. Do you remember that fellow?
No.
By any chance? Oh.
No.
I remember being in a hangout and there was this guy and he was a bit of a hippie type of dude and he had all he used to do all these drawings and stuff. He was a ginger.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Was it Marcel? Was it Marcel?
I can't remember his name.
No, I was thinking it was Marcel. No, it's not Marcel. I think his name was Matt. He was really into mathematics and geometric shit, right?
Yes. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, Merle. Yep.
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. You're talking about the guy that does all the drawings. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. His channel hasn't been up I haven't seen anything from him for a while. For some reason.
Yeah, he's amazing. That guy actually.
Yeah.
He's a bit out
there. His name right now.
He's
out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing. Yeah. No. But he pieces all these things together, and the way he can take you from point A to point C, and with all the steps in between, it's quite incredible.
I've been wondering if he's okay because I usually get notifications or messages and stuff from his channel, and I haven't seen anything for a while. But I found a video of Marcel the other day, Merle, by the way, a video that I had saved where he's playing the guitar, singing a fighter song. He was a cool guy.
Yeah.
That whole thing just set him off. He disappeared. after
He walked across England.
Yeah, that kind of dude. Yeah. I'll put the video in the live stream so you guys can know who Marcel is.
Now listen, if you're doing any kind of fucking wacky shit where your geometry is not 3D, lying to yourself. It doesn't equate to reality. We live in 3D. You've got to use 3D geometry. That's all there is. You can't use 2D geometry. We don't live in a 2D world. We don't live in a 4D world. It's always 3D. Straight lines don't bend. They don't curve.
Jeremy, would you be happy if we thought about some surfaces as just 2D sometimes? If in the back of our head we know they're 3D, we could just treat them as 2D?
Some surfaces, sure.
What about curved surfaces sometimes?
Not a sphere, because the sphere has constant Gaussian curvature and it's a non-developable surface. You know what that means, Don?
But do you think it's okay for some people to treat curved surfaces as a 2D surface?
Don, do you understand what I just said about the surface of a sphere?
Yeah. But are you happy some people like to look at 3D surfaces as a 2D plane?
Sure, but do you realize we can't treat the surface of a sphere as 2D because of what I just said?
No, I don't agree with that. We can treat a curved surface as 2D. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes, if we want to.
What did you just say, Jeremy? Repeat what you just said.
Of a sphere is not 2D. It can't be because it has constant Gaussian curvature and it's a non-developable surface.
Oh, it's not 2D. I agree it's 3D. But
did anyone understand that?
We could treat it as 2D if we wanted. For math.
When I said it back, I realized that was a lot. Sorry, what'd you say, Don?
It is 3D because it's a sphere, 3D shape, right? The surface has got three axes, curves over the third axis. But we could treat it as a 2D plane just for math purposes if we wanted. That's the point.
In the end, though, if we have a straight line, if we have a straight line, though, it's definitely going to be curving.
Yeah, but we can call it a straight line just for math purposes and forget.
And then what do you call an actual straight line? If you're going to call that a straight line, and we already have a word for straight line, we're going to get confused. Plus, then what are you going to call an actual?
You'll get confused.
Hold on, Don. I wasn't done. Plus, what are you going to call an actual straight line after that?
Okay, I'm going to call them both straight lines, but because there's a context, I'm hoping most people will understand. If they don't, it's their own problem.
It's going to get real confusing, seeing as how we already...
It'll be great. People will just realize there's two meanings for straight line. One, when you're doing math on a 3D surface, but you're treating it as a 2D plane. And one that is actually perfectly straight, point to point.
It's going to get real confusing. Like, I know that's one of the Glober's games is to keep shit as confusing as possible. Remember I said that last night, whoever was there? So you want it to be confusing.
Yep.
I'm telling you, having two meanings for one word or one term isn't confusing. You just have to remember them and then the context. That's all you have to do.
Hey, Don, we were in here last night talking about all the tactics that the ballers use, and it just seems obvious that when people are using tactics, it makes their arguments seem like really weak because it's like, why are you using a tactic if we have a good argument? Does that make you turned off to ballers at all, like the baller side at all? You notice that yourself? Does that make it seem weak on that side?
Yeah, both sides. But I'd say both sides use tactics, and sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes I like.
But it's completely uneven. It's not the same. Like,
I would
you realize that the ballers use it in like a consistent way.
Oh, sorry. Right? Finish.
Be honest, please.
I'm too excited to answer.
Just be honest.
Right. Okay. I'll be honest now. I think when Globers use tactics, it's justified and fair, and I'm usually behind it because they're right. And when flat earthers use tactics, I normally see it as a desperate attempt to keep their dream alive.
Well, see, that just sounds like a tactic answer.
Yeah,
because neither of those make sense.
It definitely is.
Yeah,
it definitely did. Perspective.
If you're not using tactics, you're wasting your skills.
Yeah, but that's not. You're saying that the tactics are the right. You don't use tactics when you're right. You don't need to. That's the point.
You do. I'd agree that if flat Earth, well, no, I'd state now that I believe if flat Earthers stopped using tactics, they would have nothing left to say at all.
Oh, so our tactic is just to try to not make
with their
claims
life.
and try to be honest about what we're saying. That's a tactic.
What does that mean? Getting
I
on
think
with
you
your
being
life?
super honest about what you're saying is just getting on with your life, just telling your wife, no one else.
Getting on
maybe
with
your
your
kids. Just stop saying it online. That's what I think. Would you be really getting into your belief?
Yeah, it's online, but in only spaces. I mean, people aren't going around to like everywhere else talking about flat Earth.
Guys, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Don, I have a straight line in front of me. What's it look like?
Curved. I betcha.
It's
curved.
It's the
is it curving or is it not
no,
curving?
It's the
We don't know.
between 2 points.
We don't even know if it's curving or not.
Yeah, I might ask you for extra information. Is it on a curved surface or a flat surface? If you're not willing to tell me, I'm going to assume it's on a flat surface or in your imagination.
It's just in reality, I have a straight line in front of me.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it's on a flat surface.
3D. We're obviously in 3D space, right? So I have 3D space, the reality that we live in, and there's a straight line. Is it curving or is it bending?
I'm going to assume that this one you're talking about is a standard straight line, just point to point, straight.
No, it was curving. It was curving. You're wrong.
Confusing
it can be.
What was it? What was it? I'm dying to know.
Line. It was curving.
What was it?
Straight lines curving in your kind of weird world.
What was the line?
It was curving.
If you don't tell me, I'm going to assume you made it up.
Straight. No, I had it envisioned in my mind. It was a straight curving line.
So it wasn't in front of you all this time?
In front of me in my mind's eye. I was envisioning it.
And it was curving. In my mind's eye now, and it's curved and straight.
At the same time?
Yeah. Just like that. Just like that.
I've got a squiggly line.
Can you draw what you're seeing that to make it curved and straight at the same time? Can you like draw the line?
I'll help you out. Just imagine a line that's straight on 2 axes on a surface of a sphere. Like a latitude line. Just imagine that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Straight on the 2 axes, but it's curved on the 3rd one.
Well, you guys need to think of a different word than straight line. That one was already used. Yeah. It's not like we're talking about it's not like we're talking about like soul, like your spirit or the fish or the bottom of your shoe. Hold on a second, bro. Jesus Christ, Don. It's not like we're talking about the word soul. You could have like your spirit or the bottom of your shoe or the fish. Totally different context in each one. This one is both geometry.
Yeah, but it's still 2 contexts.
Very fucking confusing.
Still 2 contexts.
One's
on a 2D plane, one's on a curved surface.
Both in geometry terms. It's going to get very fucking confusing. I don't know why you can't see this, or you either can't see it or you want it to be confusing.
I've got to tell you again, it's not confusing. All you have to do is remember the 2 types of straight line. If you even care to. So if you don't care to, you don't even have to remember it. Then you won't be confused at all, will you? You could never ever, you could just decide to never say the term straight line ever again.
Hey, Merle.
Andy.
Have you got that hotline to NASA? Maybe we can ring them up and ask them what a straight line is. Maybe they can give us some clarity.
And in the 3D reality we live in,
yeah,
bend. The straight line will never bend in 3D reality. If you want to start going to 2D, 4D, made up, make believe land, cartoon, fantasy, reality, sure, you can do anything you want.
But just
anything you want if you're living in
3D reality.
A curved surface, sure. And then if you draw a line on that surface, guess what it's going to be? Curved.
Yeah, but also straight if you're talking about on the 2 axis only.
We'll say like a draftsman, Dawn. like an architect. They're drawing a straight line, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of the time, architects draw straight lines, yeah. I mean, you
just
agree
like Jeremy's talking about, just like that.
Draw a curved
bam.
line sometimes, right?
Yeah, I guess if it was a doorway or something fancy, a tunnel.
A lot of the time, they draw straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
What?
They need to, right? Like precision. Well, they exist. They're functional. They're practical. We apply them in reality every day.
Yeah, real straight lines exist. Yeah. On the paper and then in the building.
Yeah, that's what the whole week has been about. Stuff like that.
But
Flight paths and
let me ask you, yeah. Imagine this architect has done his building. There's loads of straight lines, and the blueprints are on the wall. So there's straight lines around the painting, in the painting, in the building. But there's also a hemisphere dome on this building, and on the top of that is a spike that's lead to catch the lightning. And that lead catcher has got two straight bits of lead that are curved over the hemisphere down to the ground. So there's a straight line of lead over the curved hemisphere.
Mm-hmm.
It's straight, so it doesn't look bad when you're looking at the building. But if
we
you
all
really want to explain it, it's also curved over the hemisphere dome. So it's
we all
understand.
We all understand that it's bending in the one axis and it's going straight and not deviating left to right. We understand that. However, we do live in a 3D world and it is bending axis.
So you can try and avoid referring to it as straight in as many contexts as you can, but I won't. I'll keep saying that's a straight line of lead so that we can use the shortest distance round the curved building. Yeah? So straight and curved. Straight line.
The shortest distance, the problem is the shortest distance between the points on the curved building isn't over the surface. It's going right through it.
Let me just explain a little bit deeper. The shortest distance on the outside of the building for this lead line to go. That's curved.
You're gonna have it curved.
Yeah, that's the shortest distance on the outside of the building for it to curve around the
lines
dome.
Yeah,
but it's straight when you look at it, so that the building doesn't look weird, like badly done.
Like if you had an umbrella.
Keep it confusing.
Just admit.
Well, it's not like we think that he believes it. Really, he just has to be careful of what he's saying to
this
make
is not
himself
belief.
continue
This is
believing
literal fact. Literal fact. Of
saying
language.
it doesn't make it so, Don.
It's
you
a
say
fact
it as many
of
times as you
language.
want, but it doesn't make it so for us. Sorry.
If I did this lead and I made it wobbly, yeah, someone would say, "Can you straighten that up? It looks bad." They're gonna notice and they're gonna say, "What have you done with that lead on that dome?" So they're gonna say to me, "Can you straighten it up?" Even though it's curved. Yeah, this is a thing people will say in real life.
Lead? What do you mean lead? I don't get that.
The lead. There's a catcher for the lightning on top of the dome of my building, and I want to do the shortest distance on the outside of the building with lead to ground it. The builders asked me to make sure it's straight, even though it's lead touching a hemisphere dome, curved. So the line of lead is now curved and straight, both at the same time.
Well, you already know what doublethink means. Why are you using it as if it was a real thing? Doublethink.
Me saying this is how language works.
Well, I mean, your answer to the tactic question was just using a tactic answer. So what is this you're doing?
You're
Same
using
thing,
a tactic now, so you were very.
I'm asking a question.
When you brought up tactics.
Well, can I tell you how I see it? Like, are shoes in your world?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because straight lines are just straight lines in my world.
But
that's it.
Did you hear my example a minute ago? What
Yeah,
if you were on a building
yours
site?
is fine too.
Yeah, what if you were on a building site and the builder said to you, "Can you straighten that up?" Would you say to him, "Hang on a minute, sir, it's not straight, is it? Because it's curved around the dome." You wouldn't, would you? You'd just get on with your work because you know what he means by straight.
Yes, and every day we use that word straight colloquially. We'll say go straight down the road, even though it might be going up and down hills. It might even be taking left and right turns, but we might say go straight down this road.
Yeah.
Out of pure laziness.
Follow this line straight down the road, down the hill.
Yeah.
Straight line.
It even means
in your world, I want you to admit that in your world, straight lines, curved lines can be thought of as straight.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I thought he said straight lines.
Yeah, straight lines can't be considered as curved.
Curved lines can be thought of as straight.
No, they can't.
Straight lines are straight lines. Curved lines are curved lines.
We
you
use
got to separate
colloquially, but
why have we got to separate?
When you were trying to be specific, we use it colloquially, but if you're trying,
you go, Jez. Sorry, mate. I agree too.
We use the word straight. We might say straight colloquially, but when we're trying to get specific and technical, like the arena we're in, we're talking about physics, geometry, all kinds of specific, technical shit. We're definitely not going to want to be lazy and use colloquial shit.
Well, I would have to say that even not colloquially in math, as you well know, because you've had to argue against it and come up with weird theories against it for a year or two, it's considered in normal math straight and curved as well. It's just flat earthers that have an issue with this.
No, not
math,
at all.
Yes.
Maybe math that doesn't relate to reality. Are you familiar with the quote about how scientists these days are wandering through mathematical
equations,
mathematical models that don't relate to reality at all?
I think I've heard similar, yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's what you're doing if you start using 2D and 4D geometry.
It's fine to use a 3D shaped surface as 2D if you want to do some math on it. It's fine.
Say that again?
If you want to do some math on the surface of a curved shape or a 3D shape, a curved surface or a 3D shape.
I can hear you smiling.
Yeah.
I have to say, it's going to get drilled into you all more because Jeremy wasn't listening. That's why it's funny. Just because Jeremy wasn't listening, you all have to hear it again.
Yeah, I don't think you believe it. You just got stuck in the role of where you are, and if you change now, you just wouldn't be the same to us, and we wouldn't be the same to you. It's like you get in the friend zone. It's like you get in the friend zone with a girl, like you just can't change that relationship. After a while, it sucks because you still think maybe, or she thinks that about you. You just can't cross that line at some point.
Well, hold on one second, guys. Realm, your camera's on if you didn't know.
Yeah.
You know what I think? I don't know what the fuck I believe anymore. I'm 2 years deep into this. I've known about this for like many years. I don't know what the fuck I believe anymore. What do you guys think about that? Would you call me? Would you call me? Would you call me ignorant?
What does belief ever do for you? What does belief do for you?
I would feel sorry for you.
Okay, no, I know what you mean, but like, am I ignorant or am I open-minded? Like, there's a big difference, right?
For not knowing what you believe, that's just being honest. But what you believe is not what we're talking about. We're talking about what can we prove.
E.T., I think you can come to a nice belief about reality if you put effort into it, instead of walking around thinking there's no way I can know. So that you've got the choice to want to know and to try.
I've been very honest and like I've given obviously I woke up as a glober, quote unquote, and I've given the flat Earth thing such a good go, and then I was like, and then I went back. I was like, it's not real. I gave it a good go. We had a fun run. We had a good time. And
what happened? Wait. Why'd you decide it wasn't real?
Well, for some very damn good reasons.
But wait, the only thing flat Earth requires you to do is to say my local environment seems stationary and it looks level. That's all any honest flat earther is saying. There's no other claims. There's no other claims.
Are you kidding me? It's way more complex than that. Even you don't.
For models that don't work and stuff, but that's not flat Earth. Flat Earth is giving up on
that. I'm just saying that, like before, when I grew up as a kid, globe reality, right, and young adult, heard about the flat Earth, knew about flat Earth. Flat Earth. Since my late 20s, got into it kind of casually, took it seriously eventually, and I was like, well, you know what? I can't prove that wrong, actually. Tried to go back to globe, and I can't. Now, so I think it's fair for me to say I just don't know.
Yeah,
I can't.
And
I don't know anymore.
I think all it really is giving up the belief in the globe. Nobody knows, for sure what the whole thing is. That's the whole trick. They try to make you think you could know what the whole thing is. Because that's the trick. Because they showed you the ball, that makes the requirement for flat Earth to show us the whole flat Earth.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know if it's ridiculous.
Nobody can ever do that. So just give up.
I don't think it's ridiculous to think it's a sphere. I think that's a stretch. But I do think it's. I feel like my rights have been infringed on, or like as a people, our rights have been infringed on. When we can't go to Antarctica, for instance, I think we should be able to do that kind of thing.
Who said you have the right to go to Antarctica? Whoever said you have the right to go to Antarctica?
I should be able to go anywhere I want on this globe.
Well, whoever said you could go anywhere you want? Were you born with those rights? Did someone make you think that?
I was, until they made that little crazy Antarctic treaty. Now I guess I still have the right.
You can't even go to any other country you want to without a pass. You have to ask permission.
You're right, but you don't have a passport to go to Antarctica. You can't get one. Unless you're a scientist or something.
That's because those are the laws of what you were born into. You were never given the right to go everywhere.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. We can talk about rights some other time. But the point is, you should be able to basically go anywhere you want in the world, as long as you're not a criminal or you're crazy or something.
In what world is that ever the case?
That's how it used to be, man.
No, I don't think so.
No, back in the day, you could generally go anywhere you want. Most people fought in like the
before society?
sense of normal thinking. Yeah.
So you want no society.
What were we talking about? So we were talking about Antarctica and whatnot before. You know what? I didn't even want to join in this conversation. It's just, what was that point? We were.
You said you don't know what you believe anymore. And it's not about believing in anything. It's about the loss of a belief, which is the biggest deception that we've ever encountered.
Oh my God, don't listen to him about beliefs, please.
You don't know what I believe in, man. And so, like, just because I believe, I know exactly what I was talking about. It was about
that's how humans think.
Listen, man, just because I can't prove it either way doesn't mean my belief system is bullshit at all. Like, either way, a lot of people believe space isn't real. That's fucking insane to me.
But the thing is when you're talking about belief, then it's all miscellaneous anyway. It doesn't matter if someone calls it bullshit. It's your belief, right? If you're talking about something you can prove, then we're talking about bullshit versus proof.
Okay,
Beliefs
I can prove that space is real. Space is real.
One at a time, guys.
Can't believe we're having this conversation. Space is real. It is. It's goddamn real. It's fucking real.
There's something there. There's something there.
Yeah. I'm not even going to claim
you think that flat earthers think? Wait, hold on. Wait, you think?
Look out there in the
I think you've got a misconception,
guys. One at a time.
E.T., do you think that flat earthers? And I know they say this, but I agree. When flat earthers say space is fake, that's just ridiculous, because what does that mean? There's something up there called we refer to as space.
I personally think they have their own versions of what that means. I think some of them think there's some kind of glass dome. Like, I don't know how many of them actually believe it. That's the crazy thing. Maybe it's a glass dome or an ice dome. I've heard that one too. Or just some kind of weird, foggy concept that nobody understands. I don't know. I'm not sure.
E.T., let us get back to what we were talking about. Let some other people talk for a minute. But I just wanted to say, my advice to you is to don't worry about flat Earth beliefs or globe Earth beliefs, because those don't do anything for you if it's just a belief.
Thank you. Okay.
Outer space is what people are like saying that's completely fake, made up.
I just gotta chime in here one more time. That's the whole thing. When people claim that is not a real thing. Okay, you're right. I've never been up
It's
there.
not
either,
what they
but
told
I'm
us. That's all they're really meaning.
Freaking sure that there's something out there. I don't know
Don't take everything so literally.
Yeah, they tell you nothing's out there. It's a contradiction in the model. Like everything's out there, but nothing's out there at the same time.
But there's stuff out there. Let's just call it stuff.
Sure. Yeah, that's good enough. Might as well just
and
call
it's
it
not
stuff.
even stuff. It's like magical looking. Like look at it.
Yeah.
It's very sophisticated.
Yeah,
that's true. There's definitely stuff up there. No one is going to disagree that there is stuff up there.
And no flat earthers saying it's completely fake in the way that you're making it literally seem.
Yeah, and they call stars and planets luminaries and stuff like that. I'm like, no, they're not luminaries. Like those are significant.
Yeah, they are. How can you say they're not luminaries?
Well, we could call them all sorts of things. If I could call a star a fucking anything, but I mean, like the whole thing is the whole idea of calling the whole thing luminaries. It's just like that's a fucking spit in the face of science. Right there is what it is.
Okay. I thought you were flat earther.
Hold on, ET. What did science ever tell you what the stars are?
Hey, man, if you think space is fake, you have
space.
I say no to that.
When they say outer space is fake, they're saying that the vacuum of space is a fake belief.
Man,
yeah,
I'm just saying, you're going back to the thing that those luminaries don't mean anything, and they do. They exist.
Sure, but that's not the point, ET.
Hold on. What are they? What are they, ET? What are they?
You're right. I can't prove what they are, but to say that you guys think you know what they are, or just wave your hand over and say that they're luminaries. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit, dude. You can't do that.
Let me ask you something. Do they illuminate? Hold on. Do they illuminate?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a luminary, is it not?
I guess if that's your definition of a luminary, then I guess you're right.
I think the contention comes, ET, when we're told what they actually are, and what they're made of, and how far away they are. That's the contention. When we're told that it is this gas, that gas, it is this big and that far away, that is the contention. But no flat earther, plain earther, or whatever has ever said that they are fake, they're not there, or anything like that. No one's ever said that at all.
I know, but I'm not claiming anyone else's claims. I'm just saying that I've heard a lot of flat earthers call them luminaries, and I have a problem with that. I do have a problem with that, actually. I do believe that there are some
globe earthers call them luminaries too. It's not. There's no difference in calling them luminaries. Everyone calls them luminaries.
Well,
even if it's a planet, even if they think they're a planet, they're still calling them luminaries.
I've never heard
because
I never even learned the term of luminary until I joined flat Earth community.
Well, I guess there is a technical luminary with their side. They wouldn't want to call a planet a luminary, but if you can see it, if it's lit, it's luminous, right? That's all. That's all it means.
I think their frequency. That's what I think they are.
Well, now we're getting into other areas of science that most people know nothing about.
Yeah, but wait. How do you? Didn't you say you couldn't go back to the globe?
Hold on, but we understand that. There you go, thinking what they are, but not knowing. You think they're frequencies. You think they're planets. You think there's. We don't know. That's why we stay away from the things we can't touch physically. Test.
So what's the point of continuing on with this conversation if we are already admitted that we don't know what the fuck those things are? We can't go up there, or they won't let us up there. And who's they? It's generally the New World Order. Same thing. It's like, what the fuck is going on in this political landscape that we all live in? It's always the New World Order. That's what we should be fucking talking about.
So what you're saying is because you can't go there and you can't touch it physically, therefore nobody can ever know what it is.
We can if we can conquer the controllers.
Can you physically know something that you haven't never touched or seen or gone to test?
No, not today. Not today.
Hold on. Right. If my dad's telling me he's driving a specific truck, right, and I've never seen that truck and I've never touched that truck, and he lives quite a bit of a distance away from me, so it's not like I can just go outside and have a look at this truck. Does that mean, therefore, my dad doesn't drive that truck because I can't go and touch it, I can't go and see it, and I can't go to where that truck is? Therefore, that truck does not exist.
No, absolutely
There's a difference. But if you really, really want to know if he's telling you the truth, you can actually go to your dad and go check if he physically really is driving a truck that he's telling you.
And also, too, like, is he making you pay for that truck? If he's making you pay, you should see, like, hey, where's the truck, right? You told me I gave you a bunch of money and you bought the truck, but you actually bought
for 100. Crit, he pays for 110% of it.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious, right? You'd say, like, dude, I gave you said you wanted this money because you needed a truck for your delivery job and you're get back on your feet and you're gonna solve world peace and you'll invent technology and do all kinds of great things. You hustled me and show me the truck. I don't care if you did all these other things you said you're gonna do. Okay, I get it. You're not gonna do it, but will you show me the truck? And they still won't even show you the truck. Would you finally
think? And if you want to think of someone that's telling you what the stars are and where they are and how far away they are and what they're made of and all these other sorts of things, as your dad having a truck in another country, even right?
He was repeating.
That's your prerogative to think of it that way. Right, that's your prerogative to trust these people in telling you what they're telling you. There's no issue with that whatsoever. But if you want to tell us what they're made of, right, and we look at that technology and go, well, you know what, we don't actually see how that technology can work in that particular way and give you those particular readings of what that star is, how far away it is, the mass of it, and all these other sorts of bits and pieces. Well, that's our prerogative too.
Right. See, this is that's why I'm asking. I'm just asking. Do you? It's a distrust of the science and the distrust of the scientist who's doing the science.
I'm on your side. Can you admit to me that you're basically replicating what Russell Brand talked about in one of his latest videos about, like, can I buy a car? And they won't show you the car until 75 years when Pfizer and the FDA allows you to look at those numbers.
I don't know what you're referring to there.
Yeah, sure.
How do you not forget Ford? But Pfizer and the 75-year FDA thing. Everyone knows that now.
Yeah, you're going to a different topic.
Yeah.
You're jumping the shark here.
I'm not jumping the shark here. Nobody's doing anything. Everyone knows about that now. That's pretty obvious at this point.
Man, that topic is taboo for the YouTube stuff.
So what I'm
YouTube stuff? You think that's YouTube stuff? Oh, you got a big thing. Hey, how about this? How about you personally tell me? And it's HIPAA. It's HIPAA. How about, did you take the vaccine yourself? Tell us.
You're going to where he gets strike or ban and YouTube is banned. So.
I crossed the line there. I'm gonna mute you. Definitely crossed the line. How about this? Will you tell us if you took the vaccine or not? Will you do that?
Okay, so what I was going with the truck thing is using the framework that Infidel provided and then kind of explaining it inside that framework. I mean, obviously thinking about NASA as your uncle with a truck is is bad logic. But inside that framework, it makes sense because if you follow that logic, you wouldn't trust your uncle anymore. It was your uncle, right? That borrowed the money for the truck.
Well, it makes no. I'm not. It's a case of you have a distrust for the method that they use and the technology they use to figure out what these things are made of and how far away they are. And then not only that, but then you have a distrust of the people that are doing the science behind it.
Yeah, and this is government, right? In American government, they said do not trust them. Trust God. So they're already starting from a space that says this is, you're dealing with government. You be wary, right? Everything presented here is a massive top-down bureaucracy that isn't about science. Never was. Never has been. Never will be.
The thing is, not all scientists work for the government.
Well, now they do. Yeah, now basically there was a quick before in the past. There was innovators and scientists, and science was at every level, even the lowest level. So they said you say science is for everyone, but somehow they weaponized it and they turned science from a verb into a noun, and it's some dude in a lab coat that you'll never meet, you'll never see. They don't take any questions. They just produce the paper and the evidence for who's funding them. You saw this with tobacco science, DDT. I mean, the list can go on and on. Clean coal, like low pollutant clean coal. I mean, it's just one crazy. The anti-miscegenation is back in the news today. A Republican from Indiana has said that he wants to bring back anti-miscegenation and rolled out papers going back from all the way to Darwin about mixing the races will create a subhuman mongrel lower class criminal citizen. These people if you're going to like put them into a basket about having to trust them, they need to provide the trust, a reason to trust them. If they give you a reason not to trust them and then say trust me, bro, I'm seeing a contradiction there.
I mean, I don't know about the racist part of that, but I mean if you have a scientist that says, right, I've used this method, I've used this technology, this is the results I got, here is my results, and then you have other scientists that recreate all that, so it goes through the peer review process, and the other scientists turn around and say, well, we got the same results, therefore we're backing you up on what you've said, then, surely is that not enough? I mean, it's just, okay, it's like getting on a plane. Do you demand to see videos of the pilot flying other planes before you let him take off? Or do you just sit down in your seat and trust that the guy that's at the front knows what the fuck he's doing?
Okay, so the first question is, I don't trust them. I want to see the proof, all the proof. Then show me the method, the practice, so I can recreate the results. The science shouldn't really need to be trusted. It should be that easy that they would show you their work. Then about the plane thing, no one's forcing you to get on the plane. You get on the plane knowing the risk, knowing what could happen. And that's the same thing.
But that's the same thing with science. Nobody's like, if you don't believe in what they say the stars are made of, then that is your prerogative. You don't have to believe that. Yeah, nobody's forcing you to.
No, they're forcing though. They got a top-down federal bureaucracy to the tune of $100 million every 39 hours and rising. That's supposedly doing this stuff, and it's all fake. It's all bullcrap. And there's also scientists in the past. This George Lament. This was Einstein's lab partner. He said that he went up in a balloon and he saw the flat Earth. He observed it. The Earth is like a disc with upturned edges. And this was like over 100 years ago. Almost 100 years ago, like 1931. So observation, just starting with observation. If someone's going to tell me the Earth is curved and it's rotating, therefore everything else is like that, or whatever their logic is, show it. Show your work, because that's not my observation.
I think that's a mic drop.
Oh, yep.
So let me get this clear, right? So what you're saying to me is that any science that's done, right, you will only believe it if you can recreate it yourself and get the same results as a scientist did, and you will only believe it if that it's in a realm that you can understand and you can perceive.
No,
if it's beyond your intelligence, then you can't recreate what the scientists recreated. Therefore, it must be lies because you can't recreate it.
No, quite the opposite. Yeah, quite the opposite, actually. I would say if I can recreate it, belief is not required. If I can't recreate it, belief is required with a heavy dose of trust. Then I would look at how trustworthy are these people. And then you could shit test them. You'd be like, well, okay, sure, no thank you. And then see how they respond. If they respond with their shock troops, like the federal government, if I would be like, no, thank you, I'm not going to pay for NASA, they will come and take everything from you. They will leave you with nothing at all. So I would say, look, that's the only thing you can really trust them to do, is to invoke violence at a psychopathic level. So that to me would show a debunk in their model, because they had said that they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity, but yet all they offer is endless violence.
Where is the violence coming from when we're talking about, believing or disbelieving scientists when they tell you what the sun is made of through the use of spectroscopy?
Yeah, this comes in the fact that this is coming from the U.S. federal government. And just looking at the history of the U.S. federal government, they've never been about science to begin with. So
Yeah,
maybe they could be right, but I'm still going to say no thank you.
When a scientist uses spectroscopy and tells us, right, the sun is made up of this, and this, and we've used the same method to see stars further away, and that tells us that these stars are made up of, slightly different elements, and then you have other scientists all over the world who have nothing to do with the American government say, right, we've gone through the same process, we've used spectroscopy, and we've found that the results are exactly the same. Where's the distrust coming from and the violence coming from? Especially when it's got nothing to do with the American government.
Yeah, this is American government. That's NASA. NASA is the U.S. federal government, the executive branch.
But this is what I'm saying. Other scientists that have nothing to do with NASA have confirmed.
Show it. Like, which scientists are you talking about? Like name, date, what? Like, get hyper specific.
Now you want the names of all the scientists that do the peer review process,
or just one. Just who wrote the original paper? Who did the original experiment? That was, that had 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. from the U.S. federal government. See, yesterday or 2 days ago, it was all about magic grandpas and magic daddies who had done all these things for humanity, but then their offspring. Was someone hot mic in there?
It's conditioned anyway.
I see. It's like Bandit, you there? Okay. So what I'm looking at here is people who are invoking.
No, sorry, I was on Reddit. Yeah, Bandit's not making.
Other way. So I didn't need to sneeze. I had to sneeze, yeah. So I had to try and keep my head up. And I spat all on my windscreen. Oh, you do not. Look at that guy. Oh my god, he spit on my windscreen. That's why I want it.
There we go. I sent him a message. I heard his phone ding.
Oh, sorry, hot mic. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so there should be this idea where if somebody has a science and they did something breakthrough in legend. Oh, yeah, here, I got a good example. There was this dude who almost hustled his way to a Nobel Peace Prize. It's like Betrick Entrain or something like that. I had to look up the name. But he was saying that he invented this new crystal that could be used in circuit boards that would allow for just like individual like pulses of energy beyond what anyone else had done. And he reproduced all these graphs, and he said he was using this spooler device that didn't exist that he made up himself, but he was worried about because he worked at Bell Labs, which is a private organization. So all the people, all the other the schools and all these other research facilities, all government funded. You've got Bell Labs, which at the time was not government. It was like cutting edge. People, they're funding they're funding it, and a lot of breakthroughs, a lot of Nobel Prizes were coming from here. And it turned out that it was all fake. Like all of it.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, in every every organization and every field, everywhere you go, you're always going to have those that like to fake stuff to reap the rewards, right? You're always going to get people that are going to hustle someone else out of what they can, yeah? Scammers have been around for a long time, and they always will be, yeah? But that's just a fact of life. But just because one person's tried to scam the Nobel Peace Prize money doesn't mean that everybody that's done it has scammed the Nobel Peace Prize.
No, but I'm saying some people have never heard of this before. They said it's never happened. There's never been any scandals inside academia. These guys are above the board, and we start showing them that these things happen, and they happen a lot. And there isn't really a checks and balances into the system. If you look at the documentary for this event, why it happened, they said that they automatically assumed the maximum amount of charity that all these people were doing above board, that they just took it at face value that they were being ethical. And really, there's a lot of money in being unethical. And until science is looked through a more critical lens, and you follow the money, and you start looking at why these people are saying what they're doing, I think this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. I bet there's a whole laundry list of scandals that really never brought to light of day because the dollar amount value of what they scammed and what they did wasn't really that much. It was maybe just an ego thing. They wrote a paper that was kind of fake, or they fudged the data, but didn't really go anywhere because it was just their ego that they were capitalizing on. And I would say the final breakthrough, right, the final decision or the arbiter is, are you allowed to say no thank you at the end of their conclusion? If they take your choice away, that should tell you something. That tells me something. I guess I would say, not you, the royal you. It would tell a person, me specifically, that their evidence, their proof is so bad that they don't even give you the option to tell them so.
Yeah, but now you can down the route of, because there's a couple of bad eggs, therefore you should never eat eggs. Yeah, I mean that's like when you go into, there's been cases of match fixing in football, right? Therefore, nobody should ever watch football. Nobody should ever believe any of the results from a football game, because there's been a few bad people that have fixed the games and fixed the results. Therefore, the whole sport should just be completely disbanded.
You jumped the shark there. I would say use it for entertainment purposes. There's fixing going on. There's scandals. It's not really a competitive sport like it was in the past. So just use it for what it is. Entertainment. Nothing more.
But that's the same with science. You're always going to get the odd few people that will either steal someone else's work, or they'll fake results to get published, or but just because there's the odd few bad people doesn't mean the whole of science is bad, and that we should just only look at it as entertainment.
Well, you're strawmanning because he didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm saying science you can't say no thank you to. I would put in one box. Science I can verify is a different box. Science that requires trust would be another box. Science that seems like a good idea and follow it anyway because it offers a pathway to humanity. See, I'm parsing it out into different boxes, filtering through the quote unquote entertainment and finding the best ideas and letting all ships rise.
You said science that you can verify. Like Cavendish is something you can verify. There's GPS can be verified. You can verify it right down to the messages coming in. You can determine what direction the sources are coming from, and you can divine the methodology that's used to accomplish it, which I contend is impossible to fake. Impossible.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're jumping the shark there again because you maybe missed the beginning part. The conversation started about trusting the jab or not. That's kind of where we're going. So if you're going into individual or specific things, that's a little bit different. I would go, well, okay, let's turn the conversation to that. Then show me the scientist who did this. What was their
method? I'm saying you could do it.
No, I can't. There's the only GPS I could do would be a ground-based system.
No. You can verify the messages coming in. You can verify what information is available, and then there's a simple divination process that's required for determining what the alternatives are. Everybody receives the same almanac message everywhere on Earth. It indicates 32 positions for satellites. That's it. That's all you get. Nothing more. That's what you have to work with. And it's the same message. That can be verified by you. Now, with that, now you got to tell me how, is there any way possible that it could be faked? And the answer is no to that. Not to multiple users.
Yeah, right here. This is all the further I could verify would be the ground-based system.
Well, why couldn't you verify the information coming in? And then using just reasonable logic to say that you could not fake it based upon the information you're given.
Yeah, because right here, I've got a handheld device that communicates with a ground station that communicates with space. The only part I could verify would be the ground station.
All right. Well, that's something that I've verified is not a ground station multiple ways, because first off, I build the ground stations. I build towers. I have no GPS transmitters on any of those towers. For, thousands of square miles, there's not a single GPS transmitter on the ground.
Yeah, right here, there are.
Well, demonstrably not. I mean, I've gone around with measurement equipment, and I've never, ever, ever gotten close to one of these towers. And I cover pretty much every square inch in Virginia and northeastern North Carolina.
Yeah,
and
I
I
went.
also have experience up in New York.
I went to Smithsonian and did their full navigation thing. Right? They use a sextant. You go through it all time. At the start of it, they talk about the early part of navigation all the way to the future. And in their display, they talk about these ground stations.
That's not GPS ground stations.
Yeah, this is GPS ground stations.
Oh! You mean the stations that actually send the signals up to the satellites? That's a different frequency. That's not what you're receiving at your mobile, at your handheld device.
Yeah, that was the marketing scheme that they used for people to think that their handheld device was talking to space. It's
well, you
not.
can build. You can actually with your own hands. I mean, reasonably, you can for about $200 you can get a software programmable receiver, and you can actually determine what frequencies it's going to receive. Absolutely, that you'll be in control over what frequency it receives. And the only place you're going to be able to navigate is using the signal at 15. I think it's 1575 megahertz, and that signal I've tested for on the ground and never found a source. Which, if there was a bunch of these transmitters around, I would have to eventually hit a source. And there's nothing, no transmitter in 1,000 square miles of my house that I have found transmitting in the GPS frequency band.
Okay, I would say these ground stations. If you could get the Smithsonian to change their display, that would be pretty impressive.
There's nothing wrong with their display. Those ground stations actually keep the satellites in synchronization. But they work on a totally different frequency, not 1,500 megahertz.
Here, I posted a picture of their video.
I've seen the picture of their video. That's 3 satellite dishes around the U.S. that send information to the GPS satellites.
Yet number 2 in the process. Number 1.
But now you have to have those are shooting up into the sky. Now you got to find the source of the signal, the ground stations that are transmitting locally to your device on 1,500 megahertz.
Yeah, the slide right before this one shows a woman with a handheld device and these satellites drawing 3 circles, and where those circles intercepted the ping from her handheld device told her where she was.
There's no ping. That's another thing I can verify is that there's nothing being transmitted from my device.
Well, then, yeah, so you're going with you now. I'm okay with that.
Well, you can verify it also. Take your GPS unit, not your cell phone, but if you have a handheld GPS, or put your phone in airplane mode, and walk up to get a ham radio people are all over the place, and ask him if your phone is transmitting anything. You're not pinging. There's no communication between your phone and that satellite. It's one way, down.
Okay, sounds great. Do a peer-reviewed paper. Let's see what happens.
A peer-reviewed paper, which you would ignore.
Oh, there you go. Now you added me again. See, this is why infidels. See
that's who I'm talking with, right?
How quickly they go right back to you, and if you say no, thank you, that's what they're really after. They're trying to take your choice away from you. Then you know it's bullshit.
My choice. I'm giving you the choice. I'm saying you can go and verify this.
And what was my answer?
Give me a paper.
No, I can only verify the ground stations.
No, I've given you a methodology by which you can verify how the service works.
So no, back to me.
That was the whole point. I said that you
so
can.
No, thank
and then
you.
You said, "Give me a paper," and then
you missed it.
said, "Well, what was the other thing you said?" I keep forgetting your second one.
Yeah, you missed it. Okay, so this is about the different baskets of science. So I put yours into the basket of nonsense because you're telling me that my lived experience and my verification is wrong.
You have a lived experience with GPS reception?
Yeah, I told you I went to the Smithsonian and watched their full display of how GPS works.
Right, but their full display actually indicated that there were satellites involved. So you took the ground stations, and you didn't look at the ground stations and find out what, you didn't look at it in detail. You didn't look and find the ground stations are not what's communicating with your device.
Yeah, at stage 3. What they do is they go into space, and that's someplace I can't verify.
But you don't need to.
Verify the ground
station. Verify the absence of signal on the ground necessary for your GPS to work. Hence, the alternative is that signal is coming from other than the ground.
No, I just get the ground. That's all I got.
Well, as you were, I did but ram my way in here.
No, you're good, dude. I got you. It was a good display of what I was talking to Infidel about. See, if it's about people going through their own process and finding the answer that fits for them. I found the answer that fits for me, and I would be open to it with new evidence. But there isn't. There isn't any new evidence.
I gave you new evidence. I give you my experiential evidence of driving around a network and never seeing a 1527 or I can't remember if it's 1575 or 27. But when I did measure it, I was measuring the right frequency, and I never found a ground station transmitting that my receiver was capable of receiving.
Yeah, my experience is quite the opposite.
Really?
So it would require trust then, right? I'd have to trust you, bro.
But you have to trust the demonstration you saw in the Smithsonian.
I'd say understand it. It makes sense. I could see how it would work because it's the same way the LORAN system works. It's the same way if I were to build a ground positioning system, I would also use that.
Now that's the thing about the. I've met several people. I haven't done it myself, so again, there's a little trust here. But I've met people who have built their own GPS receivers. Hence, they were in control of the formulas, the receipt of the messages, decoding said messages, and the information available in said messages. And all of that information is in no way, shape, or form anyway like LORAN.
Yeah, here, this is also from the Smithsonian, the same display. The same exhibit, sorry, not display. Multiple displays that you walk through time as you go through it. So, yeah, this right here makes sense. And something I could do. It's basically a large, long-range version of Marco Polo. Like, you ever played that when you were a kid? Marco Polo?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Well, let's see. Marco Polo. How do you get that? Marco, okay, so you're saying you hear a sound and you directionally look at it.
Yeah,
that's not how GPS works.
No, this is how I would be able to build a ground positioning system.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but when it doesn't meet the specifications of your Marco Polo system, which would be that it would have a bunch of transmitters that I could drive up to, like each one of those red dots on that map, I could drive up to, and the signal will get stronger and stronger and stronger as I approach it. With GPS, the signal never gets stronger. It always rides this very narrow band of signal strength, somewhere around negative 124, 25 dB. It hovers, probably within 5 dB of that. Now, my experience with all other radio communications is whenever I get close to the tower, the signal increases logarithmically.
Yeah, that's interesting because I thought I wanted to look it up before I said something, but when you said the radio waves, I thought I remember from the display talk about it uses microwave.
Not radio waves and microwaves are synonymous.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could. Yeah, this is different though, right? It is slightly different.
No. There's really no difference. They are radio. Let's put it this way: radio waves include microwaves.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
like
saying red light and blue light; they're both light.
Yeah, because I was also saying so. Coin GPS uses microwaves, just like all light waves, which signal in a unique frequency and wavelength. Although these wavelengths do a great job at penetrating the atmosphere, they are not capable of cooking your burrito.
What was that? What was the frequency band you were talking about? Not cooking your burrito?
Yeah, it was kind of a little like what are I just basically said I just typed in Google are GPS microwaves because I thought I remembered. I didn't know for sure. Just like the file folder. I thought I remembered from the display that them talking about that it's not radio waves, it's microwaves.
Yeah, I
So
don't
wanted to
remember when
look it up.
I don't remember where the microwave spectrum begins, but it's somewhere around. GPS is sort of like the bottom edge of it.
Oh yeah, but it's definitely different than the LORAN system, which was like a radio frequency. Like these are transmitters that
Yeah,
were like,
LORAN is in kilohertz.
yeah, it would be like playing CB tag. You could do like a CB tag with LORAN.
LORAN is very low frequency, and that's because they want to make use of the ground effects and stuff. But just the nature of a GPS signal in the 1500 megahertz, it has terrible ground effects. It wants to go straight. To do that from 3 dishes in the U.S. Would be a real impressive task to try and navigate by that.
Oh yeah, because my add-on to that would be that they also communicate with each other, like the same way a Blue Force tracker works in the military. It cross-references. They all get a little bit of data, and it creates like a web of information, like a network.
Yeah, all of that is all of that stuff is essentially the system that's required to track the satellites, so that the satellites know where they are. That's something that you have to constantly update in order to keep the system accurate. So the ground stations are all about trying to keep it's the GPS for the GPS.
Yeah, are you familiar with the Blue Force tracker?
No, I don't know anything about Blue Force tracker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll look it up quick.
Yeah, check into it. It's really interesting. It's like the military version of GPS.
Oh, that's actually even coming from the same satellites. That's the 1200 megahertz stuff. Yeah, I knew about that. I didn't know the name of it. Yeah, that's just a system where we don't share the secret data, so that you can only military devices can receive it. But it's on a different frequency. But it's just, I believe it's absolutely the same technology, just locked.
Yeah, this is hilarious. I looked it up, like what the follow the money thing. So the first Blue Force trackers cost $2 million for 100 devices. Gotta do the math on that. Yikes.
Yeah. So yeah, that device has a password that allows it to go into this and receive the signal. Essentially, I don't think that communicates up. Let me look closer. It's still one way.
Yeah, but they also communicate with each other too. That's a key feature.
Right. Situational awareness on the ground. That's probably done at another frequency.
Yeah, this is exactly the term they use. Situational awareness. Because they can, like the people back at the headquarters can watch the battle unfold.
Right, that's sort of like its own little cell phone network. It says, you have GPS. GPS is standalone from cell phone. But you could have all your cell phones connected to a network and then communicating with each other, and that's essentially what they're doing with this. And it's all got to be secure so that nobody else can use the information against you, or as secure as you can make it.
Yeah, that part makes sense to me because you've got a whole ground-based network that uses radio frequencies and microwave frequencies that track each other, but also track back to a central hub that is local in the theater.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a lot of information here. I would suspect that they don't send. They just send coordinates to each other that they determine themselves. So basically, each one has its own GPS. It's sort of like how the airplanes track themselves through the radar network. They only report back telemetry, and the telemetry includes, here's my coordinate that I just found when I looked up at GPS. And then that all goes into the network to say, here's where tank number 2 is, and here's where field team 6 is, SEAL team 6 is. And then the president gets to watch it all on a computer screen.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to like stateside. I'm not sure if it goes that far. With stateside, they basically just watch like a body cam footage of the people.
I mean, I've seen that in the movies. I don't know what they do in reality. I would say if it can be received by a ship, then all they have to do is send it through the satellite network back to Washington. So a little bit of time delay, a couple milliseconds here and there. The president could watch it if they wanted him to, or if they had the system set up to do so. You know, my experience with and conversations about GPS, extended conversations about it, really leads me to believe that it would be absolutely 100% impossible to falsify. It just, the system, the way it's set up, is not capable of providing lies. I always preface that with saying that it can't tell lies to more than one person. You could fake GPS data to one person on Earth. After that, everybody else's data would be inaccurate. And since we all use it and get where we're going, I'd say that excludes the possibility of GPS not working as specified.
Here, I'm working on something. Just give me 1 second here. I'll show you the part that I would say is very flawed.
Do you understand why I say it would be impossible?
Yeah, because a lie would just be too big.
No. Because the mechanics of how GPS works, and I have this as specified from people who have manually done the calculations from the received signal. The mechanics of how it is set up, you're given 32 or so positions of satellites that you have to have accurate information for. It's the same 32 positions that everybody on Earth gets. Now, from that, we get a timing message that goes out to everybody in your area. And if they were to lie about those 32 positions of the satellites, or if they were to change the timing to make it give you a location, that error would appear to everybody, or that would appear as an error to everybody else. They would all get incorrect answers because of the adjustment of it. Let's see, not verifiable, verifiable. That's not what the antennas look like on the satellites.
Oh yeah, it's more for
I'm
a
kidding.
graphic.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
This is a general rendition of an antenna.
Yeah, just a placeholder graphic. Yeah, then look at these devices here. This Saxbay or SAXBA.
Oh, I can't. My little view here. Let's see if I can see it closer.
Yeah, so it's an aperture that's used as a low-class, low-profile, electrically scanned azimuth and elevation X-band communicator on-the-move antenna.
Yeah, see, that's what I said, that they would talk back through a satellite network relaying. That's the WGS network, and then you have the GPS network. They're two different networks on two different frequencies. So the X or KA bands they send up to the SATCOM has nothing to do with the GPS except for the answers that they got from their GPS.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a little bit better. Something like this.
I can't get rid of my screen. And that's where we differ. I absolutely say that the very top of that drawing is absolutely verifiable.
Yeah, I mean, I could give it to you too, but see, that still doesn't get to a globe Earth also, because these satellites would still work the same over a flat Earth.
I hesitate to say I can't think of a way that they could, because the answers you get from it through the verifiable formulas and verifiable information indicate a sphere. That when you actually track it, since these are 3D coordinates, that if you take out the latitude and longitude, you just go with the raw data, you start to see that your paths that you take are curved.
Yeah, same on the flat Earth.
Your path would be curved on a flat Earth? Vertically curved?
No, like a spirograph.
No, vertically curved. If you actually do this at the 3D coordinate level, at the I can't think of a better word for it right now, but if you do it in a 3D coordinate system, you will see that reference to your first point that you go downhill in every direction you go.
See, like a kid's toy mathematics proves this. That basically that ballpoint pen or whatever you're using to draw, that would be your position over the ground, and it just repeats a pattern over and over again.
Yeah, but the vertical component of it changes. It always tells me that I am going downhill every direction I go.
Yeah, based on a map data.
No, based on a 3D coordinate system. So I take point A, it's at XYZ whatever. Now from that point, every point that I go afterwards will be trending downward from my quote-unquote position. When you transform it into a a map coordinate system, then you can't see it. But when you use 3D coordinates, it is most certainly going to show that over 69 miles you moved 1 degree down or X number of feet down from that position.
Yeah, I'll go. My version of verified would be that you need a map loaded into it. Also, it doesn't work just on its own.
You can do it without the map. It becomes almost useless to you because we deal in where are we on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
but
this is why like the handheld device is normally pretty cheap. How they get you is a constant map updates. That's like the gotcha, like kind of like a gotcha game, whatever.
There's really no gotcha anymore, though. It comes free with the cell phone, and it's updated all the time. I don't, getting the standalone units. I haven't bought a standalone unit since 1987 or so, 88. Actually, when did I get that? It couldn't have been 87. I was in the Navy in 87.
Yeah, I was to say like first
that would have been probably about 92 is when I got my first GPS. I was using, and my company had a dead reckoning system in the cars that we used to navigate with, which had cassette tapes with the street maps on them. And we had a little tiny CRT in the car, and we would drive around, and it would, using magnetic tapes on the wheels and a fluxgate compass, it would determine where you are on the face of the Earth. And then GPS came out, and it was like, oh, GPS was such a godsend. No more tapes. I used to run off the map and just suddenly be driving in space. I'm like, oh, I got to put in a new tape. It's got to find itself.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I never heard that before. I didn't know what had, other than LORAN, I didn't know there was another sort of system like that.
Yeah, this one it basically, every time you got a tire change, it was terrifying because they had a magnetic strip that went on the inside of your rim, and you would set a little sensor up to count the number of pulses on each wheel. And then as the pulses changed, it would determine whether you were turning left, right, and how fast you were traveling, how much distance you covered. And then it would add, sum all that up, and that would give you your position on Earth.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like a bike odometer, adjacent,
Right.
Okay.
But it wasn't just doing odometer. Since it was counting between the two wheels, you could actually determine directionality.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, just adjacent, not exactly the same.
Yeah. It's a part of. I don't know if you could do it with two bike wheels. They do change the number of rotations based upon turns, so you might actually be able to even do that. Dead reckon with two bicycle wheels.
Yeah, more if you already had a predetermined path and you're always going, and it assumes you're always going forward.
Yeah, well, that was another funny thing is when you had to calibrate this thing and put yourself on Earth, that was always fun because periodically you'd have to recalibrate, and I would go out to this big parking lot in this industrial park, and I would just start driving around in circles so that the system could figure out where it was on Earth and determine which way reorient the fluxgate compass. So I would just be driving around this business's parking lot, and they were wondering why this crazy person was coming there and driving 15 loops to the left, 15 loops to the right. And then I would have to head on a road that was east-west for 5 miles. Then it would work after that. I had a guy who came and worked for me, and I put him in that vehicle and said, okay, start testing. And it was probably about his third day, middle of the day, he calls up and says, the vehicles at this intersection in Queens, I quit. It was a pain in the ass system. It would fight you. He left the company car with $120,000 of equipment sitting in it in Queens. God, I can't remember the name of that system. Was it ETAC? It was ETAC.
Huh. They're phasing out the Humvee.
Oh man, now I know if you had the poor man's ETAC, the navigation system was the poor man's one. They had one that worked with gyros, and I had one with the magnetic tapes on the wheels. Probably the gyros probably would have needed, would have been persnickety, would have needed calibration all the time.
What's the topic of discussion at this point in time?
Do what for how much?
I was asking what.
I'm sorry, that just hit me by funny bone perfect. I haven't heard that for a long time. I'm gonna use that today. The next chance I get.
This is like the system I had in 87, 88. Those cassette tapes held like 50 miles of roads on a 50-mile radius of roads, maybe. Probably a little bit less. Probably about 30, 25 miles of roads.
That's so cool. I never knew about this. I've never even seen it before.
Yeah, it died pretty quickly afterwards. I think we had the GPS Bosch Travel Pilot. I had that before 95 because I left that company in 95. And by then, GPS really started to storm the market. Probably around, I'm guessing around 92, GPS started storming the market. So I only used this one from 87 to 92. It was really cool, and it would make you very angry. But when I was using it, it was like, I felt like it was Buck Rogers, I'm in Star Trek days, man.
Yeah, or like the movie Alien when when Dallas was going through the pipes and everything, and they were watching his progress back at the bridge.
Yeah. And we got this system so that we could log the coordinates every couple of feet along the road, so that as we were taking cell phone readings, we could find out the signal strength and all the different channels that were coming in at a given location. And then we could map that out afterwards and show a map of coverage. Before that, we used a strip chart recorder, and we would take a paper map and we'd mark notations on the map where we were and what section of strip chart you wanted to use to evaluate that area. So this was like gold. Fastest speed I ever got in my GMC Jimmy when I was out in Waynesboro, Virginia. There's apparently some kind of an interferer with GPS, and I hit 1,200 miles per hour in my GMC Jimmy. What would happen is the system would get hung up and it wouldn't move for a couple of seconds, and then it would say all of a sudden you moved a half a mile, and they'd do a calculation and say, "Oh my God, you're doing 1,200 miles an hour."
Yeah, I had something similar like that happen one time with a GPS with an out-of-date map that basically put like they had like an overpass that wasn't there before. So like it tracked that as if I had gone, up, over, and around, like where you'd have to go to get back on to the different road.
Right.
So it had tracked that basically that I had drove like 2 miles in like 1 second.
It's really cool. In the days of this, I had a cop that had said that I was speeding, and So I went to court and I whipped out my data that I'd recorded every foot along the road and asked him what the timestamp what he was, and I was able to show the court that I had absolute proof that he was mistaken. Which was lucky because 5 or 6 seconds before that I was speeding, but I creatively didn't show him that.
Sounds like a little bit of a fake story, but I'll take your word for it.
I thought I still had the evidence in my filing cabinet, but I guess I don't have it there. Probably only kept it on the computer now. And that was 10,000 computers ago.
Yeah, some of that stuff, you find the right collector, I mean, they'll like love to have it.
Oh yeah, well, this wasn't mine. Sorry, this was company owned.
Like their Radio Shack stuff. Like I was looking on Craigslist, and there's like people looking for just Radio Shack logoed Walkman or Radio Shack logoed, like uh like like thing where you would go jogging, like just a little handheld radio station thing with headphones. Like things like that, they're like looking for this, like the best condition possible, like offering $50. And I was like, geez, really? For like a $3 thing, you want? I was like, hey, but if they want to collect it, they're looking for it. And another one too is like really old computers, like IBM One or PS1s. They just want like the body, and they gut it, and then build a computer inside it, and then makes it look like they got this really old computer, but it's got modern day components inside.
My first cell phone was also one of the old Oki B2s, which the transceiver for that was like, like 18, maybe like 15 by 15. Had a 128 pin connector that ran up to a regular handset in the front of my car. So it was like a half-inch cable fed the handset. And I drove around with that for many years, thinking I was hot shit because I had a cell phone back in them days, 87. Then phones started shrinking, and then I started feeling bad because I had this old big ass clunker in my car, but it still worked. you ever have the pleasure of driving up the eastern shore of Virginia?
No, I've been to Virginia though, to D.C., Maryland, but
This is sort of like the oceanfront ride that you do up the coast, and then you go across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and you end up on the eastern shore, and you drive up through there, up to Maryland and stuff. And they are like police traps all over the place up there. And I just, as I was talking about the speeding ticket, I remember that there was a time I was up there. I wasn't driving for the company, but this cop just middle of the night. I'm driving with my wife up to visit the family in New York. This cop just steps out in the street and like puts his hand up for me to stop. And I was doing, I'm guessing I was doing maybe 55 to 65. I don't know where. But when he jumped out in front of me, I wasn't able to verify my speedometer because it's like I had to jam on the brakes in order to avoid this jump scare.
Oh yeah, it's so cringe, right? Like that's like a Darwin Award. You step on the traffic. They tell kids not to do that shit.
And what it was is they have just around the next set of trees. There's a bunch of cops all sitting there with cars. And actually, it had to be before. They had a guy radaring before, and then after he stopped you, he sent you on to the cops around the turn. But that one pissed me off because it was like, first off, I don't think I can't say for sure, but I don't think I was doing 70 like he said. And the reason I say that is because the van I was driving in didn't like 70. It's like,
oh yeah, it would start vibrating like really bad, like that.
Yeah, I would never cruise at that speed. And he said, "You're doing 70." I'm like, horseshit. Maybe 65. Still, I'm speeding, but come on.
I had planned to go to Myrtle before the lockdowns and stuff, and at the end, I was like, I don't want, because you weren't sure what was going to happen, like if you got quarantined and you got stuck there and you couldn't come home, and so we ended up canceling the trip. But someday I'll get out there. It's a really nice area, like touristy sort of. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, where they got all the speed traps and stuff, it's like, yeah, good grief. That's the same thing here. Like in northern Minnesota, there's a Highway 10, but like every small jerkwater town, it goes from like 55, 65 down to 30. Like
right. And you miss one sign. You miss one sign, and all of a sudden you think you're complying with the law. You're like, shit.
Yeah, it's like there's like always a cop right there, right at the 30-mile-an-hour sign, because that's a big time ticket. 30 miles over. Like they're like, that's a couple hundred. Easy.
Right, a lot of points. Reckless.
Yeah, it's like, how can a judge be that dumb? He's constantly seeing the same people getting pulled over at the same location. Oh, so there are just ideas like everyone just is randomly criminal there, or is the signage just really that bad that people don't know what the speed limit is? There should be
probably the biggest one is the out-of-staters they get with that.
Yeah, they get a cut. The judge, the courts get a cut. So they don't care about fixing it and making it so people, why not put just multiple warning signs ahead of it? Like 2 miles
Look
down
out,
the road.
35 mile an hour upcoming, little yellow sign.
Yeah, warning, speed trap ahead. Like real truthful signs, right?
Warning, we're about to fuck you.
The whole thing about the procedural traffic stop is just like, good grief. You'll throw the lights on, make it a road hazard, all in like the name of public safety. I mean, it's like, it's nuts.
Procedural, you mean like they're just doing a check on registration and they're doing it to everybody and drunk tests?
Well, no, just the procedural traffic stop is where they pull someone over, they radio it in,
Oh, okay.
there's like a script for it's like not a traffic stop because they think someone the car matches a description or it
Right.
was like a warrant for the person who drives that. Just the day to day sort of revenue generation. The 99% of what police work is.
And so you're saying that a speeding ticket is a procedural?
Yeah. They
Okay.
tried to make it unprocedural by asking you really dumb questions like, "Hey, I saw you touch the white line. Have you been drinking or are you just really tired?" See, any way you answer that, they can escalate it. You say no. "Oh, you're not tired, but you were weaving. You must be drinking." "Oh, yes, you were drinking."
I'm sorry, officer. I was masturbating.
Yeah, there we go. It says none of the above, right? I'm not tired and not drinking. I was masturbating. And here's and you got like some sort of mini DVD player. You're like, "Look it, I paused it."
Would you mind hurrying up with this traffic stop? I'd like to finish.
Yeah, I gotta finish. I gotta finish up. Come on now, let's go.
Give a brother a break, man. Do you do any shooting, Crit? And Crit, have you met the guy All Glory to the Most High yet? He sounds exactly like your clone. Speaking voice, cadence. It's like you've been mirrored. In fact, he was being accused of being you quite a bit.
Yeah, he was on last night. He was going hard in the paint.
Okay, so he was in here?
Oh yeah, he was saying Flat Earth is bullshit, globe is bullshit.
Yeah, the stories are a little bit different, but very similar speaking patterns. Close enough that he's fooled me, or he fooled me. I was like, oh, wait, is this Crit?
Yeah.
You there, Jerry?
Yeah, what's up?
So here's Zeppy, right? I don't deliberately try to make no sense like you guys do. Also Zeppy, nail clipper cloud distance fire truck. I ate yellow tomorrow with a 50-mile tall spoon.
Just like that.
Just like that.
All done. Yeah, that's a headshot right there.
It's spiraling. It's like he does something he doesn't do that he does.
See, when he says, going from truth seeker to butthurt to troll, that's exactly what he's talking about himself. Because I've never heard him in VC. He never says anything of substance in that text.
Yeah, he says that he doesn't talk because flat earthers will record his voice, but he originally said his cell phone will record his voice. After he said his cell phone doesn't have a microphone. Yeah. Then like the best part though of all his stuff is like he blames you for being toxic, but he just logs out over to a sock account. Like he leaves. I said I'm out of here. Jerry's too mean to me, and then he just logs into a sock. Like this victim status. Like you weren't going anywhere. You just logged into a sock.
Yeah, it seems the lunatics have taken over the asylum crit. I think, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, they're worked up. I mean, like normally I would say a lot of triggerings happen during launch days, but after they scrub the Apollo or the Artemis mission, it just seems like it's been an endless spiraling. Like they were so sure, like the last 4 years, like since 2018, they were so sure that the Artemis lunar mission 2.0 that's it. That would be the end of flat Earth. It's ogre. It would be ogre, right? They'd plant their flag and they'd be like, boom, man's spaceflight has returned to humanity. Flat Earthers have no talking points left, except for they don't have a spacesuit. They don't have a rocket. They've got no plan for one. Multiple whistleblowers have come through explaining how government messed it up. So I said, you know what? I'm still not going to claim victory. Okay. I would say you guys pick up the mission. Pick up the fumble. Okay. The government fumbled the ball. Pick it up, run it to the touchdown. But they won't do that either. So I'm like, things that make you go,
Right. Like you would have thought that Jay-Z and Beyonce would have done a gig on the moon or something by now, right?
Oh yeah, or just even you got so NASA says it can't do it, right? It's over budget, it's delayed, there's project, it's all these problems. They'll give you is a wet, dry rehearsal and then just call it quits. Okay, well good. Well, can you pass all this data technology back to the people who paid for it, the public, or to Blue Origin or to some other defense contractor and let them try. No, they won't do that either. I'm like, well, what will you do? Oh, just let China, Russia, India, they can do it. Well, you said it was a national pride issue. So why would you prevent, like flight, right? Like, the Wright brothers, they invented that
Right.
on their own, right?
That's what I was just thinking too. Like Amelia Earhart and Howard Hughes kind of crew, Picard.
Yep.
Right.
Those people, right? Give those people the keys to the kingdom, because government has failed and has failed for 50 years. And I would say failed at the start. Nixon faked it. It never happened to begin with.
Oh, the phone call at the White House.
Yeah, the green phone. See, people don't know, like, in context, that when Obama said that he has a cell phone and a pen, Nixon said something similar. He said he's got the green phone. And the green phone is that he said he could pick up this green phone and make anything happen anywhere on the earth, all over, right? The whole world. He had dominion over the world through this green phone. And the green phone.
Batman.
Oh, go ahead.
No, like it's kind of like Batman, because Batman had the red phone, right?
Yeah.
He picked up, and Alfred was there.
Yeah, that was kind of what the shtick was. Is that like instead of like a bat, like a spotlight with Batman in the sky, it was like a big weird cringe Nixon end peace symbol.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but he went down too, didn't he? Like Watergate. So, they sunk his ship.
Yeah, there's a board game that we've been playing for Watergate. It's a lot of fun, man. It's like there's the story of Watergate, the watered down version, no pun intended. It's just that Nixon basically tried to cover up, robbing the DNC's office at the Watergate Hotel. But really, it's much more than that. And there's all these conspirators, and there's like these cover-ups, and it's like this counterplay back and forth. It's like one side plays the media, and the other side plays Nixon and the conspirators. And you play these cards like in your hand, back and forth, like trying to sway public opinion until Nixon can just gracefully leave office and finish his term out. But if they're able to drive like the momentum and get him impeached before he leaves office, then the media wins. And at the first time, like it's kind of, the game is like one-sided towards Nixon a little bit if you get the right draw. Like if you've got the right cards in hand, you basically can shut the media down every turn. But the media can win if Nixon kind of like misplays a few things. Like here, let me show you the last game I played. Really good because the Nixon player misplayed, and it allowed the media to actually get like a full impeachment victory. So this was the last round. So basically, it was the president did.
Look at the cards. That's kind of cool. Like it's an actual game.
Oh yeah, the bottom too. The bottom of the card gives like a quote or some historical context for why that's in place. So he played an event. It was like the president speaks. And what you can do with that is you can remove a conspirator or remove that card from play. And it allows you to see on the left-hand side there, that little puck symbol, or remove an evidence card. He removed the evidence card and then played Gambit to remove James McCord. And then I played Follow the Money the system works. And then I flipped James McCord, and here's what the board looked like.
Who's your character? Are you like a lawyer or a detective or something?
No, it's one person plays Nixon, and the other people play the media. Just the media as a group.
Yeah.
So then here, this is how the board flipped. James McCord is right there at the bottom.
So good.
So what you got to do is you got to connect the dots for the conspiracy back to Nixon.
Yeah.
If you can connect the conspiracy back to Nixon, game over.
What a cool game.
So like you show like how they're like the black pins, those are evidence you've destroyed or you've covered up. And then the scribble marks over the conspirators, that means that conspirator isn't cooperating with the media. So that's why it's hard to win as a media, because you can just delay and just keep delay and delay and delay until eventually you can flip. You'll hopefully flip something. And
have you ever played?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Have you ever played that Illuminati card game?
No, I haven't. I've wanted to, but like the current version isn't very good, and the older version became kind of a collector's edition.
Yeah.
So it's like it's real expensive, but yeah, I've looked at it too. But it's kind of like this in a way, where you kind of like make your big conspiracy and how much power you got to dominate the world, and it's a lot of fun. It looks like a lot of fun. It's basically like set collection, but just like a real powerful theme.
Do you reckon you could write like a game or something?
Yeah, I've tried in the past to do like my own board game. That like the first one I did was like kind of a tabletop strategy thing that had to do with like spaceships and like boarding crews. And it was like kind of like a tactical sort of turn-based thing, but also had like real-time elements to it too. Like you had to decide like which way different troops are going to move. That way it was like a double blind, because like each person you'd flip over a timer and you'd have like a little screen that which way troops are going to move or what were they going to do. Like you had only so many time units. That's a kind of the mechanic I had. Like you have your boarding crew inside the engineering room. Do you secure the engineering room or do you just plant explosives? Like that sort of thing. And then the other people, like if they rush the engineering room and they've secured it, then you got like a gunfight, a battle where the defender.
Yeah.
But if they were planting explosives and they were busy, and then they get to go, and I had all different factions. Like there was like a Klingon. I named it something different, but they were really good at hand to hand. There was like a psychic faction, and like a technology faction. And then eventually it got to this really big thing. I'm like, there's so much. I couldn't really just drive it home. To really like. And besides like trying to get miniatures and all the other stuff, and then I kind of did like a party game and stuff like too. But yeah, I've done things where I started working on the game but never finished it. So I had like a party of trivia game where like you give answers, but you give like the wrong answer to a question, and the people have to kind of decide if you're bluffing or not.
Yeah, that could work.
So it's like you give the question and you also give the answer. And then people have to decide like, oh, is that the real answer or is that the fake answer?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I probably don't it's probably a Mandela effect, but when I was young, it was like an Apple Macintosh. It was like my mom's boyfriend's. Like this computer. It was like one of the first ones. And it was just this black and white game called Utopia. But you were basically, you just had to get through this mystical kind of world, and you'd be on a path, and like a specter would come, and the graphics weren't that good, but it was good enough that it took me into that world, and it it wasn't like heaps of bombs going off and really good graphics, but it just engaged me. So it's funny. Such a simple game, but that of course, like you progress on to, I don't know what you grew up with. We kind of had arcades like called Time Zone. What was the game like? Double Dragon. Did you have Double Dragon in America?
Yeah. It was like I remember doing the arcades. I was a little bit older, so the first arcade were basically pinball places. Like like the soda shop. You could go there and you get like a Coke, and they would add flavor to it.
Yeah.
And then you'd like have a pinball machine, and I remember the first video game I played, it was called Graveyard Smash, and it was just a wheel in the middle of like the console, and you drove a truck around and you ran over zombies, and when you ran the zombies over, it turned into a tombstone. Eventually, the whole board was nothing but tombstones. If you ran into a tombstone, then your car blew up and the game was over. So it's kind of like almost like a snake in a way, like people have like Snake on their phone or whatever.
Yeah. No, that sounds like a good game. Like, I mean,
people were upset by it when it first came out because it was like, people are running people over with cars and everything. It's like, so they said no, they're zombies. That's why it's called Graveyard Smash.
Yeah, like, I think it was like, it actually had like a Uzi. I think it was called Operation Wolf. But you had like you kind of held the Uzi, and there'd be a sight on the screen, and it looked pretty like it was still computer graphics, but it looked
like a light gun type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it wasn't like a joystick. It was like an actual gun, and would kind of vibrate as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember that because if you ran out of ammo, the game was over, and then like if you shot a hostage, your game was, or like a prisoner of war, the game was over.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of grew up in like arcades and pool halls and yeah.
Yeah, it's like one thing like the current generation will never be able to really experience is the prank call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that it was like especially like I don't know, maybe I guess it was that, like maybe now trolling is like the prank call or something like that. Like
yeah, it is. Like, I mean, imagine a kid getting on Discord, like 10 years old, with his friends. That's a bit young, but like we when I was that young, I was making prank phone calls and shit like that. Maybe more 13, 14. It got more mischievous.
See, look, I was just thinking. I'll look at the game too. The board game for the Knicks and other game. It's interesting because there's different ways of winning. See, you can like the Nixon card, like those red hockey puck or pucks, whatever. You can drive momentum, and if you get to the fifth turn where you've got momentum, you just win the game. Nixon wins. But if you try to cover up evidence, you can see like the other player in this game they did a lot of evidence destruction. But by doing that, you don't have initiative, and I had the initiative as that's why I had 4 pucks. But the media, if you get down to turn to number 5, the media doesn't automatically win the game. All they do is they impeach Nixon, and you basically get a free turn. you get one free round to try to connect the evidence. So that's why it's kind of like Nixon is like on the the Nixon player has the advantage. It's because they've got multiple strategies to beat you. You've only got the media only has one way to win the game. They've got to connect two conspirators back to Nixon.
But you did that, right?
Yeah,
You
because
flipped the game.
I flipped James McCord.
Would you?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you reckon you'd enjoy being like a like a detective or something?
I don't know. I guess maybe because it would be kind of interesting to like work on that, but not as something where I've got to determine some sort of someone who was harmed or some sort of victim. Like looking, I would be like kind of just like looking at evidence and like seeing which dog is responsible.
Yeah,
like you
you
come into
go in and try to solve it.
Yeah, like you come home and you see like the newspapers all ripped up into pieces, and you're like, uh-oh, which dog did it? And you kind of like try to evaluate the evidence, the physical evidence, to see, which was the culprit.
Yeah.
Or just looking at like just being aware of the situation, like say if the if the car was parked slightly different in the garage, like where did they go and what did they do? So like the car was left. Now you look in there. Is there any receipts where the car's clean? So they went to the car wash. Well, where else did they go? Is there someplace else in the car wash? And just kind of like adding up, like a story just based on little, very small changes in the environment.
It's amazing when they turn on what is it, the ultraviolet light, and then it like you can see like blood and kind of like liquid. Is it like not infrared? I think it's UV.
Yeah, the amino black, right? Where they spray it and then they use like an ultraviolet light to make human blood appear. Yeah, I've watched some of those forensic file shows and stuff.
It didn't last very long, but there was a show, I think it was called Misfits of Science, and I think Courtney Cox was in it. Maybe I'm wrong, but they all had sort of superpowers, and like they got, I think some experiment happened, and they all got powers somehow. But just looking back, you can see, although there was like when I was growing up, in the 80s, like videos, it was sort of like like violence or action, romance, comedy, like all the genres. But I think as we've gone on from that, science did kind of step in as the authority in a way. I know there was a big phase of my life where I had faith in it and wasn't questioning it. Like I took it on totally on face value that they knew what they were doing and talking about entirely. So I can recognize that anyway. Which I'm glad. You got to be honest with yourself to do that. Made me look at Carl Sagan in a completely different way.
Yeah, me too. At first, when I first heard Carl Sagan, I'm like, this guy's a numpty. Like I'm not even listening to anything he says. But once I started paying attention, he was really offering a flat Earth version of the heliocentric model. Like the flat Earth logic built into like why the Earth is a globe or whatever. Or my understanding of how people would have agencies to make a better world. He just kind of gave them a different reason than, like. Well, this is the thing where I'm going with here, is that they would tell you, just imagine nuclear disarmament. Just imagine a world out there where you give peace a try. And he kind of did the same thing, but put it in context of, Earth being so rare and unique that it's your duty to protect and cherish the world.
Yeah, he was a humanitarian, as far as I can tell, and like I trusted him, like his journey. Like I got given Cosmos for some reason in my 20s, just randomly one day at work. But it was significant to me at the time, like, because I didn't know anything about it. And you basically get on a spaceship with Carl Sagan and travel through history and time and space and the universe. And it's real 70s vibes, but yeah.
All right. Yeah, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, cool.
to the Most High. I don't know, mate.
Yeah.
Concave time, no?
What?
It is concave time. You know, like Chemo says, it's flat time. You know Chemo?
Yeah.
And he goes, it's chemo time. And then, like, when we come in, we should go, it's concave time, you know? Yeah.
The concave Earth model may ultimately not even the proper model. Another thing I'm researching is a potential literal full holographic setup involving multiple plates and stuff like that. And I'm going at this from multiple angles. Not only am I just trying to find the cosmology part of it, I would say this whole concave Earth, flat Earth stuff is maybe 30 or 40% of my actual main drive. My main drive is regarding the consciousness, or my main drive is I want to know who I am, therefore who you are. I want to know who we are, a very mystical, metaphysical sense, in a very a spiritual sense. And I'm not interested in stories. I'm not sitting here and trying to learn these different belief systems as a hobby. I feel like they may all be pointing to the ultimate truth, and I need to figure this out, man. There's no other, in my opinion, besides like living life and making a family and all the real things that matter. There's nothing to me that matters more than this. No career, no, like, you know what I'm saying?
That's exactly where I'm at, mate. That's exactly where I'm at. Yeah, man. Like, I hear you speak and stuff like that, and I guess my first meeting with you, or first hearing your voice and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, and I guess I looked at your name and I was thinking, oh, he's all like Jesus and shit like that, you know. And then it's the stereotype that comes from the name. I got caught out by anyway, but the thing is, you're nothing like what I thought you was going to be. And then it turns out you enjoy looking into concave, and I thought to myself, you know, yeah, man, that's he's got my full attention already, so cool.
Yeah, one thing I've recently stopped doing is what other people think or may think, or their ability to interpret, which everyone does. It's not my business, you know. So I stopped worrying about what other people think. It's not my business. And another thing is, I feel like we as people, we okay, never mind. I was gonna go on a different rant. But I'm not in. I apologize. I just don't want to talk about it.
No, you're good, mate. You're good. You know, my name's Realm, and like I'm everybody's person, mate. Seriously, like, don't ever feel that. If you're ever in a room with me, don't ever feel, and like I feel with you, like I don't feel like I'm taking up your time, and you aren't taking up my time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're Realm. You're flat earther right now, though, right?
No. I looked into flat Earth when I came across this thing about 5 years ago. And I'm really into maths and geometry and shit like that. So the best I got was it didn't work because the surface area was fucking too huge.
Yeah.
It was just, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't work. The mainstream model doesn't work. You're right. There's holes everywhere.
Yeah, no, but this is that people can say we've got this and we've got that. That's fair enough, but if I showed you, if the world was like flat, some of it, and probably this side, whatever that, it's you know what we're trying to get at here. We're trying to get, is there more hope in telling people that you're on the outside than on the inside? If you tell everybody you're on the inside, what you're going to start doing? You're going to start digging holes, and everyone, the whole population of Earth is going to be curious enough to go, we need to get the fuck out of here. But if you then sort that narrative out over time or whatever like that, and all of a sudden a new narrative emerges because you've been able to populate somewhere like Australia to the population of 50% of the religious world, or the Western world, whatever, you could easily dilute that down, and then all of a sudden it's just something that was never talked about, and yeah, cabin fever. You tell somebody that they wake up in a room and they're like, I'm locked in a room. There's a knife on the table and a clue, and there's someone else in the room. It's what's going to happen. People, So I think that's probably a logical reason for actually totally trying to suppress anything concavity or that type of thing. If there was a better word for concave, I wish there was, because cave would indicate we're in a hole. There's an opening. Yeah, things like that. It's the words are kind of it would never be concave because this is we assume a sphere or things like that. But it's I never try to go with the obvious. I'll try to look and see if there's something else. Not the obvious. Although it's obvious, it's not obvious to others, and I'm trying to look for the other thing that's obvious. And then go from there. But pretty much my first flat Earth map. This might sound crazy, but I was kind of thinking, well, where do you start without looking up flat Earth? Anyway, and I was trying to plot 360 on a circle and then kind of see how they interlink and drawing straight lines across. And funny enough, I came up with a symmetrical Easter egg, and I was like, yeah, I was kind of hyped for a day, and I thought, yeah, it works, it's not flat. So I wasn't even thinking flat or anything like that. So I've just been curious into it, making maps, models, paper, just all sorts of things, with a measure to compare things, and not fool myself into thinking, yeah. Because you look even bigger fool if you didn't think about what you didn't think about, if that makes sense. But no, I'd rather speak to somebody that we could progress, get some ideas off each other, that sort of thing.
I posted in Livestream text a Google Drive link. You don't have to scroll very far to look at it. Open up that if you're free or when you're bored or whatever. Open up this. Go ahead.
Sorry, is this the one that you sent me in our private message?
Have I messaged you before?
Yeah. Yes. And
I have. Interesting.
Yeah.
Then I may have Panda server, huh?
Yeah. There was a lot of stuff in there, but a lot of stuff I have seen. I mean, I've got 7 minutes to chill because I have to pick my kid up in 7 minutes, and I'm outside the house, so all good. Let me go into the chat.
But just kind of like, it's just various things related to concave Earth in one way or another, even down to like the geometry of the universe, and just various things from different topics. Old world manuscripts, even things like different fruit. This is a bunch of different things. Certain people that they research this topic, their mind works in different ways where they're able to look at these related images and connect puzzle pieces together.
That's what I do. That's what I enjoy doing, and I enjoy doing it with people like yourself. You've gone through the effort of doing all this, and that means that you give a shit more than the person that just talks.
Just real quick.
Of course, man.
You may open. You know this. I'm not just like just saying, like, how we could open up a picture and look at a symbol from a fucking an ancient culture shield or fabric or religious symbol, and that symbol can teach us so much and can take us down such rabbit holes. And what this is just basically a folder of all that relating to concave Earth. And it's not to prove concave Earth or disprove it. It's just, for the concave Earth rabbit hole, these pictures really will stimulate your mind. Or one picture in this collection of 200 or 300 pictures could literally make you go on a week-long week-long fucking
Yep, I know what you mean.
ecstatic binge of learning.
Well, the first picture that caught my eye was I call it a rugby ball. It's a pro-late rugby ball, right? There's a picture of Jesus. There's two kings or something kneeling down, looking at each other, and Jesus there. But Jesus is in a leaf, yeah, a leaf shape. It's called the 3 golden 2. That sounds something else. But yeah, my maths went from the sort of upright rugby ball, which had so many. I pretty much have the model sorted, everything, like actually like the cosmos, the dimensions, like everything. And then I was like, oh, but how can we see the poles?
Nice, exactly right.
So how do you see 24-hour sun?
So you basically have like an idea or a model or a shape or like a projection in your mind, and you build everything off of it using your own intelligence and what you know so far, right?
Yeah. And then
it's all done mentally, and it's really enjoyable.
But I was on YouTube, and then I was displaying this stuff and sort of anyway, and then someone says, oh, yeah, sort of, yeah, rugby ball. Have you ever heard of concave Earth? And I'm like, no. And then I looked at concave Earth, and then came up all this LSC stuff and Koreshians and things like that. And I was like, it's not the model. I mean, it's cool. I was just like, fuck me, this is like thousands of dollars worth of technical shit going on here, you know, to make this type of stuff. You've really got to know what the fuck you're doing. And you know, we've got a lot to thank with Flat Earth and like the likes of LSC that have given us visuals that we could work on. You know, you got a thing of a tomato, the atom shaping. Yeah, man, like there's one that was a cracked open, sort of like in a nutshell. There's a stone called the Shaligram stone, which is basically 2 typical fossils that are fused together.
Exactly.
And
yeah, that's an Indian stone.
yes, but they're showing everyone it's a fucking fossil, and they're not showing them the whole fossil. They're showing them half of it, and they're going, "This is a fossil of a fucking worm." No, it's not. The Shaligram stone to me is exactly what concave Earth looks like on the inside, and it's natural. So fuck me if it's going to be anything. But then we have to also think if there is a moving part and stuff like that, then is that going to cause an effect to the shape? Is there something that changes the shape where it gets bigger and smaller over one cycle? And the bigger and smaller just could be like there's a picture of you've got looks like land and trees going towards the center eye. That is where I'm at as well. We could say like a sphere kind of helps with matching with geometry, and it gives us like a uniform thing to work with so that we can all visualize the same thing at the same time. And I like it because the tree of life is there. I think like for me, it's like the sphere is spherical if you're looking at it from a top angle or from a side angle. I think I would say round from a top angle. But I would say from a side angle, I would say you're going to look more like an infinity or you know, it's hard to, you know, we're trying these different things out, but not preaching at the same time. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot about LSC I don't agree with, but I can't. There's just so much there that's great.
In terms of the man and his story, such a shame. It's sad that it's sad that it had to be that way with his mental illness or whatever.
But we have to look at the bigger picture. I'm gonna go now. We have to, and we will catch up, my friend. We will catch up. All
right.
But we have to look at no, like there was another guy. there was another guy called Zenith Atlas.
Yeah,
he's
he died too. He died early or not too long ago. He
mate.
committed suicide.
I done a video like the day before he fucking topped himself, and he fucking responded to the video right the day before he topped himself, and the video was basically because he was doing videos showing that you can see the curve of the sea, and then I done a similar video using my front carpet in my living room, and I said the problem is, man, is that even at 1 centimeter or half a centimeter above the ground, above my carpet, the rapid incline is huge. Now, if you're doing 5 inches, yeah, you know, you only can see the scale of the issues, and but there was other things going on with him, man, and I kind of felt, whoa, like, whoa. But he congratulated and he said, yeah, fair enough, man, it's all good and good. Right, I'm gonna go, but dude, it made my day, mate, talking to you, like just me and you,
Man.
you know.
Too.
Happy days, mate. Happy days.
Yeah, have a good one. See you around,
Yeah,
huh?
man. I look forward to it, mate. Take care, mate.
Yeah.
Cheers.
You got heart, Bob. You got heart. I came in here a little bit ago. No one was in here. I left. I was like, I can't be waiting around for people. I had shit to do anyways.
What'd you say, Jeremy?
I said you came and waited for us. I popped in earlier, bounced, went to Bev's for a minute, went and took a shower, and now here I am.
Oh.
Yeah, get out there, hear what's going on a little bit. Pop in Gems and other places every now and then just to see what's up.
See if there's anything interesting going on.
Yeah. I'm telling Gio, man, TikTok, bro. That's where all the kids are at. That's where all the cool kids hang out. You know what I'm saying? Al is working.
I think I'm worried about being a cool kid, maybe. So.
No, I'm just saying that's where. Good, right? So heads that are interested are seeing it. This is the chance to get like, to get the people. Especially no one else is offering a place to chat about it. Like other TikTokers, they live stream and shit, but I never see them like, and they do text chat, yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like people want to do voice. It's so hard to type. How could you type all? If I had to type all the fucking words I said since I've been in here, I'd still be typing.
Oh, dude! Like I've had arguments before in text, and it is seriously annoying. It's exhausting, basically, over text. It's
Yeah, dude. I could never do it.
Awful.
I used to do it. I could never do it anymore. They don't even read what you write. They're busy typing their shit out, their next thing out, anyways. Used to fucking purposefully. Where did I put my phone? QE on purpose. Used to, like, he'd be battling people on the forums for like evolution or something, and he would on purpose just put like nonsense in the middle of like his thing he was typing out, and like no one would even acknowledge that he just typed some goofy like ridiculous shit. What up, Nikki? So yeah, they wouldn't even acknowledge, like, they're not even reading it. It's just like when you're talking. It's no different when you're talking. They ain't listening to what you're saying. You think you're reading what you're reading? That's even more work. Like, I don't know. Some people are here genuinely to like, because they're interested in the topic and shit. Other people I feel like they're just here to fight and bicker and shit and get people triggered, start trouble.
I was thinking about something today. And I don't know if maybe it's just like me going a little bit too deep into the rabbit hole or something, but I was thinking about the word information. And
oh, that's tough. That's a tough one right there. Because there's two different types of information.
Information, right? So like if like the way I was thinking about it, I was like, well, they could use that. Like if you have information, you are in formation. You are going along with the correct formation. And then they can refer to things that are outside of that as misinformation and disinformation.
That's basically what they're doing with information right now. Yeah, because with the misinformation thing, yeah.
Right. So it's like you have the wrong information, or you have information that is causing others to not be in formation. And then it's like, and I don't know if they need to do this according to their own rules or not, but they could possibly say things like, you have the wrong information or it's misinformation. And technically they're not lying because they're not talking about truth. They didn't call it truth. They said it's misinformation. It's not information. It's not in the formation that it's supposed to be for their system. And so it's misinformation. They never said that you didn't say the truth. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They don't use the word truth or, yeah. Absolutely.
So that's one of the things I thought of while I was driving home today. I've been listening to this The Problem with Jon Stewart, and like I liked the Daily Show when he was the host. The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. I thought it was great. I think he's really funny. I think he can be a very entertaining person, but boy, is he just either really stupid or maybe he knows and he's just part of the system. I don't know, but he has some people on that say some really kind of awful, terrible, maybe even scary things, like if they're influencing other people with the way they think about stuff. That space lady that he was talking to, they were having a discussion about like space and gatekeepers, and John brought up, like, it seems to him like gatekeepers are usually like people protecting resources and like keeping other people out away from the resources. And then she decided like to bring up like some gatekeepers think that they are it was something along the lines of basically deciding who are good enough, who's the next generation, or who's the ones who meet the good enough standard or whatever.
Yeah.
Like basically like playing up the gatekeepers like they were some sort of like good thing for society because they're the ones who are picking out the good people.
Come on,
So
bud.
no.
Come on. Thank you. You too. We get nothing. Get nothing. How was school, bud? How was school?
No.
All tuckered out. You all tuckered out? Take a little nap on the bus? Yeah. You say you want a little snack? Just some milk. What else do you want? Hold on. Okay. thought of everyone is dead theory. That's where in 2012 everyone died, but they say your brain lives on for 7 minutes in your subconscious or something, and that's where everything takes like a long time. You know, you ever seen Inception? 7 minutes could be like.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so we're all trying to reform reality through like one subconscious or something, and that's why you got the Mandela effect, because we're trying to put the pieces together, but it doesn't, not exactly fitting.
Huh.
How about that? You ever think we get the 2012 link to the man? Like, that shit sounds nuts, right?
Yeah, I don't buy it.
You're not buying that one?
No, I don't buy it.
Come on. It checks out.
I'm not sure that it does. I think that's a pretty bold and perhaps entirely baseless claim that it checks out.
Yeah, like, how do you come up with that? Like, who thought of that one? You must have been on some hard shit. You can't think of that if you're not on weed or something, man. You gotta be on something.
You weren't on that government stuff.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting movie, though. Like you have it start off, and the first like half hour is like regular life, and then like some big calamity happens, and then like it's the day after the calamity, and it goes on just like people are trying to survive and stuff. But all the while, like there's these different things in the background. Like if you're not looking for them, maybe you don't notice all of them. You only notice a thing here and there that seems weird, and then you get to the end, and the big twist is like that calamity that happened. The world didn't just go on to the next day. They just thought they went on to the next day.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of like a Vanilla Sky type thing.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose it has kind of already been done then, in a way.
For a single person, yeah.
Right.
Bro, Elon Musk is out there. We could take like 160 square kilometer area with solar panels and power the whole. I don't know if it was the U.S. or the world. U.S. though. 160 kilometers, like a little corner in Utah.
You think so?
I don't. He said he crunched the numbers, and well, probably not him personally, but they ran the numbers, and that's what they came up with: 160 square kilometers.
I guess, yeah. I don't necessarily doubt that they could do something like that. Like I'm under the impression that energy isn't like even remotely close to as rare as they seem to make it out to be. I think that it's probably way more abundant than they make it out to be. So like he might be saying something that is actually real. Whether or not they would ever actually be allowed to do it, or whether or not they actually plan to ever do anything like that, I'm not sure about that. I think that there's people that want to keep things under wraps and kind of keep control.
I mean, every day that goes by, we're one step closer. We're also using more power as every day goes by too, though. So I don't know if it's exceeding that or what, but I was gonna say every day that a solar panel gets made is we're one day closer to that 160 square kilometers, but also every day the energy consumption probably goes up and up.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Like, I mean, there's different. Yeah, maybe.
I'll tell you right now, they shouldn't even be building a home. It should be illegal to build a home without solar panels at this point.
Okay. I don't know if it should be illegal because then some dude that just wants to build a house to live in, now suddenly he doesn't get to build a house and he's homeless because the government said he has to pay for solar panels and he can't.
It should be like standard. We're gonna build a house and not put a toilet in it. Panels should just be like standard. You know what I mean? Something standard.
Well, okay, so like I don't think that's actually technically illegal. It would be illegal to try and sell the house without one in it. I don't think it's illegal to build one without one in it.
Just something. I don't know. Something that's like just standard in a house.
Yeah.
A window. I don't think it's illegal to not have window. Something that's usually in a, like that should be a thing that's usually. Because why would you not? Somebody's buying a $550,000 house somewhere, right? $20,000 for free electricity for the rest of the house's life.
Dude, like I've already thought about like if I'm able to get wealthy and just have a house just straight up built the way I want it. I had already looked into the like the Tesla they're like shingles on a house for a roof, but they're also like solar panel things too. They're like both. They're shingles on the roof, but they also generate energy or whatever.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's the move right there.
That's what I would want to do.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want your whole. Forget those solar panels. Right? Fuck those giant solar panels they got to come hook up. You need a roof anyways.
Right.
So you might as well just use little tiles that are fucking solar panels. Now your whole roof is covered because I don't know if you've ever seen. You've seen houses with solar panels on the roofs. You can't cover the whole thing. It's just not possible given the dimensions of the solar panels. So with the shingles, there goes that problem. Now you have more square footage of solar panels.
And if they just like, if they're allowed to keep advancing the technology, then I think that could probably become pretty mainstream or pretty basic. It's like, yeah, well, instead of using the tar garbage panel things or whatever, or the regular tar tiles for your roof, well, everybody or almost everybody uses these cheap little solar panel things. So everyone's like generating energy, so like everyone's electricity bill is a few bucks a month or whatever now or a bunch of people's are. But like that's the thing, like are the energy companies going to allow that?
The best way that's why the best way to do it, honestly, is to just have your shit connected to batteries. That way you ain't got to worry about paying no bills but the problem is though, I really think they have sabotaged battery technology over the years because you do not for the system. Yeah, the system we have going, you do not want good batteries for that. Like if you're selling $10 trillion worth of oil a year, you do not want good batteries. How much are you willing to spend to stop good batteries from coming out if you make that much money?
It's kind of like the planned obsolescence thing too. Like they don't want you to keep using your items for the rest of your life, right? They don't want you to store energy. Interest rates are low on your bank. They don't want you to just be keeping money in your bank account and saving it up, right? Like it's like multiple different parts of our lives that it seems like they possibly are working to make sure we can't save things up for ourselves.
Yeah, the thing with the bank interest, they don't want the average guy. They want to make it as hard as possible for people to be able to make money off of interest. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want normal people doing that shit. They have zillions of dollars, so it doesn't matter what the interest rate is for them. You know what I mean?
And that might push someone to, instead of putting it in their savings account, go spend it on the market where they can, basically lose it all because some loser knows the rules better or has a better system or whatever.
Yeah, like putting it in the bank is super safe. It used to be, I can't remember when it was like 4 or 5% back in the 80s. Do you remember that?
I don't. I was born in 89, so.
It used to be, the interest rate used to be very high. I mean, even in the 90s, well, you're in 89. The interest rate used to be very high, and it was easier for people to just earn money from interest, but they don't want you doing that. Like I said, it doesn't matter what the interest rate is for them. It could be 0.00001. They're still going to make a $10,000 a day or whatever ridiculous. They got shit tons of money.
If interest on a savings account was like 5%, you could stick $1 million in there and get $50,000 a year.
50 grand a year, yeah. I've always
set,
used that
basically.
for the math.
What?
It's like, I need $1 million and I get 50 grand a year. And then one day, all of a sudden, I noticed interest rates were like 1%. I was like, that fucks my whole $1 million math up I've been doing my whole life. People just being able to just get 50 G's a year. I mean, even $1 million is tough. Still tough. Now you got to have. Nowadays, you would never do that though. You would put it in like Vanguard or some kind of.
Yeah, and maybe like take like part of it and buy like a house or something, but then like start purchasing like rental properties or buy some stocks that are like growth
dividend stocks,
safe, whatever, maybe safer, whatever.
Yeah. You can get, if you go to like an Edward Jones or JP Morgan type people, I forget what they're called, Sun Investors. You can usually get like 5 to 10% still. But now your shit's way at riskier than just in a bank account. Like that was super safe.
Yeah.
Super safe in a bank account.
One might say the purpose of the bank existing, being able to put money in and have it be super safe. Maybe not.
Was that a joke? I didn't get it. Oh, because they got safes?
No, well, I'm not sure that people really think that that's like they don't necessarily consider that to be like the purpose of the bank now. Do they? I mean, like,
oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, it used to be.
Maybe not.
I don't know. That's just how money is transacted. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I could be wrong about that.
I mean, there's that saying, money. It's like money in a bank. You know what I mean? Because it's like good and you're safe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God it's Friday.
I'm ready to be done with tax season.
Oh yeah, you work for H&R Block.
Yeah. I'm ready to be done for the season, for the year, whatever, at least mostly. We got about 3-ish weeks or so left. It's been pretty slow recently, and I think probably for the rest of the season, I'm probably not going to have a whole lot of clients. It's going to be, I think, a lot of me just kind of sitting around browsing Reddit and not getting much done, maybe.
You can get crypto off of Reddit.
What do you mean?
And if you post in a certain category, you get free crypto.
Really?
I made a couple bucks off it one month. I didn't even really do it that much. You can do it way more. Yeah. It's r/cryptocurrency. And as long as you got like 50 karma, watch out, kitty. As long as you got like 50 karma or something, you can post in there, and then every like you get, like it counts all your likes up for like a 30-day period or whatever it is, thumbs up or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then it counts all the thumbs up you had or whatever, upvotes. I don't know what they're called, whatever it is though. Like add them up for like a 30-day period. And then like it has a certain number of moons they're called, and it chops that up between all the people depending on how many upvotes you had or whatever.
Huh.
Pretty neat. It's probably one of the better ways to get free crypto online, because I mean I did it for like a week or two, And I didn't even do it that much, and I got like $4 or something.
Yeah, but do you got to post something that people actually like?
No, it could just be dumb shit.
I'm not necessarily a very likable person, Jeremy. Okay.
No,
we love you. Making a lot of friends.
They're about to change the terms of service in Discord.
Yeah, something stupid.
Yeah, they make the TOS basically, so it's you just don't know, and it's basically like at their own will. You know what I'm saying? You know how they write all the legal mumbo
kind of like
jumbo.
YouTube and their borderline content or whatever the bull crap.
It basically gives them the right to do anything they want. I mean, it is their platform, so
Yeah.
I don't know why they even need to do that shit like that. Like, if you don't want us here, just let us know and we'll bounce. That's how I feel about shit. Like, I don't know. I just wouldn't stay somewhere somebody didn't want me. If Discord was like itching to get rid of us, like, all right, we'll go to fucking Telegram or something. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, but this way maybe they get people to like some people stick around even though other people got banned or whatever. Like if they don't just come right out and say we don't want you here, they might be able to keep some people around and still get rid of some people. Whereas if they just come right out and say it, then people will be like, oh, they don't want flat earthers. We'll all go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of the community we even make up in Discord. It's probably not that big.
I don't know for sure, but there seems to be a number of people on Reddit that like are privy to the world not being what it seems to be, and even like some flat Earth stuff maybe. So I think we might act like what's his face. Brenda came in here and he was talking. He's multiple times he's been talking about the flat Earth is dying and you guys are going away and it's all over or whatever, like bullcrap like that. And it's like I'm not even sure that we here even realize just how many people there are possibly out there who have an understanding. They aren't necessarily actively like in here doing discussions, but they might just be aware, like, yeah, it's all bullcrap.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen this yet. I saw this the other day, and I don't think I saved it, but now here it is again on Reddit. Here, I'm gonna try and put it in the Discord.
If you want me to see anything, send it to me in DM too, because I almost never can look at the phone.
Okay. Okay, there. I sent it to you in a message or whatever. I don't know who took the time to do that, but that's good stuff right there.
What is it? Give me a rundown.
So basically, it looks like they took the time to get recordings of different news channels from, I guess, around the country or whatever, and then basically cut out the parts where the way he does it is he shows like one and then another and then another, almost, I guess, like kind of like they're talking in one full sentence. Okay,
so
the
he took
video
like
starts it,
words.
and then the second video goes a little bit further, and the third video says something else, and then he starts putting them on there, all talking at the same time, as if they're all reading from the exact same script, but it's all these different news channels saying like the exact same thing,
like verbatim.
Yeah, basically, yeah, and it's talking about how it, and then like right near the end or somewhere in the video, it's like it's just video after he just goes video after video after video of them saying it's like it's dangerous for our democracy. It's dangerous for our democracy. It's dangerous for our democracy. Just over and over.
They're all reading from the same fucking script, dude.
Oh, it's good stuff.
You'd think they would like change a few words. Like say you were gonna plagiarize something and you didn't want people to know. You would like change up a few words, use some synonyms and shit. You know what I mean? Maybe add a little fluff in here or there. You know, somebody might say it's dangerous to our democracy. Another guy would, you know, if I wanted to rephrase that as my own words, I would say it's harmful for democracy, or this is not good for democracy. You know what I mean? Like there's so many ways you could say that, but they're not even changing it up. Like they're lazy. They're sloppy. Right? Like wouldn't you like change a few words up here and there so it didn't sound like you were like everyone was reading off the same script?
I think I just got banned from Reddit.
Oh, really? What did you do? How the fuck did you do that? That's hard to do.
Oh, I've been temporarily banned for promoting hate, Jeremy.
You're a hate monger.
Oh no!
What does that even mean? What did you say?
Oh, here I can go to the thing that they linked and read it to you if you want.
Yeah, let's hear this one.
Okay, all right.
Well, this fucking shit.
The post has been removed, so I can't read you the post to give you the context. So you're gonna hear this out of context, and you might really think I'm quite the Nazi. Okay. But the title of the post is still there, and it says, "Your take on the LGBTQIA. I'm born bisexual and wanted to know any conspiracies relating to it." And I responded, "How about the conspiracy to convince ignorant people they were born a pervert instead of choosing to act that way of their own free will? You were born desiring food and general care. That's it. When you hit puberty, your body starts to want sex. Your body doesn't care how that happens. Your body literally does not care how you get sex. You care. You as a person care. Your body doesn't. Rapists don't rape because their body tells them to. Their body tells them to get sex, and they decide to take care of that urge by raping. Does their body care? Nope. Because the body doesn't specify how to satisfy that urge. You could stick your penis in a brick wall, and your body won't care as long as it works. It won't make you a brick sexual. It will simply make you a pervert. You aren't bisexual. You're a pervert. That's not permanent. You can decide to change. But blaming something else for your decisions doesn't remove the responsibility. That's just an attempt to hide from the responsibility. Note, pervert is not an expletive or a curse or a slur. It is a legitimate word with an actual meaning that I have correctly used in this context. Just because you may not like it does not make it a wrong word."
Can't hear you talking on here. That's all I gotta say.
What's that?
It's a good thing Reddit can't hear you talking on here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like, and I think that people don't like the word pervert being used in reference to those things, but it's like, it doesn't really matter whether you think that those are good things or bad things, or like they don't have any moral issues, whatever. None of that matters to the word pervert. Like, pervert has a specific meaning, and it's 100% legitimate to use to describe something that is being changed from its intended purpose, which no matter what you think about bisexual people or transgender people, doesn't change the fact that we know for sure that males were meant for females for our race. It has to be, because if we ever stop doing that thing, we die. We're done. We end. So that has to be the intended thing, at least that far, which means anything other than that is technically a perversion according to the word.
Hold on, you know what they say now? I've used that. If everyone did that with it, and stopped having babies, it'd be the end of the human race. But you know what they use now? We would just use that thing where they take the egg and take the sperm and boom. You know what I mean? Like a test tube baby or something. Now they just use that and say, no, it wouldn't be the end of the race. We'd still keep going.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. As far as I know, like that's not a thing that they can do outside of the mother. Like they can put both of those things inside of a female, but then they still needed the male and the female, and then they just decided to go ahead and add another female to put it inside them, but they needed the male and the female to begin with. That had to happen. As far as I know, they have no way of actually getting like a baby to grow outside of a mother's womb, like, and actually be like a thing that lives or whatever. They might be able to get like cells, like tissue, to grow, like basically like bacteria does or something. But anyway, I've apparently been. I'm guessing, like, I'm pretty sure that was not even today that I posted that. I think that was possibly several days ago or so. I don't remember when exactly I posted it. Maybe not several days. I might be able to check here. Whatever. Where is? When is this? 3 days ago. I'm guessing that it was somebody that I was talking with today that reported it. I don't think they appreciated my my discussion with them on flat Earth or whatever on Reddit. I made a comment on someone's really dumb post about looking out over the water and stuff like that, and I had some comments and responses and stuff back and forth or whatever. And one of them brought up my comment history, and so I'm thinking maybe one of them, like, or maybe even more than one of them, went into my comment history and decided to go like report stuff that I had posted in comments or whatever, because like I didn't get banned 3 days ago, pretty sure.
And somebody definitely would have, and people commented after that, they definitely would have reported it if they, yeah.
I'm guessing that not everybody agreed with me on that, but I'm at +3 for upvotes, so somebody agreed, and apparently it was enough people to keep me from going into the negative from downvotes.
Dude, did you hear me yesterday talking about how we get to a moneyless society?
How we get to one?
Yeah, one of the ways we could get to to stop using money. Like, obviously, it'd be very difficult to do that, but I think one of the ways would be, like, say they crashed the dollar or tried to collapse the dollar or something, and everyone just like, say they found out, because we were talking about if they came out with the Earth was flat and it was like became common knowledge, but the elite aren't going to go down like that, so they try to crash society by doing it with a dollar, because that's the one thing they like really control is the dollar. So let's say they tried to like crash the dollar and the money system and shit. We get to a cashless society by everyone just keeps working. You know what I'm saying? Like, just keep working, keep going to work, and everything you need, everyone just keeps doing it, but we just stop using the money. I don't know. It's gonna be very hard to get out of this money thing that we're in, and I don't
know how well that would work out.
It's dangerous. I don't know either. I'm just saying it's one of the ways that we could probably maybe get off.
See, I don't find an issue with like the system of money in general. Just I don't think it's like somehow inherently evil. I think it has to do with the people who interact with it. Some of them are evil, and so stuff doesn't necessarily end as well as it could. I mean, think about how easily a system of money could come about. Like, let's say you're some tribe off in the jungle who doesn't have a money system, right? Okay, like it's just a group of people. They're not even a tribe yet. They're just like a group of people that like are alive and came together and are like, okay, we want to make a group of people and just work together as a community. All right, it's like, okay, well, we're gonna have hunters and we're gonna have guards and we're gonna have mothers who take care of the children. Okay. And everybody gets one meal per day from the hunters' finds and the gatherers' berries and stuff. Okay, everyone gets one meal. All right. Okay. Well, how do we know who's had a meal and who hasn't? Okay. Every morning you come by and you get your black stone. Okay, and then later on, when you want your meal, you turn in your black stone, you get a meal. Okay. Well, then later on, they realize they have some excess. It's like, okay, well, we could use some more guards on duty or something. So if you do some extra guard duty, you can earn an extra black stone, okay, that you can use someday if you want to have like an extra meal. Well, now suddenly, like, it's not a full-on Federal Reserve printed money system, but basically you just invented capitalism by accident. You see what I mean?
Fucked up. Yeah, no, I hear you. And it would start out good at first, but people, then you'd get people that are like, I want as many black stones as possible. You'd have people trying to steal other people's black stones.
How do you solve the problem of the go-getter who basically saves up 1,000 black stones and tries to turn them all in one day? Like it's not a system that's going to work really well if you do that, right? So it's like the system that started off and worked fine and offered a way for somebody to get something for putting in more effort has now possibly caused an issue.
It's basically just a time.
Oops!
Hey, you left the fridge open. Oh, all right.
What's that?
Left the fridge open. You want a knuckle sandwich in there? All right. There you go. Use the big boy cup. There's nothing even left. There's nothing in that one. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, because then those little black stones, people want those. You know what I mean? And now there's a whole nother thing of you got people trying to steal other people's black stones, or, you know, maybe their dad saved up a lot of black stones and they want to get those black stones before he does something stupid with them, so they kill him or something. You know what I mean? Like,
right. See, that's the thing is, like, I understand the sentiment that Gio was stating with, oh, well, if you went and took somebody's money, well, you could just solve a whole bunch of problems. It's like, well, you really couldn't. You couldn't solve. You could temporarily alleviate problems that some people are having in some places.
It's like putting a Band-Aid on a...
buy the evil out of people. It won't work.
It's like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound.
Right. It's like the problem is so much deeper than whether or not somebody has money, that it's just like you're not going to actually be able to solve the real problem like that. You're just going to be able to make it seem less for a while.
A lot of chocolate. Did you learn anything in school today?
How did you even give up on
Did you learn anything in school today? No. I've been asking you that for about
Ask him if he learned how to start capitalism.
Yeah. All right, tell me what you learned.
Like, that's actually a really good...
Hold on a second, bro.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me. Are you still listening?
No, hold on one second.
Okay.
What'd you learn today, bud? You learned about the circumference of a circle, really? What about it? What is pi? Yeah, but how do you get it? What is it? What does it mean?
You bake it.
Yeah. And how many diameters are in the that's called the circumference? 3.1 something, right? 1.4.
Yeah.
That's how you get pi. Yeah. How do you get the area of a circle? You didn't learn that one yet? All right. That's good. Nice. I'm glad you learned something after 8 years. About time.
All right, can you listen now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so let's say we have that tribe, and like I said, like they have a little extra in the storage, and things have shifted around so that they can offer like a few extra black stones to people who want to take some extra guard duty or whatever. All right, let's say you got a real go-getter who decides to take extra guard duty every day for a couple of years. He saves up, 1,000 stones or whatever. He's just got 1,000 black stones. Let's say that there's some families in the village that are like, they're not doing so hot. Their food isn't enough. Okay. A group of people in that village could decide to go kill that man and take all of his stones. Did that change how much food was in the food stores? Did that change how much food they have access to? No, it didn't. It didn't fix the problem. They have more stones to give to the person who's supposed to hand out the food, but they didn't fix the problem. All they did commit an evil by murdering somebody for a thing that doesn't actually matter, black stones. That's really all that they've accomplished. So it's like, they might feel better for a little while when they're able to quickly go turn in some of their stones for a meal, and they'll feel not hungry at that moment for a little while. But that doesn't mean that the problem was fixed, and it doesn't mean that they haven't done something that's going to cause even worse ramifications later on, like if somebody finds out that they murdered. But even if nobody ever finds out, they now have to live their lives knowing that they murdered them for those stones, and that it didn't actually solve their problem. And it's like, who knows what's going to happen when that eats away at them? You know, there's all these different variables that you can't basically account for properly in a scenario like that. Yeah, initially they'll probably feel better because they got their meal that day, their extra meal. But it didn't solve the problem. There's no extra food in the food stores because they killed someone and took his stones.
Yeah, I feel like if that's why you can't just give somebody black stones or money or something. You gotta. But I mean, I do like the idea of just giving people money though, like in a trust fund type scenario. You don't just hand somebody like $1 million so they can get 50 grand a year. You know, you put it in a trust fund for them. Now they're getting 50,000 black stones a year, and they're gonna be able to have other meals and all their stuff. And eventually, if you keep doing that enough, people will have, more free time. It'll relieve stress. People will be happier over time. They'll have more time to spend maybe raising their kids right or something. I don't know.
I think that would possibly require the money to be to actually stand for something. Like right now, it doesn't really, right? It's just paper and it doesn't really stand for anything of real value. It's just the thing that we use. And I don't know if that works if you just start having things like $50,000 deposited to everybody. Like it needs to mean something. Otherwise, why are we even doing that?
Well, it's a time exchange. Right now, we use it as a time exchange. Like you put in your time, and they give you money. It's kind of like a time thing. How much time does it take for me to get, $100,000 or something?
And then, like if you set up that sort of system, well, now you've given a whole lot of power to a government. So, it's like, what if they decide that your views on something aren't good enough? You didn't earn your $50,000. Like you don't deserve $50,000 because you have this opinion. Well, we need to make just like they do now or try to do now. Like with Joe Rogan, he had, said something however years back or whatever he did to make them upset, and they want to get him off of Spotify. They want to remove his money, his livelihood, because he has a differing opinion or he said something.
It doesn't involve the government. I would never give that much power to the government. I'm talking private trust funds, nothing even involved with the government. Fuck that, dude. The last thing you want to do is let the government run anything for once. Have they ever successfully done anything?
I don't know if you've read or heard the it's like tell a horror story in like 10 words or less or whatever. And so it's like, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
That's good. When you wake up sweating out of,
right.
Wake up, it's a nightmare. Wake up sweating bullets.
I heard this knock on the door. When I went to open it, there was a man standing there. And he said, he said, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And then just cue the screech of the banshee. Where is everybody today, Jeremy?
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's Friday. It's Friday.
The past couple days, Bevs was bumping just now. There was a lot of people was over there.
All right, I'm gonna go get a shower. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
Nobody came by to join us, Jeremy? Maybe not.
Mad people came in while you were gone. They were like, "Oh shit, Bob's here. Fuck that," and then left.
Who did?
A ton of people, like
Yeah,
10
did
people.
they? They're like, oh man, that's that guy that got banned from Reddit. We're out of here.
Yeah, the one guy in the world. Like 3 people a day get banned off Reddit. You're one of them.
They didn't want to. They didn't want to spend time with those of my ilk.
It's enough. Hey, no, just like telling you, man, TikTok is the move. Bob, do you have any old cell phones?
I don't think so.
No, just checking. Just checking. I need to do is get like 1,000 people to sign up for this thing and do it. And I get like $50. $50 a day. It's mad hard to even get one person though. These guys on YouTube got to be killing it. They got like 100,000 subscribers. And like as soon as something comes out, like they're all over it. And then people use their referral link. They got to be making like hundreds of dollars a day just off of that.
Yeah, they might be. And then like there's stuff that like with some video game stuff, like or at least with Call of Duty, there's one where like they can tell people their creator code or whatever, and then when people go and buy something on Call of Duty, if they put in the creator code, I think that they get like a cut or something like that, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's shit like that with Amazon, Walmart, everything. There's a lot of money in like referring people to things. Yeah, if YouTubers do that a lot, like people that review like say survival knives. They're like, there's a code in my description or whatever, click my link and you could buy it off Amazon, and they get like 3% or something. I don't know what the cut is, but they'll get a little cut. But if you get 1 million people to buy that knife, if you're like, yo, check out this knife, it's dope as fuck. You hit it with a sledgehammer, cut a piece of paper. You know what I mean? Like just do like a little review, and you can get like 1 million people to buy the knife. You get like fucking, $100,000. I don't know. Not bad for one YouTube video.
I would probably be pretty happy with that. $100,000 for a video, maybe.
Yeah. One time I was doing Uber and I went into work. I was like, yo, I made $50 in 1 hour last night. My coworker dead ass looks at me and goes, that's not even $1 a minute. I'm like, dude, you realize we were working in the same place, right? Like, what do you mean that's not even $1 a minute? Who the fuck says that? What are you, Jeff Bezos?
Yeah. If you're not making $1 a minute while you sleep, what are you even doing with your life, Jeremy?
Yeah, seriously. $1 a minute. Uber's good if you can catch the good deals, but they don't really have a lot of them. Lately, they've been wanting to do like 40 rides and shit, and I'm just not grinding it like that. Like one weekend, I caught it where it was 15 rides, and I made $300 from doing 15 rides, which is dope as fuck. It took 6 hours, and I made 300. So it's like $50 an hour for all those 6 hours. That's fucking dope. But normally, it's like $20 an hour or 15, or it depends. You get lucky some days. It all depends, but normally it's not really that great. That's before you even start counting your overhead.
Really good.
That's before you even start counting your overhead. You're driving your own vehicle, tons of miles.
Yeah.
Like normally, I average it out before, and on average, every mile I travel, I get $1. So if you go make $500 in one night, that sounds awesome, right? You made $500 in one night, that's fucking great. But you put 500 miles on a vehicle. That's a lot of fucking overhead right there. You can only do that so many times to a vehicle before it's not even any good anymore. You know what I'm saying? You do that like 200 times before you have 100,000 miles.
Down the thing that you're using to make money in the first place.
Yeah, like if you do that 200 times, you now have 100,000 miles on it if your car had 0 miles on it to start. You went through probably 2 sets of tires, 30 oil changes. Fucking, you start adding this shit up. Insurance the whole time. Yeah, it adds up. The overhead's crazy. They definitely need it. And Uber takes a giant cut, dude. Like I said, it's great if you can catch the bonuses and shit, but doing it full time, just fucking, I don't know, man. Unless maybe if you're a mechanic or something and I don't know. If you had no life and no responsibilities and shit and just had all the time in the world to drive, it probably is one of the better jobs because you could kill it. Like if you can go out there and put 100,000 miles on your car in a year, you probably made over 50 grand a year, which is not bad. Like to pocket.
Yeah, like if you're not doing anything else, like you could just basically be out there driving while you're on Discord or while you're listening to podcasts. Like, I mean, like we spend how much time on Discord doing doing stuff anyway. Like I'm usually doing something else when I'm here on Discord. It's like if you could just like be doing Discord and making money by driving around. So like if you got nothing else to do, then it's probably not too shabby.
Yeah, if you already made your salary and you're working and you just want some extra money, it's fucking dope. Go make $20 a day. That adds up throughout the year. That's 5-6 G's a year, 7 G's.
Yeah.
Just for $20 a day, I can do that in like an hour or two a day. You know what I mean? Or you can go out on a Saturday and do that one day a week or something. Like it's not really that big a deal. You could probably go grind that in a weekend. $600 in a weekend, you could do that. It ain't gonna be pretty, but it depends. They got a bonus going right now. Let me check the bonus. I signed up for the lowest amount of rides one, and it was like 40 rides, which I'm not even going to be able to do. But where's choose your quest? Here we go. Oh, they closed it out. I don't know what it was. They won't let you look at it anymore. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, 40 rides and you get an extra $165, which isn't bad. That's a pretty good bonus because you get the money for the rides too. So you probably get, at least $200, at least $5 a ride. Probably more though. Some rides are like $20. Some rides are like $4 or so. I'll post it in a live stream. This was a dope ass week right here. That was my $50 an hour week. 6 hours, $300.
Not too shabby, maybe.
If it wasn't for that though, look how much I would have really made though. I would have really only made $125 for those 6 hours without that bonus.
Yeah, 111.37, maybe.
And then there was other little things too, but yeah, I would have got $125. So that's like $20 an hour. Change my battery case for my phone. Discord blows through your fucking battery life if you're on a cell phone. Like I have a bricks for battery cases. I have multiple of them. This one is 8,800 milliamp hours, which is enough to charge like the phone twice. I have an old phone though. I heard new phones are way better on batteries and shit. So I didn't do shit around the house today. It's Friday though, so it's all good. Normally I try to get the dishes done. I did do a little bit of laundry. I want to try one of those little things. We have a dishwasher, but it like leaks sometimes and shit. I don't know. It's a huge fucking hassle. I want to get this thing I keep seeing on TikTok. It's like a little motor you're supposed to be able to put in like it'll like stick to inside of a bucket in the sink or something, or inside the sink, and then it like swishes everything around and it's supposed to get all the dishes clean.
Does it like vibrate the water or something?
Yeah, it's like a fan. It like agitates the water all over the place, and it's supposed to like clean your dishes all the time.
Seems like an interesting idea, maybe.
When I was younger, I used to do all paper plates, plastic spoons and forks and shit. Come on, kitty. All I do is let cats in and out of the house all day. We definitely just need like legit fucking robots. They made power moves in robot technology. Like iRobot with Will Smith, those kind of robots. Run errands, do your dishes, do the laundry and shit. Basically just like slaves for us. Like Rosie from the Jetsons. You know what I mean? She vacuum, do the all that shit. We need those. You want to let humans have as much free time as possible, because the more free times humans have, the more we can, progress. That's how we used to progress. Old guys would, they'd be wealthy or get retired or something. They would just fucking play around with shit and see what they could do, The whole reason we're so advanced right now has a lot to do with cleanliness. That sounds weird, but like all those computer chips and shit and all our cell phones and computers and all that, they'd make those all in clean rooms. Like you can't make those in a cave or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Wait,
it's
hold on.
all based on a.
Give me just a few minutes.
Go ahead. You all right, Noah? Wanna go back outside, kitty? Come on.
Okie dokie.
Can't believe Sean yesterday with the ball in a merry-go-round, bro. Is he nuts or what? How can a ball go in the same exact path? One time it appears to curve, one time he's like, and he's got his own server, and I was talking to him in text chat. He's like, you can't show it to me. I'm like, you showed it to me yesterday. Why would I show it to you? You already showed it to me.
Yeah,
That's not even something you would need to show someone. Like, we already know it's curved. You already agree that it's curving in the one instance. They can't take the same path and not appear to curve again. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I just don't know if he like can't like get it in his head straight, like he's just not thinking about it right or what. I don't know.
Guy did a social experiment where he would walk around and drop his wallet. You know, he'd make it look like on accident. He'd reach in, pull out his phone, drop his wallet. Everyone kept that shit, but the fucking bum. The bum was like, yo, you dropped your wallet. It's a fucking... So I typed all that shit in Sean's chat, and then some guy named Anamorphic Mind responded, still failing to understand Coriolis, ? Ugh. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Could be the next topic. We need something new. We've talked.
What?
We've
What's
talked.
going on?
I was gonna say we need a new.
We need a new topic?
Yeah.
What for?
We can't do Coriolis. We've been doing Coriolis for the past fucking 8 days or some shit.
You're sick of it, huh?
We definitely need something new. I mean, I don't care. I could go on for another week maybe, but other people are, probably getting sick of it. Let's just try not to mention it.
I think you're breaking up some or something, maybe.
Got my stupid little peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Woohoo.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't be hating on the peanut butter and jelly sandwich now.
I'm not. It's not as exciting as like a meatball sub or some sliced pizza or something fun.
Dude, you're roboting like.
Good now?
No, it's not fixed. Still real bad, maybe.
Okay, it's probably good now, right?
That seems better, maybe.
Alright. That's the problem with having no money is no one's going to be eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Like, I'm not going to eat a peanut butter jelly sandwich. I'm going to go get slices of pizza or a meatball sub or a veal parm with some paz. Like, I'm going to go get something crazy if there's no money involved.
Yeah, if you don't have to pay for it, then you'll go get basically what you want to go get, right?
Yeah, you have to limit people, though, because we all can't go get veal parm or a lobster for lunch every day. And then a steak for dinner or something crazy. Like, this is not in the cards for humanity, I don't think. I'm not saying we have, like, a limited number of lobster. I mean, there is a limited number of lobsters right now that we have out of the ocean. So, like, those can only get chopped up in so many ways, If there's 7 billion people on Earth, I don't think we have that many lobsters. I'm pretty sure we don't.
I don't know.
I'm not saying we couldn't figure out a way to start, like, breeding them to a point where we could have 7 billion lobsters ready to go. They just built a giant fucking apartment complex near me. It's all made out of wood, dude. Fucking stupid. Stupid. Why would you use that as a building material? That's like the Three Little Piggies, the second one. Like, I don't ever see us not needing homes, so let's just make them out of some shit that's gonna last for, your whole life with minimal maintenance and shit. I don't know. Yeah, do you know what concrete is made out of? I don't know why people tell me there's a limited amount of concrete on Earth. The Romans used to build real. The Romans used to do concrete so good it was fucking like just naturally waterproof. See, that person saw you were in here and they were like, "Fuck that," and left.
Get in here. Nope.
He's like, "No, no, I don't know." Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness it's Friday. Fucking A. Hello.
know what they did in one country? They made it illegal for schools to charge tuition. So the rich people had to send their kids to the same schools as the poor people. So what do you think happened? The rich people invested a lot of money into the public schools, and now their schools are dope.
Really?
Yeah, the rich people aren't going to let their kids go to shitty schools, right?
What was the rule that they made?
It's illegal for schools to charge tuition. So like no private schools, basically. Like you can't send your kid to a private high school or anything.
Yeah, if that's the only rule, it seems like they could get around that by making the charge for something else. But I don't know. I kind of want to start a school. If I ever get super wealthy, like just a school where the kids would learn like real stuff, not just like stupid stuff.
Today was the first day I got the kid to tell me he actually learned something. I've been asking him for 8 fucking years. Hey, what'd you learn today? Nothing. He knew about pi and the circumference, though, of a circle. Good. That literally never comes in handy, though, in life. There's never been a time where I was like, I need to find the circumference of the circle. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. I don't think I've ever needed that even one single time in my entire life.
Yeah. I've never needed to find the area of a circle, nothing. I've needed to find the area of a square or a rectangle or something, no. That might come in handy if we ever start building those circular dome concrete houses, though. Seriously, though, couldn't you run I don't know if you heard it yesterday. Couldn't we run the country off of 10%? If you took 10% of everyone's profit, whatever somebody made in profit, and then, income, capital gains, whatever, take 10, some guy made $1 billion in crypto, you take 10% of it.
Yeah, pretty
somebody
sure
made
a little bit of
somebody
that.
Somebody made $100,000 at their job, you take 10% of that. So you take 10% of all that. Then you take 10% of all the money. Some kid buys a candy bar in a store, you get 10%. Some guy goes and buys a Lambo, you get 10%. Like I feel like that's like a way more money than it would even take to run the country. I don't know though, but
yeah, I'm not sure.
I feel like you should be able to run the country on that. I don't. If you get rid of like extravagant government spending, like there's no reason for like governors and mayors and everyone to be taking planes and helicopters and all that shit. Not with the technology we have today. You can do everything on it. You don't need to go somewhere for a meeting. I think everyone just learned that we can do all our stuff on the internet pretty much. There's very little stuff you need to do hands-on. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're like the governor and shit. It's not like you're going to mop a floor somewhere or build a fucking engine in a mechanic shop. You're talking to people. And you're not really doing anything. You can do all that shit on the internet. You don't need to fly out somewhere and
But the stress, Jeremy. The stress.
Like we shouldn't have a. There shouldn't be a governor's mansion. Why can't he live in his own house? I can see the president for the White House. All right, that makes sense. But just the governor, like they can't live in their own house.
Well, that might actually have to do with their like needing to be accessible to the public. So like, and also it's not like it costs a whole bunch of extra money necessarily. Like if the house is built, the house is built. It might take some money to like keep it kept up, but I doubt that that's huge spending. I would think maybe.
Yeah, you're right. They could have a. You know, they need room to have an office and shit or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like it makes sense to me, like that people need to be able to have access to the governor rather than him, like, you know, set his villa up in the mountains and like there's no way to get to him, you know?
Yeah, I hear that. Damn it! All the math teachers left already. You know, another really dumb thing we do is there'll be like, I don't know, 3,000 kids high school age that need to go to high school in a school district. So they'll build a school for 3,000 kids, not knowing that we keep getting more kids every year. Then they'll build an addition down the line, and it's just a big mess.
Don't worry, Jeremy. They'll solve that problem with the vaccines.
What happened?
So don't worry, Jeremy. They'll solve that. They'll solve that problem with the vaccines.
Yeah.
If anything, the school will be too big. No.
Yeah, right. I swear, sometimes it feels like they're doing stuff just to keep us busy, just to keep us having jobs.
I mean, that's like what the whole hubbub about the like looking at the percentage of unemployment. Like that's what that's about, right? Is there's too many people that aren't busy. Like that's
yeah.
I mean, that's what that number really is. Is like, oh, the number of people not busy is getting higher.
Yeah, we need to keep them busy. You know, it would be dope if every kid just threw 25 cents on the floor every day. That would make my job so much more worth it.
Do you say if you found 25 cents every day?
If every kid that went to school just threw 25 cents on the floor every day.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't be too shabby, maybe.
Yeah, that would sweeten the pot. I had another idea before because janitors do find a lot of like loose change and rings and earrings and shit on the floor. So my idea was if you had all the janitors pull that shit up, and then say you got like, how many schools are there in America? Probably like 1 million.
I doubt there's 1 million because there's only like 330 to 350 million people in the whole thing. That would be like one for every 300 people. And it's like, it's not like all 300 and some million are kids who go to school. So I doubt it's 1 million. It's probably more closer like 50 to 100,000, if that.
Yeah, but how many cities in America are there? There's got to be one in every city, right?
No, not necessarily. There's some place. I mean, depends on what you mean by city. If you mean every town and village, no. Everything that's considered large enough to be a city, maybe, but maybe not even then. They might be in the area of another school district. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, no doubt. There's just a lot of schools in my city, so I'm guessing like a lot of cities are like that. Like there's probably like 30 schools in my city. All right, whatever. What do you think? There's like 100,000 schools.
What was that?
What do you think? There's like 100,000 schools across America.
I'm not sure if there's even that many.
Counting like the colleges, elementary schools, the high schools.
Well, actually, you know what? Here, I'll just Google it real quick. That might be something that's just available. Number of schools in the U.S.
I'm guessing there's like 500,000.
Okay, here we go. How many schools are in the United States in 2020? So in 2020, there were apparently 130,930. And that was
that's
K through 12, apparently.
All right, so 130,000, you said?
Yeah, almost 131,000.
All right, can you do another search and see how many like colleges and universities there are? Because we're going to count those people too. They're going to want to be in on this.
All right, how many colleges and universities are in the U.S.? There are approximately 5,300 colleges and universities. So basically put it at about 136,000 approximately.
All right, so we'll just use 100,000 to keep it easy. So every school is going to have you're going to find like $1 worth of stuff approximately.
Yeah.
That even sounds like a good number or not.
I mean, if you're talking every single day, yeah, I mean, you could probably find at least $1 every single day. If all of if you had a janitor's guild and every day all of them kept all the change that they collected and sent it to one place, you could probably easily get over $100,000 every single day that they needed to clean.
Yeah, so once a week, so that's about $500,000 a week, $500,000 a week. So, that's enough if you get 10% in the stock market. That's your 50 G's a year right there. So if every janitor did that, one janitor a week could retire without having to work their whole, 50 years or whatever they got to work.
Yeah.
That'd be dope. It's like if I find $1 on the floor, it does nothing for me. I can't even buy a candy bar with that. But if you pull it all up,
Yeah. Like if you could start like a janitor's guild, okay, and have them all sending whatever they find, because a lot of the time I'm guessing there's probably more than $1, right? If a school has multiple janitors and they're finding stuff in different classrooms, there's probably okay. And then like what you do is you set up a system so that when it hits a certain point, the next person on the list, they get to retire. There's a certain amount that goes into like a fund where it's like it's going to be on the stock market, and then like depending on their profits from there, a certain percentage goes back into the pool. So now you're like, as you're making the pool for future people, it's getting there faster and faster and faster because you're having all of the whatever percentage of profits from people that have already made it. So like you could have all of this super fast.
So out of that like 50 G's a year they're going to get, we get like $1,000 worth of it back into the guild, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. That would help build the pool way faster because if you do that, 500 times, which is only like a year and some change, 2 years. Right. If you do that 500 times, you're getting 500 G's a day now, just from that.
Every time a new person is set up,
or no, 500 G's.
All good to go. That's just another, you're now doing it even faster and so it would just get faster and faster and faster until it's like there's so much like everyone's retired. Theoretically,
I guarantee it's way more than $1 because we be finding shit like, okay, some schools aren't even going to find $1 a day. because elementary schools and shit, those kids aren't like throwing money around and shit.
Yeah.
But like, I work at a nice high school, and I found like 6 rings one year. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like that's probably like, I don't know, they probably weren't all real and shit. I just got them in a safe, but like the amount of gold and diamonds you would find would put you way over the top, I think. That's a good fucking idea, though. I had that idea a long time ago.
Honestly, like, this is interesting because, like, you could just like put a vending machine. Like, if you just had like one vending machine in every school, like just have like if each janitor, not each janitor, but like each group of janitors, like each school, the group of janitors there had like a bubble gum machine or like one candy bar machine or something like that. Like you wouldn't even need to find the dollar. It's just, you just have to have somebody use the machine enough that you make like it made $1 a day on the vending machine, which would be, I'm pretty sure, super duper easy.
Yeah. You'd have to sell like one bag of chips or a couple bags of chips or something. Yeah.
Right. Man.
All right, Jeremy. Tell me all about Coriolis.
What's up?
Maybe not.
Who was that? I don't even know who's that. Who was that?
Zanuck.
Dave?
Zanuck.
Oh, Zanuck. What's up? What's up, my guy?
Not much, Bubba. There you are.
Okay, let me ask you this. You been looking for? You ain't been looking. You know right where I'm at, bro. Listen.
I
got
look
2
at your
guys
chat.
in the
I
playground.
freaking called you a million times. I called you. I sent you messages. I sent you everything. You didn't respond.
I know you got a little antsy in your pants yesterday. Okay, listen. There's 2
Oh,
guys in the
I ain't got
playground.
no ants in my pants.
You're all antsy in the pantsy. I can already tell.
I got no ants in my pants. You come, everything's nice and clean.
You're in a playground. There's 2 guys throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then go around and start spinning.
The what spins around circles? What?
Okay, there's 2 guys in a park throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. You with me so far?
No, you broke up when you said the next sentence after that.
Okay, there's 2 guys in a park throwing a ball.
I heard that.
Okay. Then we put a roundabout between them.
I heard is a roundabout between them, or are they on a roundabout?
You are cutting out a little bit, Jeremy. It's like half clipping sometimes.
We put a roundabout in between those guys.
In between them, okay, got it.
Then we put someone on the roundabout and start spinning it. He's observing these guys throw a ball back and forth.
Okay.
Okay. Is the guy in the roundabout going to see the ball apparently?
Well, of course, you know what
Coriolis
is.
right?
It is observing a deviation of an object in motion from a rotating reference frame. Now, if you're looking at that
so would
motion,
you consider that example? Hold on. Would you consider that example to be an example of the Coriolis effect?
Of course.
Of course, right? Of course.
You have motion. You have any motion being viewed. Hold on. Any motion being viewed from a rotational, i.e., non-inertial reference frame, will show deviation. That deviation is Coriolis.
Exactly. We're on the same page. Okay.
Well, the difference is, Zanuck, what was being discussed the other day, the difference is that if the ball is thrown from the merry-go-round versus being thrown from outside of it. Meaning
Doesn't matter. It matters where
if you have a big, if you have a big, Dr. Bob was trying to say that that it had to be, and I thought it as well, that it had to be thrown from the actual merry-go-round versus just be like, otherwise you just have a merry-go-round on a football field and two guys playing catch outside of it. Is that still technically defined as Coriolis?
It really depends on where you're looking at that motion from. It could be any motion anywhere. And anytime you're looking at motion from a rotating reference frame of an object, it will seem to defy the laws of physics. It'll appear to make curved paths when it should be going. Objects in motion should stay in motion and should go straight unless acted upon by another force. So if there's no other force acting on it, by the way, this ball does travel down, so there's still a curved path that everyone would see.
We're not talking about that.
You will exhibit Coriolis. That a Coriolis effect is the apparent deviation of motion as viewed from a rotating reference frame. It's really kind of simple.
I told you guys. Zanuck, we're on the same page here. You're on my side. Dr. Bob's not going to be too happy with you, or Bob the science guy, but I'm very pleased with your answer. Thank you.
I mean, it's an incredibly minor difference and virtually completely irrelevant.
I mean, if you think about...
Sorry, Jeremy. There's virtually no... Let's ask Rumpus. Rumpus is here. Smack it to Rumpus. I just don't really see why this makes any difference. I mean, the Earth isn't spinning, so none of it's happening anyways, but whether you throw the ball from outside of the rotating reference frame or within it, it's such a minor difference. It's virtually...
Yeah, once it leaves your hand, once it leaves your hand, it's in path. Now, if that path... Hold on. If you forgot to turn your camera on and suddenly you turn it on while this ball was in motion, you wouldn't know whether it came from outside the merry-go-round or inside the merry-go-round.
It doesn't make any difference.
But Gio, keep in mind that it's not Jeremy that's making the difference. Jeremy's saying it would be the same. It's them insisting that there's a difference. When, like you just said, like the difference to Somaya doesn't even matter, and yet they are insisting that there absolutely is a difference. And Jeremy's saying no, there's not.
Well, there's a point there that maybe I didn't hear the conversation, but let me give you this. Now, when you throw the ball immediately takes on a tangential direction, correct?
It depends which direction you throw it, presumably.
Because you threw it, and now it's traveling at a tangent. Whereas the ball being thrown from outside the merry-go-round would just be taking a straight path. Now, both paths are straight, but if you're taking video from within this rotating reference frame, and you start it while these two objects are in the air, they're both going straight. Directions may be different. They're both going to look like they're curving from somebody in the rotating reference frame looking at it.
So
Does that make
why
sense?
do you think it makes a difference? It doesn't make any difference whether the ball originates in the reference frame or outside the reference frame. It depends which direction you throw.
Because, Rumpus, you missed the part I just got done telling you and them that when you throw the ball directly at your buddy, it takes a straight path at a tangent. The ball that's being thrown over your head.
No. The direction it takes is the direction you throw it plus the velocity, whatever it is you're rotating. So when your buddy's on the opposite side of the rotating thing, is he? Where's your buddy? Sorry, these two people on on a roundabout, or is one of them standing still?
Rumpus, let me explain it. Rumpus, there's two people on the ground standing still, throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line, and there's a merry-go-round.
If they both are at the exact same time, Rumpus is right. If they both are at the exact same time, the exact same direction, those balls would both have the exact same path, and they both would see the exact same curvature. Just look a little different.
So, where's the rotating reference frame if two people are standing on the ground?
No, Jim Rumpus, I was trying to...
He just said both of them are standing on the ground.
Well, no, one's standing on the ground, one's on the merry-go-round. And
Jeremy just said both of them are on the ground.
Just hear me out. This is what he's trying to say, because I understand what he's saying. Guy on the ground throws it across the merry-go-round. Guy on the merry-go-round, let's say he times it so he throws it the exact same direction as the guy that threw it from the ground. You're right, Rumpus. They both will be going a straight line, going the exact same direction, and both will see a curved path from the viewer in the rotating reference frame. So that's
the guy on the ground won't see anything rotate. Won't see it rotate.
No, I didn't say that. The guy in the rotating. I said very clearly that from the rotating reference frame. It was very clear about that.
Well, then you guys might want to have a meeting of the Globe Earth Society
no
with
meeting.
Bob the Science Guy. Hold
I
on.
meant- sorry,
Why
Dominic, I misheard
are
you.
you screaming over me? I was saying you might want to have a meeting of the Globe Earth Society with Bob the Science Guy because he's saying something different.
What did he say? Maybe he misunderstood what he said because I can't imagine him getting this
He was
wrong.
saying that the ball has to be thrown from the rotating reference frame in order for it to be Coriolis.
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
I
then
don't
you may
believe he
want to
said
have
that.
a meeting with him and clear it up for
Well, I
Doc.
mean, Bob does make quite a lot of mistakes, so I mean, but I suspect even he wouldn't have made that mistake.
It's on
I
the live
told
stream
you,
multiple
Gio.
times.
Oh, he was
Gio, I
really
told you,
pushing
bro.
for that.
He was really pushing for it very, very hard. Yeah, so.
Yeah, because all Coriolis is basically the viewing of motion in a rotating reference frame.
Correct.
That
And it
deviation
doesn't matter
is
where the motion
Coriolis.
started. It just happens to be any motion in the rotating reference frame of something that's in free movement, and it appears to be curving from the point of view of you in the rotating reference frame, as Zanik said. It doesn't matter where it started from, who threw it, where it came from. If it's going through your rotating and it's not part, in other words, it's not stuck down to the roundabout, you will perceive it as having Coriolis effect on it, wherever it started from.
Jeremy, you know what this means?
What's that? What does that mean?
Oh, this means that we're on the same side as Rumpus on this one. We better start reevaluating everything we thought about the situation.
Well, perhaps you're gradually learning something. I don't know if you're agreeing with me.
Well, I'm trying to
Zanik,
teach Bob the
Zanik and I are in
Science Guy
agreement.
how Coriolis works.
Zanik and I are in agreement, I think. So we're all in agreement. How good is that?
You too. I agree with you too. I'm on the same side with you guys on this subject. Does that scare you?
Like let's say we had a meteor. Let's
Well,
say
you can't get everything wrong, Jeremy. I know you try, but you don't get everything wrong. So this is
even a clock's right twice a day.
There's a law of big numbers for getting
Hey,
stuff
if
wrong.
you have a good example, a good example would be, let's say you had a meteorite coming to the Earth. I just assume the globe Earth, idea. A meteorite comes from outer space, straight as an arrow, and he flies right over your house, and you can see this, and it's going at 30,000 miles an hour, across the sky. You will see it deviate.
Yeah.
With respect to the ground, that's Coriolis.
I'm so
Doesn't matter
happy
where
you
it came
guys
from.
came in here today. You made my day just now, Zanik and Rumpus. Thank you. I'm not even going to argue with you guys all day today.
Jolly good. I suspect that Bob didn't get this right and you misunderstood him, but
it's all on the live stream. It's all recorded. You can go back and listen to it.
How do I? Can you give me a time? Not a timestamp, but just give me the video or what date it is, and I'll go do it. I'll go check it out.
Yeah,
but he means the current live stream, don't you?
No, this was probably number 262 or 261. It was like a day or two ago.
It was 10 p.m. Eastern 2 days
So you
ago.
could ask for a timestamp, Zanik, if they know when it happened.
I don't want to trouble them too much, but I could go search for it, even though it's very difficult. Usually
10
like
p.m.
3 hours
Eastern,
long.
Eastern 2 days ago.
Do you have the link?
I mean, Bob does make mistakes, unfortunately. I mean, he used to make 2 serious ones in every bloody thing a few years ago, and he's got better gradually.
The problem is, Rumpus,
you're breaking up, Jeremy. We can't hear you. We've lost the last 10 seconds or whatever you've been trying to say. We can't hear you,
The problem is
you're back.
Check 1, 2. The problem is I asked an actual rocket scientist about this, and he said my example wasn't Coriolis because it did have to come from the non-inertial reference frame. Also, all them goons and gems were saying that it wasn't Coriolis. You gotta get your people straightened out for sure.
Well, it's very simple. I'm always correct, and so if it's disagreeing with me, they're wrong. That's the way it works. And Zanik is agreeing with me. We tend to be in agreement. Very occasionally we disagree, and then Zanik agrees with me later. But Zanik and I are in agreement, and Zanik's usually right as well. So there we go.
Ooh, I feel so much better now. I wasn't even sure. They had me so fucking confused. Guys. I wasn't even sure.
Well, we're just looking at something in an inertial state being viewed from a non-inertial reference frame. That inertial state could be any object that's moving. As long as it's moving in that reference frame, doesn't matter where it came from, where it originated. It's the path it's taking in the reference frame. That point coordinate system of the rotating reference frame will show a contrast between the rotating reference frame, the points that are all going to be moving, and some object that's in its in inertial reference frame is not moving side to side or accelerating or turning. And so the viewing of this curve is just it's just a transform from the inertial to the non-inertial states or non-inertial frames.
Yeah,
I
you
am
described
so
that well,
happy
Zanny.
right now. I would kiss you guys if I could.
Right, okay, it's really
Right
good.
on the cheek.
That's a change. That's novel. No, that's well described there, Zanik. You got all the key points there, and you said it very concisely. So that's good stuff.
Oh, thanks.
Good stuff. Exactly.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat what Zanik said because he did it really well. Is that anything that's object in an inertial reference frame, i.e., just following the normal laws of physics, and he got it exactly right earlier. In a rotating what it means by non-inertial reference frame is the one that's not obeying the laws of physics. In other words, things seem to veer off. There seem to be these forces acting on, like the video I keep on showing of the guy in the rotating room. He throws a ball to the guy opposite him in the rotating room, and instead of the ball going to the rotating, he veers off to the right. There's this strange force apparently from their reference frame going on that's making things accelerate in strange directions, and that's why it's called a non-inertial reference frame. There seem to be these strange forces in there that don't follow the laws of physics. If there's Newton's law say if there's an acceleration there has to be a force, and you think, well, where's this force coming? I can't account for this force if you take the normal rules of physics. But of course, once you say you're actually in this room, then you understand it. But it's a transform between two reference frames, and so these strange forces that seem to be appearing are indicative of a non-inertial, that you are not in a non-inertial reference frame. And being on the surface of the Earth and rotating, we're not in an inertial reference frame. We're in a non-inertial reference frame. So when a meteorite comes in, it's doing its thing in an inertial reference frame. It's not affected by the spin of the Earth, and so we're looking at it from our non-inertial reference frame, and so it does start to look as though it's doing weird motions. But well,
I could kiss you, Rumpus.
Yeah,
I would literally right on the cheek.
Picture that video we always provide.
Yeah, he's getting very friendly. Sorry.
Picture that GIF we have of the guy in that table where he's got the thing shooting across the table, and picture some guy not in that table that's sitting, outside this merry-go-round thing that they're on, and he just tosses a marble, throws a marble across the table there. What would those guys see about that marble that's scooting across the table?
Danik, have you seen the one in the room? Have you seen the video I'm talking about?
The marble's actually moving.
Sorry, quick, Zanik, have you seen that video of I can't remember, in the room where they're throwing? Okay, so that was a fantastic demonstration.
I'll post it again if you want.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Okay, so
on my quick. Post.
It's just I thought that's what you'd refer to in preference to the one with the marble, because that one in the room is just.
Oh no, I was suggesting thought experiment. If you picture that GIF, and then someone behind there just like sneakily while their video tosses a marble across their table while you're doing this. You would say the same deviation of that marble that you threw from the inertial reference frame into the non-inertial scene, and because I don't want to try to put the words, you would see that same curving of that marble scooting across the table. It would deviate, and that's called Coriolis.
Exactly. Are you saying it left the reference frame? Then you almost tripped.
You can't leave a reference frame. That's why I was very careful.
You can.
That's why I was careful with my words. That's why I was careful with my words.
Because otherwise it means there's no. In other words, if it doesn't leave the reference frame, then there's no meaning to the phrase leaving the reference frame. So when something's in the same reference frame, that means it has the same coordinates and it does not change its position with regard to something else in the same reference frame. If something else is moving with respect to coordinates in your reference frame, we can say that's left the reference. You can still refer to it. You can still have an equation that tells you what it's doing in their reference frame, but it's not technically in that reference frame. You're referring to something else in another reference frame from your reference frame.
I was wondering about the things we disagree on. That's probably one of them. And it's more of semantics than anything else. I know what you're saying, Rumpus, but technically, if you're looking at some object in a rotated reference frame, the path it takes is curving. That's viewing the motion, seeing the point coordinates that it's moving in your rotated reference frame, and that motion is curved. You're not leaving it, just looking at it from the reference frame.
And it's not
you're looking at it. If I'm looking,
you're looking at it. You can look at anything in your reference frame. You can look at anything else. All the other objects, you can describe the transforms of all the other objects in the universe, whatever they're doing, and then say this is what they're doing with regard to my reference frame. But they're not in your reference frame.
No, they are. Everything is in your.
Just because you can do a transform into another reference frame does not mean they're in your reference frame.
The transform is the other way around. Transform is going back to the inertial.
Well, they're just one's an inverse of the other. It doesn't matter which way.
I know.
If you have to do a transform,
and that's why this is a fun argument because it's semantics, and I know what you're saying. But I'm telling you is that when you look at the basic definition of, and we're going to confuse them more by having this conversation, but I don't care. When we look at motion from a rotating reference frame, that means we have a point coordinate system, and we see this point coordinate system as it is with respect from your perspective, from where you're looking at it from. And you're looking at this point, you're seeing X, Y, Z's everywhere, right? All these numbers, all the three-dimensional positions. And when you see an object travel through it, it's in your reference frame, and you see it curve because you can see it go from 1, 1, 2, 5 to 1, 2, 7
You can still
to 1,
address.
3,
I'd say
6.
you can still address anything outside of your reference frame.
But it's not leaving my reference. I'm looking at it from, and I'm seeing it.
Because otherwise it makes no sense to talk about. Nothing can ever leave your reference frame. If you can define a transform, a coordinate, then everything's in your reference frame, and the phrase "leaving your reference frame" makes no sense because it could never be used.
I don't know where you got that from, but I got that from the flat earthers saying leaving reference frames, and I said no, you can't leave it. So that's where it started. I've never heard anyone in physics say something leaves a reference.
They do. If you go to physics lectures and you go to online, I can give you some from MIT, and they talk about leaving the reference frame or being in a different reference frame.
I've been telling you.
If you're in a different reference frame, you've left the one you're in.
Well, I have to stand corrected. Yes, I have heard that term before outside of this. You're right. You're right. I do know specifically what they mean when they say that.
Yeah, we know that
I've been telling you that shit for
years. If you're in the same
bro.
reference frame, it means your position relative to something else in your same reference frame does not change. So, for instance, if you're
we're going to say the same.
If you're on a ship, well, because it's not going in. If you're in a train, and there's 500 people on the train, and they don't get up and move around, they're all in the same reference frame. Immediately they start moving, they've left that reference frame of the train, but you can still address them, define a coordinate transform to get you, so you can reference it from your reference. But they've left now 499 people are in the same reference frame, and one is not.
Wait, Rumpus and Zanuck, because this is how. Because I understand I think it is semantics, because if you were being more specific and you said like objects can exist in every reference frame, and observers can change reference frame, because observers are going to be reference frame specific.
What I think you're doing, Rumpus, I think you're talking about changing states, and that's okay. And the transforms apply to that as well. But let me post a quick little blurb.
Did you hear what I just said, though?
Yeah.
You didn't address what I said, man. I said that wouldn't you guys agree? Because I think if you change the words from like observers, they can change reference frames, and you can talk about being reference frame specific, and objects, anything occurring you can observe it from any reference frame, so it could be
right, and that's why that's why what I was saying too. That's why I didn't address it, because you were saying exactly what or starting to say what I'm saying. That's why I put this little gif in there, a little JPEG that talks about physics, rotation, and changing frames of reference. And this sub reference frame, or a local reference frame as they call it, and the absolute reference frame, I think that's what Rumpus is getting at, and that makes sense too.
Two different reference frames. Yeah. So you're in. Right. So if you're in. So to make sense, you've got two different reference frames. So you're in one and not in the other, but you can still transform one between them.
Of course, we all agree. We totally agree with that.
Right. So in which case they are in different reference frames, but you've just got a formula.
Yes.
To
of course. Okay. See how the wording is. That makes sense. But when you talk about things, never leave the reference. Things can never leave that reference frame. But in which
case the
phrase.
I'm in
that local, hold on, let me finish real quick. If I'm in that local reference frame, everything in that reference frame, I'll never be able to leave it. I'm always in it if I'm looking at it from that. If I want to look at it from an absolute reference frame, I can do that too. Now, have I left the reference frame? Well, I mean,
are you in a different reference frame?
Yes, you're looking at it.
Right, in which case then you've left the other. You can't be in two reference frames at the same time. You're either one or the other.
Yes.
So if you're in one, you're not in the other.
Yes, you're right, and this is why it's semantics. So we're
this
saying
is why
two different things.
It'll make more sense if you just make a distinction between observers and when you're talking about objects. Because observers is what you're saying that are changing reference frames, but the object of the event,
you can have multiple
observers.
It's not just one observer. You can have any number of observers.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying that's the thing.
That observer in the rotating reference frame cannot leave that reference frame. If he's the observer in that rotating reference frame, he's going to stay there. He's always going to be there. And everything he sees, is in that reference frame. Now, if he actually jumps,
I think you guys got to save this for your next meeting of the Globe Earth Society.
Okay. I think Rumpus and I actually, I think by accident, maybe Rumpus did on purpose, we both captured, I think, the problem with what Bob was saying too.
Clear, it doesn't matter if the object is thrown from the non-inertial reference frame or from the inertial reference frame. It's still Coriolis, right?
Correct.
Still a Coriolis.
Wait, stop saying the word, Jeremy.
Sorry,
get them started.
Go
yes,
ahead.
Because Coriolis is the observation of motion. Listen, Coriolis is the observation of motion within a rotating reference frame. Now, where in that reference frame can change, and you can look at it from other reference frames as well. But in a rotating reference frame, Coriolis will be the observed deviation for where it should go, where you think it would go, following laws of physics, to where it does go with respect to the coordinate system of the rotating reference frame.
Yep.
All right, cool. So anyway, random globy question. Did you guys know that there is an electric downward current that goes down to the Earth because we have an electric field in the Earth that goes up 100 volts per meter?
There's not a current. If there was a current, you wouldn't have the voltage difference. There is no current. There is a voltage difference. Every meter you go up, there's about 100. I think it's a meter. 100 volts potential difference every meter you go up. But if you were to stand in it, so for instance, so that's the atmosphere because it's an insulator. The voltage can there's no current, and if you just stand there, you will bend that voltage, and it will wrap because you're standing on the ground, and because you are a conductor, you will still be at 0 volts, but the actual those 100-volt layers will actually bend round you, so that then the next 100-volt will be just above your head.
You're correct. That's correct. Well, except the part where
But you talked about a current. There is no
with
current here. You talked about a current. You incorrectly talked about a current, which means you don't. I suspect you don't understand electricity because you're a flatty. You don't understand anything about physics. So there's a difference between a current and a voltage, and I suspect you don't know the difference.
Okay, so I guess
would you like to tell me the difference?
Why don't you tell you?
Want to prove me wrong? Why don't you tell me what the difference between voltage and current is?
Don't know.
What's it?
There we go. What a surprise that was.
For somebody that's made a proclamation that regarding electricity, you should be able to rattle it off with the tip of your tongue. What is the difference between voltage and current?
Okay, I'm gonna finish now, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to say though, he was honest. I must admit, I'm not going to criticise him because you someone like Bev, for instance, would have dodged that question, or Sinclair, or whatever. But Witzek did actually answer that one honestly, and for that, he's just gone up in my estimation, actually.
I think we got to be fair, though, and let him...
Yeah, I did. But I'm just pointing out that he's just gone up in my evaluation.
He's trying to Rumpus, he's trying to talk. He's trying to tell us. Go ahead.
So, like, even Richard Feynman will tell you that there's a downward current on the Earth, the atmosphere.
Said it again.
Well, that's what Richard Feynman says.
No, he doesn't. He says there's a voltage. If you looked at Richard Feynman's diagram, by the way, your microphone's terrible. You're distorted. Richard Feynman does not say there's a current. He says there's a voltage. And if you understood the difference between voltage and current, you wouldn't be saying what you're currently saying because you're mixing up the two terms.
Well, let's hear him out at least.
No pun intended.
The voltage is the meter, like 100 volts per meter, right? We have a voltage difference. Duh, but
what is voltage?
Downward current.
What's the difference between the voltage and the current?
So when I'm driving right now on a Jeep.
I know, just tell us the difference between voltage and current.
He said
it's a simple question.
He did say he didn't know. We have to,
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. If he did,
that's why I was crediting him. He said he didn't know the difference.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So that's great. So I mean, that's so you shouldn't really talk about something. I would recommend you don't talk about something of which you clearly have absolutely no understanding whatsoever.
Okay. So if you think I literally don't know, then that's just you don't get it. I just know you guys, and I'm not.
No, he said you didn't know.
Hold on,
because I'm going to move on to save my point.
Well, just tell it that between us bros, dude. Just tell me what voltage and current, the difference between the two, just high level. Your interpretation.
Voltage is just the potential. Current is the actual action of it. The actual action of equilibrium being size specifically.
No.
So suck it. Just say no.
No, you don't know the difference.
So anyway, here's what we're going to move on. Okay.
Yeah.
There's equipotential. Oh my God. There's equipotential lines, right? So 100 volts per meter, right? That's cool. That's voltage. Cool, man.
Yes.
There's a downward current because of the positive.
No, there isn't.
There's no current flow.
Oh my God. No, there is not a downward current.
Current is a flow of electrons. There's no current. There's no flow of electrons.
Guys, we had a lot of time to talk, or you guys did. I mean, we should at least give him his...
He keeps on saying it, and he doesn't understand. He said he's going to move on, but he keeps on talking about current. There is no current, and if you understood the difference between voltage and current, you wouldn't be saying that.
Voltage is just the potential, right? So what's it the potential for?
Potential difference, and that's called also. It's the same potential difference and voltage are the same thing.
It's how much current will flow through a certain resistance. So you're saying if there's current flow, that means hold on, let me finish. If there's current flowing and air, does air have resistance from Witsit? Yes, it
It's an
does.
insulator.
So if there's
There is
resistance,
no
you'll be able. Hold on. You'll be able to get an I squared R loss. A Watt's dissipation of current flowing through resistance has to be its power. That's power defined, and no work
you
is being
can.
done. No, no.
Yeah, it
Yes,
is.
yes. This is the
You're
laws
wrong.
of. So you don't understand. Rumpus is
He
right. You
doesn't
don't
understand.
understand.
No,
You
I
can
mean,
literally
he attempted to
run a
find
generator.
something, got it wrong.
I will tab out, I guess. So no, I
Yeah,
defined them both. They're all very simple concepts. My point is that you
well,
can
there
have a
are
motor
simple
that
but you don't understand them.
voltage is the potential, right? I already
Yeah,
explained it.
I just told you that, but you don't know what current is, do you?
You guys are not letting
Yeah,
him speak. Is there a reason you're not letting him speak? Do you have to interrupt
Because
him?
he keeps on demonstrating, has no
That
idea
doesn't
what
matter.
he's
Just
talking
mute.
about.
Yeah, mute your mic for 30 seconds and let someone else speak.
Right. So yeah, current's something more than the path of the energy, or what you would call electrons. So that's the path that's derivative of the voltage or the potential. So that's a non sequitur. That's why I ignored it. So my point is, if you take a motor, you can actually run an electrostatic motor by running a wire in the air. And the higher you run that
No,
wire in
you
the air.
can't.
Okay, so I can drop the video of someone doing it. I can also
No,
drop the
you
Richard
can't.
Feynman. Okay, well, I'll be at my house in less than 2 miles, and then I'll just prove you wrong, I guess.
Please do that.
So you agree that you'll admit you're wrong when I show that you
I'm always correct, and I'll be correct again.
So will you admit you were wrong when I show an electrostatic motor working?
You will have got it wrong. You'll be demonstrating another principle. Whatever this video you've got will be demonstrating something else than what you're describing.
So are you saying the motor's running without a current?
If work is being done, current has to flow.
And that does not happen in the atmosphere.
And how is it that
basically you're basically talking about free energy. It's going to be either a hoax, you've misunderstood something, or the video's not, or the video just using something other principle.
Here's a rule. Here's a rule. If you take an electronics course, which you probably should do, because I think you're interested in it, that every time you accelerate something or apply a force over a distance, that is work, and work requires power over time. And so if you have work being done, a motor running, there's being work being done, it has to have a current flowing through a resistance.
Thank you. Oh.
And it has to flow.
He's claiming there is a current.
Yeah.
But
so
he's
you
wrong.
say, there has to be a current, and you should be able to measure it. And there's heat, there'll be efficiency, and there'll be heat, there'll be I squared R losses in those windings. Heat. It should be warming up too.
He's claiming all of those things in effect.
Yeah,
he's wrong. He's not going to be doing that.
Yeah, you can't do that. It doesn't happen.
Okay, so if I show you the motor, you'll admit you're wrong.
No, I'll point out you either are showing me a hoax, you're showing me some other principle, or you've misunderstood what's going on. It'll be one of those three things.
Okay, just a second.
Well,
we all know you're not going to admit you were wrong, though.
I won't be wrong. Why should I admit I'm wrong if I'm not wrong?
Yeah, well, I'm saying if you are wrong.
Well, I won't be. I don't have to worry about such things.
Okay, just a second.
Tell them about how you're always right. Did you tell them that?
I'm always right. Thank you, Jeremy. First rule of the internet: the rumpus is always right, and I always am.
Like, for example, if you're right, let's just play devil's advocate here.
Free energy.
Well, yeah. Well, not only that, we should have a wire, an insulated wire with a little copper out, exposed at like 30,000 feet, and then have another wire, a separate wire at the ground. And you're saying that there should be 100 volts per meter, all the way up to 100,000 feet. Well, we should have a huge voltage potential, because there is. We know there's a voltage potential between the lower atmosphere and the upper atmosphere. But how come we can't utilize that? How come I can't put that on a motor and actually run it?
If you put a wire, just like you said that you knew the Feynman diagram where the lines went above your head, if you were to put a wire up to 30,000 feet, all the way up to 30,000 feet would have the same potential as the ground. There would be no current flow.
Okay, you're wrong.
There you go. It's doing exactly as I described here. So there you are. So the potential on the ground is the same as the wire, and it folds around it, and there is no current.
I already said you were right about that part. I said you were right about the person standing. Yep. So this is a string that runs the motor based on how high up the field it goes. So feel free to just act like you weren't wrong for as long as you need to.
Oh boy, this is why educating yourself by the internet is so dangerous.
Yeah, this is also, I'm just going to support it with the Richard Feynman lectures, which is funny that you actually invoke the rumpus, because that's the lecture that supports me. Richard Feynman, atmospheric electricity.
Hey, I'm so happy that I'm right about Dude, you don't know. I've been going nuts for the past like 2 days now over this, over that thing with Dr. Bob. Or Bob the Science Guy, or whatever the fuck his name is.
You know why though, right? They know where it's going. They know where it's going. That's why they can't. That's why they freak out. They know the follow up. Acknowledging this has ramifications for them.
Big time.
So it's a dishonest bias.
Yeah, what were you right with Dr. Bob about?
Well, Dr. Bob, also, it's funny because your boy Rocket Scientist and Gems agreed with me at first. He agreed with me, Rumpus, and Zanuck. But then when he heard he was going against Dr. Bob, he changed his mind and said, oh, wait, I heard you wrong. Even though we detailed it numerous times, he said, oh, wait, I heard you wrong. It does have to come from the spinning non-inertial reference frame.
What does?
The object.
Wait, did you what? What do you mean?
There's two guys on the ground throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. Okay, there's a guy on a merry-go-round in between them. The guy in a merry-go-round sees the ball apparently deviate, and the guys on the ground obviously see it go in a straight line. That's Coriolis effect.
Yeah, observing
there's a lot
something.
Of your guys. A lot of your guys think that's not.
Yeah, there's anytime you're on a rotating reference frame and you see something traveling, you're going to experience Coriolis because you're experiencing from rotating reference frame.
I know. It should be simple, right? I don't know why you geniuses are getting this shit wrong.
It wasn't thought all the way through by whoever you were talking about it with, because, like I said,
it's like one person got it wrong.
You could have a meteorite coming from space.
Well, at least two of them. At least Sean and Bob.
We finished in the middle of a sentence, literally. So we have a meteorite coming from outer space, hitting our atmosphere. Let's say it's going east to west. Well, it will experience the same thing an airplane will experience going east to west. Yodvos. If it's going north to south when it enters our atmosphere, it'll experience Coriolis as well. Because all we're doing is seeing the deviation with respect to the rotating reference frame. Doesn't matter where it originates. Just watching motion.
Yeah, nobody here was
it wasn't just one guy that got it wrong, okay? It was a slew of guys. Sean G, Bob the Science Guy, Brazzers, Rocket Science. A literal rocket scientist got this wrong.
Okay, so since the air is electrically conducting, the current is accompanied by downward dielectric electric field of the order of 100 volts per meter on the ground. Wow, game over. I'll let you guys really soak in what that means for your belief system.
Was Rumpus wrong with it?
Dielectric means an insulator. You have air as an insulator.
Marked this down on the calendar if he was.
So
the dielectric value is like a capacitor is an insulator. You know that, right?
The current is accompanied by a downward directed electric field of the order of 100 volts per meter on the ground. I just sourced it. And I sourced Richard Feynman lectures, which also say downward current. And it's common sense.
Guys, mark this.
You're building up positive charge, and then the Earth has the negative. So the positive goes to the negative. It has a very slight bias, although extremely much more powerful than gravity would ever claim to be on the terrestrial scale. But I digress.
You guys are getting fucked up today. Mark this down on the calendar. Rumpus was wrong.
Yeah, I could go on, but I won't. But I could.
Interesting. The silence is deafening, man.
They're trying to figure it out. Give them a second.
Maybe not so preemptively.
Oh yeah, I got. No, see, this is why when you don't. This is what happens when you learn off the internet. Yes, there is a current going downward. It has nothing to do with the differential voltages. My God, you guys are just. This is what happens when you try to learn on the internet. You just get everything wrong.
Oh yes, there is a current going down.
No, because there's electrically charged particles, there's ions, there's electrons that are going down, raining down.
The word you said were
not the voltage. That if there was a voltage through this dielectric, there would be a value. There would be a current flow and a heat and an I squared R loss due to that. That's not what we see.
Maybe not.
The current.
We have a downward current that will.
This is an
literally power a motor.
electrostatic motor. Like you told me a motor.
Yeah.
Now I took that to mean a normal motor, but it's an electrostatic motor, which is something quite different.
Well,
but
is
it is an electrostatic motor, and it does rotate. I agree, but it's not what you called it a motor, and that's quite any normal motor. This would not have any effect. This only because
we can't use a string to power a normal motor. That's right.
Right, it's an electrostatic motor based upon the potential difference, and you can get a very tiny current, very tiny micro amps.
Okay.
So yes, there is a current.
There is a very, very, very tiny current that can just manage to rotate something using an electrostatic motor principle. It's not a normal motor.
Okay, so there's a downward current then.
It's an absolutely tiny current.
This is your reference, your citation says that, man. It describes the voltage in the air, but it says that these are charges that come from the earth to your head. It says some of them may be discharged, but the current of these is very small because air is a poor conductor.
That's my whole point, Kosho. I set you up. I set them up. That was my whole point.
Yeah, well,
it's very, very small, right?
Yeah, the current that you're describing is
very small. Very, very small. You never said
it's
that.
very, very small. Well, that's obvious.
You never said that. You never said that.
Weak.
You implied it was a normal electric motor, and you were getting sort of free energy.
Yeah, it's a Corona motor. It's not electric motor. Rumpus, you're right.
It's all irrelevant. All that's irrelevant.
It's
not irrelevant.
Motor. You said it drove a motor.
Not a regular
you didn't
motor.
say it was a Corona electrostatic motor, which is something quite different from a normal
you
motor.
said there wasn't a downward current. Now you guys have both admitted there is one. Your argument is now
you might as well say that lightning then invalidated my point, because with lightning there is a downward current as well.
Lightning goes up as well. So anyway, the downward current, that electrostatic force, although very weak, electrostatics significantly stronger.
It's not caused by the voltage differential. You were insinuating that I would have,
I'm not done yet.
if I had zero resistance, I would have an infinite current. This current is electrostatic in nature. It's not done by the voltage differential of the atmosphere. Sorry.
Oh yeah, if you put a resistor on it, you'd be Zanik, if you put a resistor on that, it would do nothing.
That's the point. That's why that 100 volt has nothing to do with the. See, he conflated this raining down of charged particles and ions with current, with the current coming from this differential voltage as you go up in the atmosphere. They're not related.
Well, let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance and see what he's actually getting wrong, because what he's actually claiming, to see where he's wrong, because the claim on his face.
I know it's very weak. It's a very weak force. Never did I say otherwise.
No, you never said it was weak. You never said. You said it drove a motor, and in no stage did you imply it was a super special electrostatic, non-standard motor. You said it drove a motor.
Yeah, I'll set you up, Rumpus.
Okay, well, if you're going to twist words and not use what we accept in the language, if you give me a name of something, if you give me the name of something that you deliberately doesn't represent what's going on, then of course you're going to catch someone out. You didn't say it was an electrostatic motor.
I don't have to.
You implied it was a normal motor.
You said there was no downward current. I said, then how come
for a normal motor? Yeah, you would. For you to a normal motor, there would be no downward current.
Okay, so first of all, it started with you just saying there was no downward current. Period.
For a normal motor, there wouldn't be.
No, that's not what you said.
I know it did, because I thought we were talking about a normal motor.
We weren't even talking about.
You didn't specify that it was an electrostatic Corona motor.
This is all recorded, right? So
Very excellent.
That's why your real identity.
You try, instead of being honest about it and saying, well, we've got an electrostatic Corona motor going this that doesn't use normal windings and things and just uses the electrostatic potential to go round, then I said, yeah, okay, I would agree with that. But you didn't. You chose to disguise what you were implying was a normal motor when it wasn't. So this act of deception, I'm afraid, just works against you. You're not being honest about the situation, because you obviously want to get a trick, but I'm perfectly happy. You've just been shown to try and be deceptive. That's fine. So
try not to interrupt me this time, but you will. We all know you will. So you started off by saying there was no current, And we
For a
went back
normal
and forth on
motor,
that.
there wouldn't be.
Oh my God.
All right, Rumpus, I'm just going to temporarily mute you for 30 seconds, all right? Please just all he wants to do is speak what he's going to say, and then you can jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you said there was no current at all at first. You and Zenny both agreed, call me stupid. Then I brought up the motor. That was after about 5 minutes of us talking about the current and you denying it. I brought the motor to prove, obviously, you need a current to run the motor. And then I showed that a motor works. Of course, it's electrostatic. Everything is. We're talking about something very weak, and it's an equipotential of 100 volts per meter, but it's a weak electrostatic atmospheric electricity. So anyway, there you go. That's the simple part of it. I set you up, and you were wrong, and you just
That's not the reason. That's not the reason for the current flow. Because lightning can go up, right?
You just said
Lightning can go up, right?
You just said everything's electrostatic. You're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Electrostatic not everything is not electrostatic. A normal motor is not electrostatic. This is a very different sort of thing to a normal motor, which is what you implied was being driven. And a normal motor would not be driven by it. So I'm perfectly correct when I said a motor, the motor that I thought you were referring to, wouldn't be driven. This is a very specialized, very sensitive, very using different technology to a normal motor to perform. So I'm perfectly happy.
But you were wrong.
No, you said that no.
For a normal motor, it wouldn't. For a normal motor, there would have been no current. For a normal motor, which is what he said, a motor, implying it was a normal motor, there would be no current. But he's got this special electrostatic corona thing, which indeed there is a tiny bit of charge moving, a tiny bit of charge.
Yeah, so the no motor was mentioned for the first 5 minutes of the conversation, while you and Zanuck were adamantly denying the existence of the
I was telling you about the folding of the lines. If you remember, I had to tell you exactly, and then you agreed I got it right, and you had to describe the fact that these potential lines were being affected by the thing that was on. I was telling you all about this effect. You weren't telling me anything I didn't know.
I already knew it there, Rumpy. Like when all I did was say.
No, you didn't. You admitted that you had to be correct. You said I'd corrected you, and you admitted that.
No, so I said.
You said, "Oh, your Rumpus was right about that thing that went around it," and you.
Okay,
and you
so I
implied
said
it was a normal motor. If you had said it was an electrostatic motor, then I would have. I was right. Okay, you're referring to not the motor that we thought I understood you to be meaning. You're referring to a very special sort of motor that works off electrostatics and not normal voltages and currents.
Okay, so we're nothing about normal. We're talking about a current.
Well, it's not a normal motor, is it?
You denied there was
a normal conventional motor, is it, of any description? That's not like any motor you will find in any device that you have got or you come into contact with, or most. It's an electrostatic motor, which is very different.
We're constantly being bombarded with charged particles, electrons, protons, gamma ray. Everything is raining down on us, and that's the current that is actually everyone would agree to. You were talking about you led us astray by saying did you know there's 100 volt per meter, and we all said we know the 100 volts per meter, and then you said there's a current flowing downward, a downward current that Simon talks about. You conflated this atmospheric potential with the downward current, which is not related to
You said there was a current downwards always.
Well, guys, we gotta let him speak. I know what he did, but just go.
We did let him speak, and I was clarifying what he did, what he talked about. We said there's no downward current, dude.
I was quiet for 30 seconds, so he got all the time he wanted.
Okay, so you are bombarded.
The current is not due. Hold on, the current is not due to this differential voltage, this potential differential as you go higher in the atmosphere. That's not what's causing this raining down of electrons and charged particles.
That's a cool claim, Danik. So anyway, the point is that you guys adamantly denied that there was any downward current for a long time. The only reason I even invoked the motor was to give you an example.
There wouldn't be. Hold on. This is where you don't understand it. If I just put a wire up there would be no current. As I said, when the atmosphere is just sitting there, there is no current. The way they generate that current is that electrostatic motor is pulling off charge from the wire, and then generating this current. Without that special electrostatic motor, there would be no current. So if you just stuck a wire there would be no current. So you were wrong. There would be no current.
Well said. That's the answer right there. You're looking for, Wet Sit.
Okay, here's the deal, buddy. So there's a downward current. It's very
only weak. When you have this load, this very small load applied to it.
Relax,
get it straight.
Guys, please.
Rumpus made it very clear.
There's no one sentence, please.
Yeah, you guys are freaking out, man. But so you guys said there was no downward current, and then I
There
said there
isn't,
was.
except without the electrostatic
All
motor.
right,
So if you
I'll
weren't
catch.
talking about the electrostatic
I'll
motor,
catch
All
up
right, I'm
with
gonna
you
hold on.
guys.
Go ahead, Whitsett. I muted both of them temporarily. Go ahead. At
Okay,
least
yeah. So I hate to recap. It's just painful, but all I'm saying is you guys denied the downward current thing, and all I did was say that there's an electrical voltage potential, right? Is it equipotential lines that go up 100 volts per meter on the Earth? This results in a downward current. Now you guys are saying that that's non sequitur. We get it, but the point is that I said it was a current. You said there was no such thing, and I was stupid. And then that brought me to the point where I invoked the motor. That's the only reason the motor came up. So to say that was your whole argument's a lie, and it's recorded, and that's why it's stupid. But anyway, so yeah, there's an electrostatic downward current. It's very weak, but it's still there. And electrostatics is known to be much stronger than gravity even claims to be. That's why you got set up.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, even I
no
was under the
current
impression that you were
without
talking
the
about
motor.
the.
So you are completely wrong. There is no current without the motor. And so when you mentioned a current without the motor, you were wrong. It was only when the motor subject came up, then you can have it with this electronic. You can generate a very tiny current. So you were completely wrong.
Okay, that makes you feel better.
It does, because I'm right and you're wrong.
No,
Well,
all
when
the
I- when I-
string
when I
does,
heard-
all the
And I
string
was
does is
completely
get the
correct. There
downward.
is
All
no
the
current
string does.
just by sticking a wire up into the sky. There is no current. Only with the application of electrostatic motor do you get a current. So you were wrong when you claimed there was a current coming down the atmosphere.
The string is what makes the motor work, Rumpus.
No, it isn't. It's the fact that
All right, I
the
gotta go.
electrostatic motor offloads charge by rubbing. I think it's actually rubbing against a whatever it is, some sort of clothy thing, and it's therefore by actually rubbing against something and dislodging electrical charge onto the opposite rubby thing it's rubbing, that it actually can create this current. But without, you claimed the current existed, as you said yourself. You only brought the subject of the motor in the latter part of the conversation, and you claimed the current existed prior to discussing the motor. And you are wrong. There is no current without the motor.
The current is what makes the motor go, and the higher you go up in the air, the different currents you get. The current's relative to your altitude. Yeah, well, Richard
Completely
Feynman
wrong.
says you're wrong. I'll
No,
catch up with
Richard
you guys
agrees
later.
with me. He claims there's a potential, and I
Peace
told
out.
you about it. And there we go. So you were wrong. There is no current without the motor. You get the electrostatic potential on there that causes the motor to respond to the electrostatic potential that rubs against something that causes a change, a crossing over of current, and then you get this current coming down only because of this rubbing going on, because it's an electrostatic motor. The current does not exist without the motor. And so he was completely wrong in his claims. So I'm perfectly happy. And he doesn't even know what bloody current is, for Christ's sake. I'm talking to someone who doesn't even know what current is. He doesn't even know what voltage is. He just heard that it was potential. He didn't even call it potential difference, which is what it actually is. Ugh. This is also the guy who mixed up dark matter with antimatter. This guy knows nothing about science at all. He was lecturing to us all about dark matter and how they had a little bit of dark matter inside CERN, and it turned out he was referring to antimatter.
Okay,
this guy is allergic to
right.
science.
All right, well, we're not just going to listen to you slander someone, so let's move on to another topic. Someone who isn't here.
Can we please get Bob the science guy in here? For the love of God.
I'm having to fend off Jeremy's kisses, so for God's sake, get him in here so Jeremy can focus on someone else.
Be a sloppy one right on your cheek.
Deary me.
Yeah, but dude, everybody knows that that's Coriolis.
You would think
Well,
so.
you have to
So
describe.
you would think so.
Maybe you have to describe exactly how you stated it, perhaps, because I don't see why that many people would get that wrong.
Yeah, Bob the science guy clearly stated. So did rocket scientists and a bunch of other guys from GEMS. Clearly stated that it's not Coriolis unless the object comes from the non-inertial reference frame. You know why, Pocho? Do you know why? Because they're not globers. They're anti-flat earthers. That's why.
Why would they have said that, though? I mean, you could
Because
shoot a bullet.
they're
And you could
anti-flat
Coriolis.
earthers. That's why.
You said it's not Coriolis unless it comes from the non-inertial reference frame.
They said that. They said that, Pocho.
Maybe is it perhaps they meant observing it from the non-inertial reference frame?
Nope.
Well, you better be right, because I'm gonna private message Rocket. You said Rocket scientist said this too.
Get your people
I'll
straight.
text him right now, and I guarantee you'll be wrong, but I'll do it right now.
Get your fucking boys straight, Xanax.
Yeah, any observation made from that? Any observation made of any traveling object? Any observation made of a traveling object from a non-inertial reference frame you're gonna experience.
Exactly.
Whether it came
I'm on
from,
the same page. Kosho, we're on the same page, bro.
this is true. Yeah. If you're, because an object could be something just that wasn't even on Earth. It never came from Earth or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, see, I also thought about, is there actually a slight definition in some of the terms? Like Coriolis means what you guys are describing, but the Coriolis effect is then something that's described as an effect, like, this, you're shooting the bullet and the globe's spinning, that whole thing. So that in that definition of it, the actual Coriolis effect, it's something that where the bullet is shot from the actual non-inertial reference frame, et cetera, et cetera.
No, the effect is only the observation from both of the different frames. One sees it curve, one sees it go straight. That's the effect.
Well, no, what Gio's talking about is because the Coriolis is any observation, any deviation made from the observation of an object traveling from observed from a rotating reference frame, but also just because of like the most common Coriolis, like the observation Gio just said, that's also called the Coriolis effect, or you can just call it Coriolis.
You can call it the Coriolis force or the Coriolis effect. There is no, the Coriolis has to be followed by another word.
Yeah, right. But what Gio's talking about though is because that specific form of the Coriolis effect, I guess it's because it's the most popular one or common one. They call that the Coriolis effect, but that's not the only Coriolis effect that you can observe, because Foucault's pendulum is not.
Yeah, that's affected by the Coriolis. That's called that's a Coriolis effect, the Coriolis force. You can call it the Coriolis force or the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis force, I mean, the Foucault pendulum is a consequence of the Coriolis force, or you could call it the Coriolis effect. Doesn't really make too much difference.
You ever get in a fight when you're a kid? You ever get when you're in a fight when you're a kid and you won, and then you're out smoking blunts with your people the next day and you feel like the fucking man? That's how I feel right now.
I didn't smoke blunts when I was a kid.
I mean, you could say something like the Coriolis force is the magnitude of the force, and the effect, you could argue, is the displacement or the visual phenomenon that occurs. You could argue that's perhaps the difference between the two. So the Coriolis force has actually an equation associated with it, and then the effect, you could argue, is just how visually it manifests itself. That force manifests itself, whether it's the rotation of a weather system or the diversion of a sniper bullet. You could say those are Coriolis effects as a result of the Coriolis force, but you don't tend to use the word. You don't tend to use the word Coriolis by itself.
Right. The simple way of looking at that, the effect versus the force, is that the thrown ball, like you throw a ball, or you shoot. Let's look at the gunboats. Let's look at the gunboats shooting 25 miles. Right. We know they're going to be off 100 feet. 100 yards, whatever it is, 100 yards actually. Right? Now, if we were to have that gunboat shoot that shell, but go down a tube, a long tube 25 miles long, it would be pushing on the side of the tube as it was making its travels to the target. Whether it's north or south would be determined which side of the tube it's pushing on. That would be a apparent force acting on the tube. No different than a centrifugal force of you being pushed out of your door when you make a left-hand turn. If you have a passenger flying out the passenger door, that'd be a way to simply look at the difference between Coriolis effect and Coriolis force.
Yeah, I mean the Coriolis force actually has the magnitude of newtons. The Coriolis effect you could say that how much you just described the shell being missing by 100 meters, and you could then say that's the Coriolis effect. That's the effect of the Coriolis force. The
shell acting on that tube it's being shot through, so it would be pushing on the side of the tube as it's being shot due to the conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah, and so the effect is what you then see, however this force manifests itself. So you could say the Coriolis effect is a consequence of the Coriolis force. Right. So whatever you happen to be doing with.
Yeah, if the shell misses its object by 1,000 yards or 100 yards, there has to be a force that actually moved it from where it was intended to go to where it ended up going. So that's why they call that a Coriolis force as well.
Well, the displacement, you could say that 300 yards is the result of the Coriolis effect. And then if you wanted to know what the Coriolis force that caused that, you could then give an equation for it.
Yeah, that's why it made a curved path, and have a curved path requires a force. That's why it's called a force.
Yeah. But the effect, you could say that the curving trajectory is an effect of the Coriolis force.
Yeah, I was very clear about. That's why I mentioned. That's why I spoke up. I said I wanted to clarify between Coriolis effect, this observation of a deviation, the effect, and the force is something that can be measured as well. By if you forced it to go a straight line, there would be a force acting on the tube, or you could then extrapolate that from this curved path and what force you would need it to have it take a curved path in the inertial reference or non-inertial reference frame.
Yes, you could describe the Coriolis effect as being the amount you've missed, or you could describe the Coriolis effect as the angle that the focal pendulum rotates. You could say both of those are Coriolis effects because they are effects as a result of the Coriolis force. Just like you were saying gravitational force, you could say that an apple falling down is an effect of gravitational force, or the fact you feel pressure on your feet is an effect of result of the gravitational force. So the gravitational force is manifesting itself in different phenomenon.
Good analogy. You drop the apple. There's the effect of gravity. Coriolis gravity and force measure its weight. There you go. In simple terms, that's an analogy of Coriolis effect and Coriolis force, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Putting you on my Christmas card list.
Well, let's see what Rocket writes back. I don't know if he's up. It's kind of his
dude. That's embarrassing, bro. That's embarrassing.
No,
I felt bad.
I have full confidence that you misunderstood what he said. You know why? Because every time I say something for years, Jeremy, not particularly you, but other people in the flat Earth community have completely mistaken what. For example, Coriolis. You say, well, if there's Coriolis, does that cause the Earth to rotate under things? And I make it very clear about when we talk about this. If you're shooting something south, it would appear that the Earth would rotate underneath you because you're going from a lower tangential velocity to a higher tangential velocity. Earth appears to rotate underneath you. Then why doesn't the Earth rotate under balloons? You said it rotates under things. You're an asshole. You're a moron.
Never said that. I've never.
Thompson says. Everyone says that. The common flat Earth response to Coriolis is if Coriolis. Hold on. Let me finish. If Coriolis is real, and you're saying the Earth rotates underneath things, and I always say it depends on which direction you're shooting it, going based on that vernacular, then it has to be moving in a rotating reference frame. Then why doesn't the Earth rotate under hot air balloons? See, they don't get it.
Every day.
They're misquoting.
That line every single day.
They're misquoting and they're mistaking what I'm saying. Okay, I just got to respond.
Now, I've never.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Please or what, man? Come on.
Go ahead.
No, I never said that. You need to stop.
He wasn't saying you'd said it, Jeremy. He said it often. He wasn't saying you'd said that.
I'm saying how things are recorded.
I have said that you could leave.
Go ahead.
Said that things could leave reference frames, and Rumpus, I feel, just set you straight on they could. I've been telling you that for years.
Straight. I try to keep a vernacular that you can understand what a reference frame is. And yes, you cannot, if you're in a reference frame or you have something in a reference frame, it's always in that reference frame. Now, can you look at it from another reference frame? Of course. So is that considered leaving it? It's semantics. Move on. Nothing to see here. Now, I got a response. Okay, I got a response from Rocket. You want to hear what he says?
Oh.
Yes or no? If I tell you, will you walk?
Do you want to know, Jeremy? Do you want to know, Jeremy? That's what Zanek's asking. Do you want to know what he said?
I'm looking at the words.
Yes.
I have no idea what he said, and I'm looking at the words, but I'm not reading it. I know what he's going to say. You want me to read it to you?
Yes.
Okay.
He said yes.
For fuck's sake.
Yes.
He keeps on saying yes.
For fuck's sake.
Oh,
I'm quoting what he said. This is what Rocket's saying. FFS. For fuck's sake, I was trying to stay away from that exact example of observing from the non-inertial. I posted a video where two guys were on a rotating reference frame throwing a ball toward each other. In that example, I said the ball thrown from the rotating reference frame and observed in the rotating reference frame as we would on Earth. That's all he said. There's nothing that talks about whether it can or can't be originating from a rotating reference frame.
Why didn't you ask him?
Did you ask him that, though?
Yeah, I did.
So he dodged the question.
I
Then
give you an answer because he's screwed.
I think he thinks this was silly because you've misunderstood it so bad. I can ask him more specifically.
Yeah. I mean, ask him if he was asked by other people.
You guys agree with me.
Hold on. Ask him if he was asked by other people, some other flatties or whatever, whether or not something coming, whether it makes a difference, whether some object comes from the external reference frame or the rotating one, whether or not it has Coriolis subjected to it.
Before I forget, I'm going to write that down. I'll be right back.
Crystal clear. I had to detail the example to him multiple times. At first, he agreed until he heard that Dr. Bob agreed with me. Like Rocket agreed with me. Then he heard Dr. Bob disagreed with me. Then Rocket changed his tune. And it was detailed many times to him. There's no confusion. No one said anything wrong. It's crystal clear.
Okay. Who else besides? So it was
Same
Rocket
side.
and Bob then, was it? Those are the two who said
Rocket, Bob, Brazzers, Sean G. Sean G's a whole nother thing. Don't even get me going with Sean G.
Yeah, exactly. Sean G.
We're just going to forget about him.
Yeah, don't quote Sean G at me, please. I wish he was back on your camp.
As Jeremy would say, this is going in your file, guys.
Oh, this is all up in your files.
This is all recorded, remarked. The Glober Society will have a word with you.
Okay, here's what I said. I asked him. I asked him. Okay, please. Does it make a difference if an object is thrown from an inertial or non-inertial reference frame for Coriolis to be seen? Because they are totally flipping out, thinking we are not on the same page. And see what he says back.
What did he say?
Okay? Well, let's wait to see what he says.
Of course, he's going to change his tune now. He's going to change his tune now.
Well,
he doesn't want to get ousted by the Glober.
Okay, you're right. I shouldn't have let him. Well, let's see what he comes back with. Maybe he'll double back. Look, Rumpus and I are correct. This is not that hard.
I know.
Right? Let me tell you. Hold on. And you're correct too.
The prestigious rants of the Glober Society cannot be disrupted. So he's gonna fudge it as he goes.
No, he was saying I was trying to stay away from that exact example from a non-inertial. He said this originally.
But apparently he was asked about that.
He was trying to stay away from it.
Yeah, but apparently he was asked about that specific situation.
Now I'm making him address it.
Good.
So he can.
Let's just see what he says. We'll see what he says. This guy is a fucking rocket scientist. Keep in mind, guys. So we'll see what he says. Wow, bro.
He's typing now.
Holy shit, man. You guys got fucking killing me, man. Like, seriously. You see what I got to go through on a daily basis, Gio? It's not easy being a top 10 flat earther. I'm telling you right now, guys. You think this is easy?
So he says this. He says, I don't consider the meteor example to be Coriolis. He says that. It has a similar looking effect, but I consider it to be a result from the frame transformation.
Which is Coriolis effect.
This kind of goes to it.
Yeah. Wow, bro. Go ahead.
This kind of follows.
This
kind of follows what Rumpus was saying.
Ruckus.
Rumpus.
What do you guys think? The example. Are you still with me or what? You're going to change your mind because Rocket.
No, Zanuck and I are correct.
I know. So am I.
And Rocket's correct too. He's just not calling it Coriolis.
When you say that, say Zanuck, Jeremy, and I are correct, please, Rumpus.
That'd be going a bit far.
With you on this.
I suppose you're allowed to agree with us occasionally. You do seem to be saying. Well, I haven't actually heard what you said, but you seem to be agreeing with what we're saying. So if you're agreeing with what I'm saying, I can't dispute that you're agreeing with what I'm saying. So yes, you're on the Rumpus Zanuck team.
There we go.
If you're agreeing with what we're saying, but I haven't heard
Absolutely.
I didn't actually hear what your position was. You were just basically disagreeing with what you were disagreeing with.
I've said it already.
Zanuck and Rumpus. Me, Kosho, Zanuck, and Rumpus, all correct. Thank you.
Yeah, but when Rocket says it's for the frame translation or whatever he said,
transformation.
The frame transformation. It's the same thing. So he's just not calling.
I know that's the Coriolis effect. It's stupid. You know why he's saying this? Because he got caught out there. Now he's got to double back and try to play semantic games or something. I don't know what he's doing. I like Rocket too. This is a shame. This is a shame that he did this.
Well, I can't. I don't. If he's made a small error here, he's still the same person. So it's not as though he's. It's not. The only thing I dislike intensely about people is when they're either dishonest or they deflect. I don't think flat earthers are nasty, although a lot of them unfortunately do seem to have some sort of lying, dishonest tendencies. But those are the two things that get me to be offended by them. That make me think lesser human beings. So providing he's not trying to be, it's not as though he's trying to be dishonest here. So you shouldn't lower your opinion of him because he's not trying to be dishonest. That's the thing that seems to me is the crucial thing you should be focusing on. If he's just saying one thing and he's making a mistake about if he for instance doesn't understand that the Coriolis is just a transformation between reference frames, well perhaps his knowledge of Coriolis isn't that great. I mean, being a rocket scientist, you probably don't have to. If you're in space, there is no Coriolis business because you're just in space. So the rocket business side of it doesn't involve.
Oh my God!
Yeah, why would there be Coriolis in space, dude?
Well, I mean, obviously from the point of view.
Now.
Yeah.
Just stop talking, Rumpus, because we're winning. Just don't.
Well, obviously from the reference frame. Well, I suppose from our if you were he just worries about things being in space all the time, so he doesn't have to consider the motion against something on the ground. Really, in other words, viewing it. He doesn't have to consider what something looks like. He's just concerned with his orbits of the rocket around in the Earth, and that is independent of the Earth could be rotating 20 times as fast, and it wouldn't make any difference to the calculations he does about where the rocket's going. And obviously, if you want to drop something on the Earth or land somewhere, you need to, do that sort of bit correctly. But the orbiting side of things.
He wrote one more sentence. He goes, but looking at the acceleration equations in the rotating frame, the term is there, so it's there when you do the transformation. So I see your point. Then he says below that, I agree. And you and I go by the equations. Trying to put in words to these idiots can understand is difficult.
So now
we're all on the same page now.
So now
he's agreeing with us.
You're telling me, really?
Yes.
But you said that he started out agreeing with you.
Well, because he's trying to. He didn't want this. Dude, I didn't even when I went to college and I studied Coriolis. Rumpus, you probably remember this. Was it one chapter? I think I only studied like in the first year of physics. I don't think we ever looked at it again.
Yeah, it's not something to specialize in.
And I've learned more about Coriolis because you forced us to do this, and I've learned all through college, which is kind of fun actually. But the point is,
we are the leader.
It's not
why
easy.
This is an intellectual exercise because you actually learn things that you wouldn't learn in college by interacting, with flatters or whatever, in trying to have to learn a subject in more detail.
My stepfather is a PhD physicist. He was involved with the formation of many companies in the vacuum field and semiconductor business with deposition of magnetic materials on aluminum substrates for making CD discs.
Right.
Not CD, but hard disks. And he still thinks that Coriolis causes the toilets to rotate a certain way.
Yeah, but that's
you know why? Because they don't care. They didn't learn it. They don't.
That's right, and to get the maths right and everything is actually quite tricky. It's not an easy concept, even for someone who's done a physics degree. It's very easy to get tripped up, and clearly this rocket scientist, he's clearly, has had to be prodded a bit to get the right answer. But he sounds as though he's got there now.
Well, part of it is.
Well, that's just saying. Jeremy said he agreed with him to begin with.
No, but then when he heard Dr. Bob disagreed with me, he immediately changed his mind. Said he heard the example wrong. I detailed it again. He said it had, dude, it's so, that's just sneaky
Jeremy,
shit, bro.
mark this day. We have on the fly Glober Society damage control right here.
You guys are crumbling.
What? No, we're not, Jeremy. You
You're
don't.
crumbling.
Again, this is another minor thing. It's sort of like looking at Witz had posted earlier about these atmospheric electricity things that give you like picoamps. You can get voltage, but you don't get much in the way of amperage, so it doesn't do anything useful.
That's what I was going to try to say, but
they didn't know what current was as well, which doesn't help matters.
Really?
I couldn't get a word in.
He didn't know the difference between voltage and current, so he's talking about things he'd seen this YouTube video and he didn't know what current was. He couldn't describe voltage properly either.
That's like when you scuff your feet across the floor in wintertime and you go touch the doorknob, you get that shock.
Yeah,
that's really high voltage. Fortunately, it's very low amperage, so you don't get much.
Exactly right. And that's what this electrostatic motor is. It's actually a rubbing thing. It's actually got material rubbing against one to transfer the electrostatic charge. It's not like a normal motor at all.
The other thing he said was this: I never said that an object has to originate in a different frame. Make note of this, guys.
Oh my God! Unbelievable.
Well, then you got him. If he said, then you can call him out on that. Besides, there is no such thing as. Oh, can I finish? Besides, there is no such thing as that, anyways. An object originates in every frame, and that kind of disagrees with Rumpus, but I know what Rumpus means. So
No. Well, yeah, you can reference from any frame. You can reference all the objects in the universe, as I said, with a transformation, but they're not in the reference that particular reference. But you can refer to things in the other
Rumpus, I know exactly what you mean, and I'm not going to argue with you because you're right. But I think it's just semantics. Just how we're saying things.
Yeah, it's semantics. Because as an observer, that's why I
but
said
anyway,
that.
it sounds as though Rocket Scientist is on board with us anyway.
Yep.
Too bad reference frames don't make. Too bad reference frames don't make the Earth a spinning ball. The concepts that do not make the Earth spin. Sorry, guys.
Well, the Earth does
better
spin.
check that numpty clip we're in, me and you.
The Earth does spin, and the focal pendulum proves it. Yeah. You can do the focal pendulum experiment yourself if you choose to.
Oh yeah, focal pendulum is all we need.
or if you want, you can go to Germany in Bremen and drop a ball from the 100-meter vacuum tower, and you'll see that the thing deviates as a result of the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, it proves it.
You can also check the weight of things at the equator and the pole. That's another way of demonstrating.
The fact that you guys are here trying to convince us says it all.
Well, I'm not trying to convince you. No, I've given up on you and Jeremy and all you other people.
Well, of course we're trying to convince you because you don't understand reality. So we're trying to tell you about reality. Yeah.
Do you guys ever hear the adage that the more you understand something, the easier it is for you to explain things in simple terms? So it forces us to understand these things better.
I understand that my reality is like it seems.
No, to be able to explain Coriolis, I've used the simplest terms, and I've done research and looked at the equations and distilled things down to basics, so I could actually explain things in a way that you might be able to understand. You know what? Shame on me.
I do understand.
I still haven't succeeded.
It would work exactly like you're saying.
Zanuck,
if you were right, it would work exactly like you're saying. I totally understand. But it's not what you're saying.
You should give up trying to explain stuff like New Perspective here because he doesn't give a shit. He's too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jeremy. I think ask Jeremy if I've explained it well, and I think he understands things since I've been working with him.
Oh, Jeremy, are you a baller now because they convinced you?
It's not a baller. This is physics. This isn't ball or flat. You want to talk about ball? Just look at horizon drop and focal pendulum.
I
Boom,
think the Coriolis
slam
is
dunk,
very
easy to
understand. It would work exactly like you're saying if we were on a ball.
I think New Perspective sounds like the sort of person who doesn't want to understand things so that they can reject what they don't like. They can just have wishful thinking. And I think I call this the shield of stupidity and ignorance, because the only weapons we've got are logic and science and evidence. If they're immune to those things, if they keep themselves stupid and ignorant, they can fend off all these arguments and logic and evidence by just not understanding and dismissing everything they don't understand. And by keeping themselves stupid and ignorant, they can just say, I don't understand that thing, therefore it's not right. It's a classic flat earther approach to these things. Keep yourself stupid and ignorant so you can not understand something and therefore just go with whatever you wish to believe in.
I think you have to agree there was nothing untrue about my statement. If we were on a ball, it would work exactly like you're saying. That's all I said.
And it does.
And it does work exactly as I say. Things.
Yeah, if we were on a ball, it would work that way.
And it does work that way.
This is demonstration that we are on a ball. When things work the way we say they work on a ball, that shows that we're on a ball. What's difficult about that?
You could go to the Bremen Tower where it's 100 meters high and drop a ball and it will not fall down vertically because of the spin of the Earth. It'll go off by the amount that we understand it should do because of the rotation of the Earth. Focal pendulum rotates as much as it should do. The things change in weight, the difference between at the equator and the pole as much as we'd expect. And things like gyroscopes remain stationary. They change angle with exactly as much respect. So there are 10 different ways you can demonstrate that the Earth is rotating, and they all work as we expect. It's consistent with what we tell you.
I've been paying attention to this conversation for too long for that to be enough, bro.
So you could measure.
What proof do you need?
To take a weight, you could take a weight.
The proof is already. I'm just amused at this point, really.
What evidence would be sufficient for you to change your idea?
My idea.
Yeah,
I gave up a belief. There's no idea. I just gave up the belief that what you're saying actually makes sense as far as my reality goes. So my reality will no longer ever be what you're trying to convince me it is. And
what's your proof?
You can go on believing what you believe, and I'll just not have that belief.
It's not a
I don't
belief.
need your belief
So
I gave you 5 scientific experiments.
Yes, we did. We just told you how.
The gearbox
Perspective, I
magnetic
gave you 5 different
contraption that
scientific
you call
experiments that you could
that you
conduct.
call pendulum. That's
We
all
just
you
told
need.
you how.
If it's look, if it's good enough for you, that's fine.
So
guys, one at a time.
what
One
is
at
your
a time, guys, please.
What is your evidence of the flat Earth then?
Hey, I'm just saying, if it's good enough for you, that's fine.
What's your evidence of the flat Earth then? Come on, tell me.
I'm not trying to prove a flat Earth.
I want to be a flat earther. Tell me the evidence of it.
No, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a recovering heliocentrist.
Yeah, I think, Paige, you're kind of doing like, okay, if you believe in the globe because someone told you it's a globe, you're in that thing of just doing what someone else tells you. And then now it seems like you're just looking for someone else. Like you're not satisfied with the globe one, so you really want to be a flat earther now. So then you're asking for flat earthers to prove things. But what I would suggest is really to come to your own conclusions, do your own research instead of just looking for other people to give you your answers.
Well, see, I'm sort of on the fence here because, I hear you say the Earth is flat. So I would like some demonstration, some, for lack of a better word, experiment I could do that would show
the Earth isn't flat. That's ridiculous. The Earth is not flat.
So what is it?
It's not a ball, that's for sure. I mean, it's,
what is
it's a level plane.
Hang on a second.
All I can tell is it's a level plane, just like it seems to all of us. That's all any of us.
So how do you know that? I mean, it looks flat. Is that good enough?
That's exactly what it seems like.
So
and until further notice, there's no reason to believe otherwise.
So it looks flat. That's good enough for you.
I'm not saying it looks flat. It's a stationary plane. We all experience that.
How do you know that?
You know that's what we experience.
How do you know that? So it looks flat. That's what you're saying. It feels
flat. I'm saying we all experience a stationary plane. You can't deny that.
So it looks flat. Gotcha.
That's our base axiom. Until there's reason to go beyond that, then
do you appreciate
our base axiom is all we can know.
The globe with the dimensions it has, you would have exactly the same experience that you're experiencing now.
No, I don't.
The Earth is very big.
Because there's a lot of places,
and therefore appears very flat. Although obviously, when you look at something in the distance, if you're only 6 feet high, things disappear over the horizon on water, which is not something that would happen on a flat Earth. Things like large mountains that are several thousand feet high, and if they're a long way away, half of them is missing. Boats go over there. The sunset, the sun goes below the horizon. That can't happen on a flat Earth. So there are things that you can do and see that immediately invalidate the flat Earth. You're breaking up, Jeremy.
Rumpus, tell him how extremely flat the Earth is, though.
It is extremely flat.
There you go. We're in agreement.
Yeah, and that's how the globe would appear to you. When you're on a big, super duper big sphere, it appears over just around locally as being quite flat. Except, of course, when you just
write it
but then it's something, say, 6 miles away and starts disappearing over the water horizon. You think, oh god, that can't happen on a flat Earth, and we must be on a big sphere-y thing.
There you go. Must deny all your senses. Go ahead and go with that.
Super duper sphere-y thing. What are we in 5th grade?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to do what Zanik was saying. I'm trying to take the argument down to perspective level. I mean, just the fact we have sunsets means we can't be on a flat Earth. It's just
that's not true. That's not true. I told you I'm not going to argue with you today. So
okay, I'm too much in Jeremy's good books at the moment, obviously.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming in. I mean, without you guys, this wouldn't be the spectacle it became, and it was. I mean, I'm sorry, forgive us. It happened. You guys lost a long time ago, and you're still desperate to come in here and try to convince us, and that says it all right there.
Well, I've given you 5 experiments you could conduct to show that the Earth is rotating. You just ignored them. So
I know about those.
If you're just going to ignore scientific experiments and scientific facts and scientific argument and your reality tonight, well, I can't. Obviously, there's no way of dealing with you. If you just go with what you wish to believe and you ignore all the logical arguments, all the science, and you're a science denier, well,
you can have your own definition of science. That's fine.
Well, I've got science's definition of science.
Well, you didn't follow the scientific method.
The scientific method is only part of science. Science is the study of the physical natural world, and a lot of that is observation. So, for instance, measuring the mass of a proton is a scientific endeavor. There's no scientific method involved in having an independent variable. You're just measuring it. The structure of your heart, your anatomy, that's all observational science, just pure observation, no independent variables. That is all science and documented in scientific literature.
So every time someone measures something, hold on, Rumpus. Every time somebody measures something, they're doing science.
Yeah, providing it's not trivial and hasn't been done before. So something like measuring the size of a proton, that's science. Measuring the mass of a proton, that's science.
If it's done before, it's not science anymore.
Well, I mean, obviously, if it's something trivial, not really useful, then we don't go. But something like measuring the mass of a proton or measuring the value of big G. And we like things to be done repeatedly to check that someone else got the measurement right. But when it's a trivial measurement, like, I don't know, the size of your left foot, just measuring anything doesn't constitute science, or measuring the size of your bookcase or your table or what you had for dinner. Well, actually, if you were to measure what you had for dinner over a long period and then came to some conclusions, that would be science. But just measuring anything doesn't make it science, but being rigorous about it, apply a rigor and to it, then that actually becomes science, even if it's quite mundane. Just measuring the size of beans. I mean, if you wanted to measure statistical analysis of the size of baked beans, for instance, that would be science. If you were to apply, rigor, repeatability, and verify things, and it had a useful sort of, even science doesn't have to be useful, actually, but providing you just demonstrating something about the physical and natural world that other people might be interested in, and you can find a publication. Because remember, other people are going to review this and say, well, do I want to know? But there might be some bean people who are interested in the size of baked beans who would be interested to know how, for instance, how much they grow, how much they respond to fertilizer. Those things are scientific endeavours. So most of science is actually observational and it's nothing to do with what you call a scientific method, which is what QE, for some reason, you seem to be parroting his ludicrous drivel. He doesn't understand what science is. And he doesn't think measuring things is science. You really ought not to be parroting some idiot who's actually more stupid than you are.
Okay, relax.
Hey, Rumpus, actually, you know what? I think actually there is something that would convince me. And maybe you guys could do this, and then all of us would be convinced, actually. All you have to do is get in an airplane or a jet or something that can fly straight, put some cameras underneath it, make sure you don't correct for Coriolis, and mimic a projectile and go really long ways, north or south, over many different tangential speeds, and show that the Earth rotates underneath the plane. And then we'd see that the Earth actually rotates, and we'd have the proof that no one could deny.
The way you prove Coriolis is you have someone viewing something from the non-inertial frame and the inertial frame.
No,
one person,
that's not what you do.
Jeremy,
One
person sees
that's
it
not
go
proof
straight.
of it.
Fundamental. Let me, Jeremy, you had your slide talk. Let me respond.
Jeremy,
let me respond. You already had your point.
The reason it was my point that I was bringing up.
No, you already made your point. You already made your point. I have one last point. I have to go. I have one last point. I have to leave.
Wait, let me
make my last point
real quick, and I'll let you.
No, you already made your point. You already made your point about the Earth.
You don't know why. You don't even know what my point is.
Yeah, you said get an airplane, fly, and see the Earth rotate underneath it. Now let me address that, and I'll go. Okay, you hear me? Good. So the Earth only rotates underneath you if you are flying south from north in the northern hemisphere. If you float north in the northern hemisphere, you would be accelerating ahead of the Earth. So that's not a good example, not a good test. How you do this is what they already do. The military does this. Shoot a shell from a high-powered cannon about 25 miles, aim it somewhere, line of sight, and watch it deviate 100 yards to the right. Shooting north.
This is better than I thought. Okay.
All right?
I'll
so there's
respond
your
to
answer.
that.
And that's what we see. The Earth rotates. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you. Rumpus. Jeremy, thanks a lot, buddy.
Make that and run away. See, they run away because they know this.
Well, he said he had to go. He said he did have to
go.
go.
He's going to say all that, yell it, and not even let me respond. That says a lot, too.
Well, he has to go. So
gotta go. Okay, but listen to what he said. Do you agree with it, Rumpus?
No, I'm listening. I'm leaving, but I'm listening. I'm not going to respond again, though. Okay?
You can only see it in the south.
I'm listening to you. You've got to talk.
It doesn't work the same in the north as the south. You couldn't see the Earth spin.
Well, no, he was just saying to go north from the equator,
you get out of sync with the Earth. It works the same both ways.
I didn't quite understand his point about that, but the point is
that didn't make sense. You're right.
In an aeroplane, obviously you've got a powered flight, so that's not really a useful way to do it. It's following something that's not powered. He's absolutely correct. The best way to do it is with something in a ballistic trajectory. It's following. We can measure the inertia, the momentum, and say that's the direction it's going. If you're in an aeroplane, you're powered. Of course, there's also wind which affects aeroplanes. They pick up the speed of the medium they're in, where big shells don't tend to do that because they're much denser. So all in all, following the shell is a much better idea than following an aeroplane.
Yeah, that's fantastic because I keep telling these guys that as soon as I bring up the idea of putting a camera underneath the plane to actually show the Earth spin, the first thing you'll do is talk about ballistics or Foucault's pendulum, because that scares the fuck out of you that it could actually be proven.
Well,
because all you have to do is go in a straight line. A plane can mimic a ballistic and go in a straight line.
No, it
Just
can't.
like
It's
a ballistic,
powered.
it would
No,
have
it
the Earth
can't.
move.
No, it can't.
It can correct for not correcting for Coriolis.
No, it can't, because you've got a wind.
Oh, really?
No, it can't.
A jet that has all kinds of capabilities to fly in straight lines can't do it.
It can't wiggle around with a sort of the way a shell would. It can't make the same path as a shell because it's got all these wind. For instance, affected by wind and all sorts of things, which a shell is not.
Well, it can correct for wind. It can correct
very
for
large,
wind, right?
Yeah, Jeremy, a very large shell with a lot of momentum is not affected by wind in anything like the way a big flappy aeroplane is.
So are you saying that the winds push it and force it to only see a stationary Earth below? Is that what it does?
Well, obviously you're moving along, so obviously it's not stationary.
Oh, so the winds force the plane to correct to see nothing but what seems to be a stationary Earth relative to its own motion.
An aeroplane,
now, that's a belief.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. An aeroplane that's moving is obviously moving across whatever is underneath it. So what makes you think?
A rotating Earth is underneath.
How do you propose? Given that your velocity with respect to Earth rotation is you're effectively following the Earth's rotation, because if you're going north to south,
you don't have
you'll gradually pick up.
Well,
in which case you're going to fight it. So, in other words, if you're going to fight the rotation, so if you decide you're going to go,
how about a fighter jet?
Well, it will pick up the.
We'll call it a fighter jet. It goes wherever it wants.
But the majority of the effect is going to be whatever its engines tell it to do. The Coriolis force is very tiny.
So you're saying there'd be no chance at all it could see any ground movement ever?
Well, you're
no chance for any fighter jet, no matter what power it has, no matter how much it doesn't correct, no matter which direction it flies, no matter how many times it goes into the jet stream and out of the jet stream. Then it could never see anything but a stationary Earth.
The Coriolis force is only equivalent to a waft of air. So why do you think that would have an effect?
Well, the Earth is moving below the bullet, right?
But well, no, the bullets you're moving with respect. The bullets moving with respect to the surface of the Earth.
But the Coriolis
only
is because
shooting. Listen again. Only shooting north.
Does Rumpus doesn't agree with you there, by the way.
Well, he will. He didn't understand what I'm saying. Listen, shooting north, you would accelerate ahead of the Earth going north due to the conservation of linear momentum. Going south, you would see the Earth rotate underneath you. Only going south would you see the Earth rotate underneath you.
Oh, so this could be done. Great, let's do it.
No, but
go south.
Rumpus mentioned a myriad of factors that would preclude you from being able to see this by just flying a piloted airplane.
Really?
Ballistics are the best way to do this. As he said, ballistics, we show this. There's a 100-yard deviation shooting 25 miles north, going to the east. That deviation is Coriolis, period. End of story.
Yes, and snipers, you can demonstrate there's a sniper error that's why they have sniper tables to allow for this. For, if you're doing over something like 1.5 mile or 2 mile shot, I mean, obviously it doesn't really happen very often, but that's why, for instance, I think it's 1.5 miles, you have to allow 13 inches of deviation due to Coriolis. But of course, if you've got a wind, that's a much bigger factor. So you have to be in some sort of still air, you probably need to be in some sort of desert or something where there's no wind to actually demonstrate this effect properly, because the wind is a much bigger factor. But I mean,
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure your answer.
Hold on, but you don't seem to understand that the Coriolis force, the effect, is much less than a waft of wind.
That's the claim, yeah, but it's also responsible for all tornadoes and hurricanes blowing in one direction
well, that's
or
because
another.
They last over a long time. Yeah, no, they're not responsible for tornadoes, but they're responsible for hurricanes.
Or hurricanes or whatever. Yeah, that must be pretty strong to make all of the hurricanes go in one direction in one hemisphere, another direction in the other hemisphere.
A hurricane, that the Coriolis force is acting over several days on something.
Yo, can both you guys hear?
Regardless.
Can both you guys hear when other people are talking? You're killing me, guys. Come on, please.
All right. I just want to make sure real quick. Rumpus, you are saying emphatically that there would be no way to put a camera underneath a jet fighter that has all kinds of capabilities to fly wherever it wants. You're saying there's no way a camera could ever catch any west to east Earth rotation underneath it, no matter how straight it corrected for, no matter where it flew, no matter what, it can never see anything but a stationary Earth below. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So in other words, you're shooting south to north. So from the equator, you want a jet fighter just to go north, and then
straight line.
Right. But you do understand that the fighter is affected by the velocity of the wind around it.
Yeah,
So,
that's why
so
it corrects. It corrects for things all the time to get where. That's how it has to get where it goes, right? It corrects for everything, right? So it corrects in the opposite direction this time.
Right. So they're going to get blown. If you're going north to south, there's effectively, of course, there's local winds, the local winds are much more significant than the wind caused by the rotating atmosphere.
Yeah, we all understand.
So how do you distinguish between these two? Unless you've got a perfectly still day, where in other words the atmosphere is just rotate. The thing you're following is rotating exactly. I mean, the thing is the effect is going to add up, of course. I mean, as you go north, the variations are going to go left and right of the wind flow, but eventually it will add up to being the same.
Is there any way it could see anything but a stationary Earth in respect to its own motion north to south? Would it be able to see a rotating Earth below? That's all. That's the question. Yes or no?
Well, you'd need a line. You'd obviously need to have some reference thing for it to look at. Because if it was going over sea, of course, you've just got a moving sea. So what you want to see, I'm not quite sure what you're expecting to see.
So would it be able
to be moving around? So in other words, what you'd like is a nice white line. Right. So if you had a nice white line, or I mean, obviously, if you were prepared to take Google Earth or GPS,
just a direction, a heading.
Okay. So
straight on that heading.
Okay. Right. If you
never deviate from that heading.
Do you accept GPS coordinates, for instance, that they were correct?
Well, but it's a simple question, Rumpus. If a plane could fly in a straight line without deviating, it would see Earth rotating below, according to Coriolis.
Yeah, but you want a visual representation of this, don't you?
Why are you dancing around this? It's an easy
I'm not
question.
dancing. I'm trying to point out these are practical problems because
it sounds like you're trying to obfuscate.
No, that's because you don't understand what the hell's going on. If you had a big white line on the ground, if you had a big white line on the ground that you were following. And that was going.
Let's just say he could. The plane could have a beam, a really high-end, long laser beam that made the path and the direction it's going straight from where it started, and it didn't deviate from where it started, and it went straight, and it never deviated from that line. Would it see? Would it see a rotating Earth? I'm just asking.
Effectively, what you're saying is let's imagine there is a line on the ground from south to north, and you tried to follow it.
Irrespective of the ground. Because the ground's going to move out from underneath it. You can't put the line in the ground to begin with, because the line's going to move left or right, depending on if it's going north or south.
Well, that's what you want to see.
The whole point. That's the whole point.
Yes, you want to see that the line moves. It's what you want to go north, south, and then you want to see that you move away from the line. That's the point. That's what you're
wanting.
You could use railroad tracks. You could use railroad tracks and just stay 45 degrees from that and just keep going in the opposite direction. And the railroad tracks would move one direction, and you would go off in the other direction, and you should see a moving Earth, right? Sorry, Jeremy.
I hear you, man.
I'm going to just start muting you guys, and I'm at work, so I don't know when I'm going to be able to unmute you. So take that into consideration when you start talking over each other.
Why don't we all just have a little consideration?
Well, I've got to go anyway, so that'll save the.
I'm trying to rumpus the rumpus. It's really hard.
I'll save the. I've got to go anyway. So anyway. Bye.
All right, take care. It's too bad we couldn't get a yes or no answer from that, though. Would you see a moving Earth?
He answered the question, man.
What was the answer? Yes, you would see a moving Earth. We could do this test and show that the Earth turns, or no?
Yeah, she told you no, and then described
ran away.
Deed. Yeah.
He didn't answer. What did he say? What was his answer?
He first said no, and then told you that he was trying to tell you what you would need to see it.
Right, but he never answered it, right?
What you'd see.
He got away without answering yes or no, didn't he?
I just told you. That's what I'm saying. You're beginning to seem more and more dishonest as time goes on, because I just told you the answer he gave. Yeah, I said
the answer was it would depend.
A yes or no
like
answer.
Every other answer I get.
But the first word I said was one of the words yes or no.
Oh, so what was it? You interpreted his answer as no. We'd never see anything but a stationary.
No, he said no, and then he tried to get out of you what you were expecting to see, and maybe how.
So his answer was no. I didn't realize that.
He said that a couple times.
So okay, I'm fine with that. The answer is no. We'd never be able to see anything but a stationary Earth
again
in respect to the plane's motion, no matter how straight it went. And it could mimic a projectile, and still the Earth wouldn't move out from underneath the plane, but it would with a projectile.
Is there reasons to answer your questions when you respond?
It's a contradiction,
I'll say what he said again. He said no. He said no, and then he was trying to get out of you what you were expecting to see, and he was trying to come up with a way in which you could possibly see that. So you're saying he's saying you cannot definitely do that. You guys didn't get that far because you guys were.
Do you agree? Do you agree with what Zanuck said about it only happening
ways.
in the north? Do you agree with what Zanuck was saying about it being only a phenomenon you'd experience in the north or in the south instead of the north? Does that make any sense to you?
What is it? I didn't hear him say that. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, never mind.
You'd only experience it in the north?
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that exchange. I think if you went back and listened to what Zanuck said, you'd probably disagree.
I don't know what he said. Yeah.
He said it would only happen in the south, not the north, because of the direction that
what would
you're
only
catching
happen?
up to it, or that you'd be able to see the Earth spinning from underneath you in the south, but not in the north.
Yeah, I'd have to hear whatever he said because that by itself doesn't make much sense.
No, but that's okay. Sorry to dominate a little bit. I'll go on mute.
I feel like some people are either 0 or 100, and somewhere nowhere in between. It's like
yeah, we just gotta be mindful. We just gotta be mindful of the over talking. Now, I am absolutely ecstatic with Rumpus and Zanuck's visit just now, and I don't know who messaged Rocket saying I was misquoting him, but Rocket clearly told me that my example wasn't Coriolis, and I wasn't misquoting him at all.
Your example was the merry-go-round and the ball going over it?
Yeah, the two guys are throwing a ball on the ground stationary. Rocket told me that wasn't Coriolis. It had to come from the non-inertial reference frame, just like Bob did, just like Brazzer did, just like Sean G did. I mean, the fucking list goes on.
Well, you said not to. You don't need to quote Sean G, but yeah, the rest of them. I mean, honestly, it just comes down to honestly, it probably just comes down to disagreeing with you. Like people just disagree. And that's a flawed way of arguing, of course.
Hey, Jeremy, could I explain to you what I think about the whole thing with the Coriolis and what it was that you said that I wanted to respond to that Zanuck wouldn't let me respond to?
Yeah, but let me tell you why. Can I tell you why? Let me tell you why I think that first, though. That's the only way to show it.
What did you say to begin with? Repeat what you said to begin with.
The only way to truly show Coriolis is happening is to go to the non-inertial reference frame, see the ball see whatever going straight, and then go to the non-inertial reference frame and see the ball curving. Because if you don't do that, you have no idea if the thing is actually curving or it's just an apparent curve from Coriolis.
That's ridiculous.
Okay,
but
can I explain that?
Can I explain
Yeah, this is the response I wanted to give. It's not about whether it looks one way or another from any of those reference frames. That's not the argument. In my mind, in my mind it's not. Maybe it is in yours. But the Coriolis effect and the way it would work if we were on a rotating reference frame acts exactly the way they're explaining it if we were on a rotating reference frame. There's no mystery about what Coriolis is or how it would work from any of those reference frames. And yes, it does curve and it looks straight from two different reference frames. That's just the way it works.
That's how you tell if you have Coriolis.
No, you can't tell. You can't tell because you have the reference frame determines what it looks like. The only way you could tell is if you were actually to show ground moving below you, left to right or right to left, as you go north to south. That's the only way you could prove it.
So
that's my point.
Hold on. So I'm sorry. Just let me respond to that. If you did see the ground curving under the plane, that wouldn't tell you if the plane's curving or if the plane's going straight. The only way you can tell if Coriolis is happening is by viewing it from both of the frames. One it goes straight, one it curves. That can't happen unless you have Coriolis.
Well, no, the reason that the reason you can tell with the ground moving, Jeremy, is because it's in the opposite direction of the plane. If it's going perpendicular to the plane, then you know that the ground's moving sideways and you're moving forward. So it's not the ground moving because you're moving. You know it's moving in the opposite direction of your movement. So then you could prove it. And it would have to. Able to tell and you said earlier, you totally understood. I thought you were onto it because earlier I heard you talking about the tangential speeds and how the plane would have to match every new tangential speed, which is why this fails for them. because
And
then
if
they have
you
to
see
explain
and if
that
you see the
winds made the
ground
plane
curving,
catch
hold
up
on,
to the
dude,
earth.
dude. If you see the ground curving under the plane, that doesn't tell you if the plane's curving or if the plane's going straight. You'll
If
never
it's
know.
going in
All
a
you'll
different
see
direction,
is
you
the
would.
ground. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You'll never know if it's the plane curving or the plane going straight unless you see it from both the frames. When you see it from both the frames, it's a dead giveaway that Coriolis is happening because it looks totally different in both the frames.
Okay, guys,
Well,
here's the
it's not
real
about that,
answer.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
It's
here's
not
the
about
real
that.
answer, though, guys. There's both your examples. Those are two different ways to know that you're experiencing Coriolis. Yours is